Chapter 641. Dong. When the clock struck the third time at 5:00, the clock slowly rang. A sharp and cold voice sounded in the political announcement hall. The emperor has arrived. As the voice fell, the officials hurriedly bowed and shouted in unison. Welcome, Your Majesty. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Li Shimin slowly walked up the 8-step stairway to heaven. He sat on the dragon throne and waved his hand indifferently. At this moment, Li Shimin's condition was not good. After all, no one would be in a good mood after a night without sleep, let alone Li Shimin, who was about to be removed from his heart. Li Shimin's red eyes swept around indifferently. Then, he said indifferently, "Do you have a report to present today?" "Your Majesty, this old official has a report to present." The moment Li Shimin's voice fell, Wei Jing hurriedly stepped forward. Li Shimin waved his hand. Wei Jing then said, "Your Majesty, yesterday, the envoy from Tubo, Naritu, and the envoy from Tuyuhun, Zhaku, have already settled down in the Honglu Temple. They are now outside the palace, asking to see Your Majesty." "Oh. What are they here for?" "Your Majesty, do you still remember the drought and the locust plague in Tubo? Because of these two disasters, Tubo is now in the same situation as the Tang dynasty. They are extremely short of food, and it has become so serious that civil unrest has broken out." Li Shimin pretended to be surprised and looked around at the crowd. The crowd only cared about avoiding Li Shimin's gaze. Li Shimin could not help but secretly despise these people. In the end, Li Shimin swept his gaze over Yuchi Gong and the other two, asking, "General Yuchi, is this true?" Yuchi Gong reluctantly walked out of the queue and said, "Your Majesty, what Prime Minister Wei said is true. Not only that, General Li Jing of Yuzhou has sent news that Tuli has dispatched 100,000 elites, but his purpose is not pure. According to the news from Longyu Dao, Longyou's border has often been harassed by Tubo's rebels and soldiers. They are so annoyed that many places in our Tang dynasty have been plundered, thus, this old general believes that the Turks must have dispatched their troops to take down Tubo." Hearing this, all the ministers in the political announcement hall were shocked. "What? The Turks are simply too ambitious. Your Majesty, send the troops. Attack." "No. Right now, our Tang dynasty is also extremely short of food. If we send troops now, it will only bring a heavier burden to the people." When all the old ministers heard this, they could not help but burst into an uproar. There was no other way. If the Turks really sent troops to take down Tubo, then wouldn't the Tang dynasty be in imminent danger? If they did not send troops now, then Tubo would definitely not be able to stop the Turks. Because of the Tang dynasty's plan against Tubo, they would lose all their property in Tubo. How could they not be anxious? But once they sent troops, then the consequences, who would dare to think about it? Therefore, at this time, everyone fell into an endless struggle. Li Shimin was annoyed and snorted coldly. In an instant, everyone's discussion came to an abrupt end. "Dear ministers, what do you think now? This time, Tubo must have come because of the 100,000 Turks. Do you think we should help them or not?" This, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others were silent at this time because they already knew the result of this matter, but the emperor was now testing them. He wanted to test the foundation of these old guys. Sure enough, after a while of hesitation, the minister of the Ministry of Work said, "Your Majesty, this matter needs to be discussed again. Our Tang dynasty is suffering from a food shortage at this time, so it's not good to mobilize the troops. Then let me ask you, once the Turks send troops, what should we do?" That person was speechless. At this time, the officials who had prepared some words could not help but swallow back their words. "That's right. If we don't help, then once the Turks take down Tubo, the door of the Tang dynasty will be completely open to the Turks. At that time, the Turks will come and go as they want, and we will not be able to do anything to them. What should we do? This is a serious problem." At this time, another official said, "Your Majesty, even if the Turks really take down Tubo, it does not mean that they will attack our Tang dynasty. Moreover, now that the Turks are also suffering from a plague of locusts, they should be more in need of food than our Tang dynasty. Cattle, sheep, and horses are almost out of food. How can they have the energy to start a war? Li Shimin wanted to kill someone. However, he still suppressed the impatience in his heart and asked, "Tell me your opinion." Hearing this, that person said, "In fact, to put it bluntly, this is all because of the lack of food. Even if they can start a war against Tubo, in the end, both sides will suffer in the end. Moreover, Tubo does not have food at this time. In this way, even if they take down Tubo, without waiting for him to finish, Li Shimin speechlessly interrupted this stubborn old man. "Okay, I know what you mean." Then, Li Shimin rubbed his forehead, looked at Wei Zheng and said, "Prime Minister Wei, you said that Tubo's envoys are here?" Wei Zheng cupped his hands and said, "They are here, waiting for the summons outside the hall." "Summon them." "Yes." Hearing this, Shao Gizi waved the whisk in his hand and shouted in a sharp voice, "Summon Tubo's envoys, Na Ri Tu and Tuihan's envoys, Jia Ku." Chapter 642. Summon Tubo's envoy Nioritu and Tuihan's envoy Zak. Summon. The imperial guards passed the imperial edict one by one. A moment later, 2 people in Tubo's distinctive costumes hurried into the political announcement hall. Unlike the previous court meetings, the 2 envoys lowered their posture and bowed as soon as they entered the political announcement hall. They did not dare to look at the faces of Li Shimin and the others. After taking 10 steps into the political announcement hall, the 2 of them stopped and bowed in the etiquette of the Tang dynasty's officials meeting the monarch. They said, "Tubo's envoy Nioritu and Zak pay respects to your majesty Tang emperors." Li Shimin waved his hand faintly as if nothing had happened. "Dispense with the formalities. Come and sit down." As Li Shimin's voice fell, the little eunuch hurriedly brought 2 futons and placed them on both sides of the center of the hall. After the 2 of them thanked Li Shimin, they sat down with trepidation. "For what reason have the 2 of you come to my great Tang?" Before the 2 of them could sit down, Li Shimin's voice made them hurriedly stand up again. Niorta hurriedly took out a gilded letter of credence from his arms and said, "This is a letter written by Songtsen Gambu to your majesty. I hope your majesty Tang emperors can read it." Zak also hurriedly got up, took out a letter of credence from his arms, and handed it to Shao Gizi. After a thorough examination of the martial arts, it was presented in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin did not read the letter of credence immediately, because he knew that the content of the letter of credence was nothing more than inviting the Tang dynasty to send troops and so on. Li Shimin casually put the letter of credence on the desk in front of him, then put his hands on it. Instead, he looked at the 2 of them and asked, "What brings you here this time?" The 2 of them looked at each other. Only then did Narita say, replying to your majesty, "Tubo is in great trouble this time, so my king sent this humble subject to ask for help from the Tang emperors. I hope that your majesty can give us some help for the sake of our friendship." "What kind of disaster did you encounter?" "If there is a food shortage, then you can go back. When you came to Chang'an, you should have seen that the Tang dynasty is basically the same as Tubo. You want to help? Just you wait." Sure enough, after hearing Li Shimin's words, Naritu and Zak did not have any reaction. Instead, they were silent for a while before they said, "Your Majesty, we are also aware of the current situation of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, we did not come here to ask for food or anything like that. Instead, we are here to ask your Majesty to send troops to suppress the rebellion in the territory for the sake of the diplomatic relations between the 2 countries." Li Shimin's eyes flashed. His eyes flashed with shock. "Oh? Rebellion? Yes. Previously, because of the shortage of food, I am ashamed to say it out loud. The people in my territory are rebelling, and our army is short of food. It is really, not only that, now India and the Turks are eyeing us covetously. Originally, this humble subject was ready to leave a month ago. However, there is some unrest at the border now, so this humble subject can only return to Yunqing first and wait for your Majesty to pacify the border before coming out. However, this rebellion is too rampant, so it has been delayed until now. Since force did not work, was he trying to use soft tactics?" Li Shimin glanced at Yu Qigong and Qing Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin did not make a sound. Instead, he used his foot to stomp hard on Qin Xiong's instep. Qin Xiong groaned in pain. Li Shimin pointed at Qin Xiong and said, "Dear Qin Xiong, do you have something to report?" What could Qin Xiong say? If he could not understand this matter, then he would not be able to survive. Qin Xiong cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this humble subject has received an urgent report from the garrison of Longyu and Jiannan. It is said that the places near Tubo and Tuyuhan have been plundered several times in this month. There have even been small-scale conflicts. Many people of the Tang dynasty have been killed and injured, and the number of people who have been plundered is no less than 5,000. Li Shimin heard this. He looked at Na Ritu with a dignified face and said, "This is the small conflict you told me about? What are my people of the Tang dynasty in your eyes? There is no need to talk about sending troops to help. I will give you 5 days to leave the Tang dynasty. Otherwise, you will be arrested as Tubo spies." The Tang dynasty, before Na Ritu could say anything. Li Shimin waved his sleeve. "Go. Do you think you can get me to send out my troops with just a few words? You must be thinking too much, right?" When Na Ritu and Zack heard Li Shimin's words, their faces changed greatly. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, this humble subject came here on behalf of our king. We are willing to sign a permanent vassal state with the Tang dynasty. Moreover, we will share all the military expenses and provisions for the Tang dynasty's help." What? He still has money and provisions? All the ministers were shocked. At this time, everyone felt more and more that this matter was unusual. Logically speaking, if such a thing really happened, they could resist it as long as they had provisions and supplies. Why did they need the Tang dynasty to help? If they had not heard Yuchi Gong mention Tuli's movements before, they would only think that there was something wrong with this matter. But now? Li Shimin and Wei Zheng looked at each other. A touch of surprise flashed through their eyes. He said lightly, "Are you sure about this?" Chapter 643. Na Ritu didn't understand Li Shimin's meaning and nodded. "This matter is written in the letter of credence." Li Shimin glanced at Na Ritu with a faint smile, then looked at Wei Zheng and the others and asked, "Dear officials, what do you think?" Wei Zheng's eyelids twitched. The emperor's heart is wild again. Does he really want to start a war? "Reporting to your Majesty, this old subject feels that we still need to discuss this matter. If we rashly send out troops, as the envoy said, India and the other countries are all waiting for us. If our great Tang sends out troops now, wouldn't that be the same as declaring war with India?" Du Ruhui and Fang Xianling also hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." Seeing that these people had spoken, the officials in the court also hurriedly shouted, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." What a joke. They had a large family and a lot of businesses. At this time, because they had opened up trade with Jinla, Tubo, and other countries, they had more businesses. If they started a war at this time, then, their losses would be really big. They didn't dare to say it before because these important people of the emperor didn't say anything. They didn't dare to be the first ones. But now that they had spoken, what should they do? They also hurriedly dissuaded. Li Shimin heard this and couldn't help but frown. However, he also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He waved his hand lightly and said, "You can stay in the Honglu temple for the time being. I know about this matter, but this is a serious matter. Let me think about it first. After 3 days, I will give you an answer whether it's successful or not." Na Ritu and Du Ruhui heaved a deep sigh of relief after hearing this. They hurriedly bowed and then left. After the two left, Li Shimin also didn't want to continue the morning court. He waved his hand and Xiao Gizi hurriedly said, "Court is dismissed." When everyone was slowly walking out, several little eunuchs called Wei Zheng and the others. When they followed the little eunuchs to the imperial study, Li Shimin was standing on the map and looking at it. When they entered the imperial study, Li Shimin pointed to the 2 opened letters of credence on the desk and said, "Take a look at these 2 letters of credence first." Hearing this, they picked up the 2 letters of credence and read them. The contents of the letters of credence were more or less the same. They just wanted to submit and ask the Tang dynasty to send troops to help them to suppress the rebels in their territory and resist the strong enemies who coveted them. As for the last clause mentioned in the map, it was not mentioned in the letter. It only said that if it was possible, the envoys could choose the best one, and it would be considered as their king's permission. What a sly old fox. After they finished reading it, they couldn't help cursing in their hearts. Fortunately, the emperor didn't agree just now. If he did, then, it was this moment of hesitation that allowed them to save a large amount of military supplies. If what they said was true, their soldiers wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. After a quarter of an hour, Li Shimin slowly turned around and looked at the people with different expressions. He first asked Yuchi Gong and the other two, Yuchi, do you three think we should fight this war or help? Yuchi Gong hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, if we want to help, it's possible. We only need to send 100,000 well-equipped soldiers without provisions. If what they said is true, then we will have at least 100,000 dawn of provisions left for our army. I'm afraid, Yuchi Gong paused. Seeing that Li Shimin didn't say anything, he continued, if we want to fight, I think it's really not appropriate to do it now. Why? Li Shimin asked. Yuchi Gong pointed at the map on the wall and said, Your Majesty, please look at this map. If what the emperor said is true, then India and the Turks are attacking us from both sides. If Tubo asks us to help, they will definitely be on guard. If we take advantage of this opportunity to enter Tubo's rear and take Tubo, we will force Tubo into a life and death struggle. In this way, we will be attacking them from three sides. The most crucial thing is that we don't have any provisions. If we fight, we will be in danger of being completely wiped out. If something happens to these 100,000 soldiers, the Western Gate will be completely lost. Li Shimin's eyes turned cold at Yuchi Gong's words. They couldn't fight. This was a rare opportunity. If they didn't fight now, they wouldn't be able to find another chance like this in the future. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Sun Wuji and the others and asked, Minister Zhang Sun, what do you think? What could Zhang Sun Wuji say? If they fought now, it would definitely harm others without benefiting themselves. However, the emperor's attitude was so firm that he didn't know what to say. Since the emperor asked, he could only bite the bullet and say, Your Majesty, this old subject also thinks that we can help, but we can't fight this battle. Li Shimin was completely speechless. They couldn't fight all of them. Was the army he had deployed at Longyu Road just for show? He didn't dare to do this, he didn't dare to do that. What else could he do? Li Shimin was a little frustrated. He waved his hand and said, You all are dismissed. Let me think about it. Chapter 644. Zhang Feng had been very busy these days. He was so busy that his heels were barely touching the back of his feet. He had found more than a dozen craftsmen to make an ordinary compass. They had talked until their mouths were sore, and they had even drawn the required items on a wooden board. The craftsmen were still not satisfied with the result. A few triangular boards were crooked. Zhang Feng had no choice but to spend a large sum of money to buy a batch of rice paper and cut it into the required size. Then, he used a thin bamboo stick to burn it with an oil lamp to make a simple pencil. He used a small knife to sharpen it and mark it on the paper. It took him at least a day to make the templates for the triangular boards, compasses, and other things. He had wanted to make them out of iron or glass, but how could the craftsman of this time do that? So, he could only settle for the next best thing. However, as he gave up again and again, these craftsmen, who were called the best carpenters in Chang'an city except for the Ministry of Works, could not make them. At this moment, just as Zhang Feng was worrying, the housekeeper of the Zhang mansion knocked on the door of the small tavern in a hurry. Son-in-law. Son-in-law. Zhang Feng's face darkened when he heard that. But he still opened the door. What's the matter? Call me Zhang Feng or Prince Zhang. Can you not call me son-in-law? The old housekeeper smiled honestly. Yes, son-in-law. Zhang Feng was speechless. What's the matter? Old master heard that son-in-law is looking for skilled carpenters in the city, so he specially asked me to ask if you have found any. If you haven't found any, the Zhang mansion has taken in a carpenter who used to work for the Ministry of Works. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up when he heard that. The Zhang family had been operating in Chang'an city for many years and had some contact with the palace. In terms of connections, they must be much better than those old soldiers. Plus, this person used to work for the Ministry of Works. What did that mean? Zhang Feng could not help but ask, where is this person now? As he spoke, Zhang Feng hurriedly welcomed the steward into the house. When he saw the steward sitting down, the steward was so scared that his entire body was trembling. This was the Marquis who was famous in Chang'an at this time. How could the officials bear to be welcomed by the Marquis in person? He hurriedly sat down and said, "Young master, this old carpenter is currently renovating the old house in master's hometown, Lantian. If you think it's okay, I'll go to the old house and invite him over for you." No need, no need. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands. Lantian isn't far from Shao Mountain. How about this, I'll give you these blueprints. I'll have to trouble you to personally make a trip to Lantian and see if the old craftsman can make it. If he can, send him directly to White Deer College in Shao Mountain. If you can't do it, how about we think of another way? Then, I'll go now. The steward hurriedly rushed out of the pub with the blueprint in his arms. Just as he was about to walk out of the tavern, he bumped into Li Shimon's arms. Li Shimon almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was also a little confused. He hurriedly supported Li Shimon and asked, "Lao Li, why are you here? Don't you know the trick?" Li Shimon took a breath and looked at the trembling steward and the things in his arms. His expression softened a little and said, "I have to knock on the door to come here, don't I?" Zhang Feng scratched his head. Li Shimon pointed to the steward and asked, "This is, Steward Zhang is here too, oh." Li Shimon didn't wait for Zhang Feng to finish his words. He gave a meaningful, "oh," and then held a fist and palm salute to the steward and said, "Then it's all right. Have a good trip." The steward shed tears of gratitude and hurried away. As soon as the steward left, Li Shimon sat on the stool and rubbed his chest. He asked, "What's wrong with this old man? Why is he in such a hurry? I heard that you almost overturned Chang'an city these 2 days and looked for carpenters all over the city. Why?" Zhang Feng pointed to the old steward. "It's because I want to make some precision teaching aids. In such a big Chang'an city, I can't find a skilled one." Fortunately, the Zhang family learned about this and said that they took in an old carpenter who used to work in the Ministry of Works. They asked me if I wanted him. What kind of teaching aids are so difficult to make? As far as I know, the musical house in Chang'an city sells all kinds of things. Li Shimon was confused. Zhang Feng shrugged and sighed. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I haven't seen you these days. What have you been busy with? Isn't it because of the famine? A lot of people are starving. Have you solved it?" Li Shimon smiled and shook his head. "If it hadn't been solved, how could I come here to have fun?" Zhang Feng nodded knowingly. "Well, since you're here, I'll cook a tortoise for you today." Li Shimon's face turned green. "Tortoise is a curse. And can it be eaten?" "Fengzi, are you cursing me?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. "Wait and you'll know. That thing is very nutritious." Li Shimon smiled speechlessly. "Well, then I'll wait. By the way, do you still have salt and pepper grasshoppers? Give me some. I'll drink first. There's a hidden compartment in the wine cabinet. Save some for me. There's only a little left." Chapter 645. Zhang Feng's tortoise had already been stewing in the pot for a long time. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to prepare 3 dishes and 2 soups in front of Li Shimon. The tempting aroma of the tortoise soup, coupled with the pepper and the taste of a green grass that Li Shimon didn't recognize, instantly made Li Shimon put down the wine bowl in his hand. He picked up the spoon, gently scooped up a spoonful of milky white soup, and took a sip. Instantly, the strong taste opened Li Shimon's taste buds. This time, Li Shimon didn't say a word, which was rare. Zhang Feng could also see that Li Shimon had encountered something, but since Lao Li didn't say anything, he couldn't ask. He could only accompany Li Shimon. After all, he also had a basket of troubles. In the end, the meal was finished. Li Shimon touched his slightly bulging belly, smacked his lips and drank Zhang Feng's unique tea, and said, "Every time I come to your place, I feel that I'm still alive." Zhang Feng smiled. "It seems like you've encountered something again?" Sigh. Li Shimon sighed deeply. "Isn't that so?" "It's all because of the drought." Zhang Feng was stunned. Could it be that it has something to do with the little yellow gate yesterday, and the Tubo envoy? Li Shimon nodded. "You still don't know, right? Because of the food shortage, there's now a civil rebellion in Tubo, which even lasted from Tuyuhan all the way to Tubo. I heard that the envoy brought news yesterday that as long as the Tang dynasty is near Tubo, it's been looted. You also know that after I started working with Shenla here, the focus of my business is basically in Tubo. This time, I've suffered a great loss." Zhang Feng couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. However, Zhang Feng already had a premonition about this. After all, this rotten idea came from him. At this time, seeing Li Shimon like this, Zhang Feng patted Li Shimon's shoulder and smiled. "I thought it was something big. Isn't this the one?" Li Shimon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "This is a small matter. You don't know. Yesterday, I personally went to ask Lord Zhangsun about business matters. Guess what Lord Zhangsun said? According to the Lord Zhangsun, the Tubo's Tuli Khan has mobilized 100,000 elite troops from Yuzhou, while India is also eyeing covetously. The Tubo people are here to ask for help." "So what?" Zhang Feng glanced at Li Shimon indifferently, clicked his tongue and said, "For such a small matter, your hair has turned white again? Is it necessary?" Li Shimon was speechless. "I say, Fengzi, you really don't mind watching a show? I heard that the emperor wants to go to war. Why are you still making sarcastic remarks here?" Zhang Feng pursed his lips. "Who did you hear that from?" "Lord Zhangsun." "Then you must have misheard. If you don't believe me, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "I bet that the emperor will not send troops." Li Shimon was stunned. His eyes flashed and asked, "Do you know that the emperor wants to take the opportunity to completely include Tubo and Tuyuhan into the territory of the Tang dynasty? And he doesn't want to send troops?" Zhang Feng smiled mysteriously. He clinked his wine bowl with Li Shimon, picked up a golden grasshopper and said, "I'm also talking about this. I can guarantee that as long as the emperor is not crazy, he will never agree to this." "Are you so sure?" Zhang Feng didn't say anything. He just looked at Li Shimon with a smile. Li Shimon couldn't help but frown slightly. "Why?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "You don't understand this? You're still a businessman." Li Shimon's face blushed. "How would I know such a big national issue? I'm a businessman. I only care about my business." Zhang Feng patted the oil and salt in his hand and said, "Well, I'll give you a lesson today. There's a reason why I said that this war won't be fought. Do you remember the way to deal with Tubo that I told you before?" Li Shimon thought for a while. In the end, he shook his head. He really didn't know about this matter. He should have heard about it because he vaguely remembered that Zhang Feng seemed to have said it. But he was too busy and forgot about it. Li Shimon couldn't help but ask, "I'd like to hear the details. It seems that you really forgot about it." Zhang Feng sighed and continued, "Do you remember what I said when Tubo came to ask for a water wheel last time?" Hearing this, Li Shimon instantly remembered what happened last time. He nodded and said, "I remember, but this time is different. The Tang dynasty is on the side of the right time and the right place. Can you guarantee that the emperor won't send troops? And the Turks have this idea. If the Turks take advantage of the situation and invade, won't the door of the Tang dynasty be completely open?" Zhang Feng smiled. "You don't understand this, do you? When I said that we won't fight, I didn't mean that we won't help Tubo withstand the firepower. Let me ask you, if you want to buy a house and this house has just been burned down, will you buy it? Li Shimin shook his head. That's it. Now Tubo is equivalent to this house that has been burned into a mess in the fire. Now, this person asks you to help him put out the fire. Are you going to buy it at the lowest price at this time? Or are you going to buy it when you help him put out the fire and let him repair it? Chapter 646. Li Shimin naturally understood what Zhang Feng meant. However, this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. If he missed this opportunity and gave Tubo a chance to struggle at death's door, he would still be an uncertain factor. There might even be some friction between the two sides. Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked, although the outside world knows this, you don't know about the problem at the border. If we can take it down in one fell swoop, although it's a bit shabby, at least we have a good reason to send troops now. But in the future, then, don't worry about this. If the emperor doesn't have a problem here, he won't start a war now. Zhang Feng pointed to his head. Li Shimin was speechless, but he still asked, why do you think the emperor won't start a war? Because the emperor isn't stupid. You know the current situation of Tubo. It's so shabby. If we take over Tubo now, we'll have the right time, place, and people. But the most important thing is that you have to feed them with food from your own pocket. Now, do you think the Tang dynasty has the ability to share the food in its mouth and feed the people in that large piece of land? Definitely not. And there's another important problem that you haven't thought of. I know what Lao Li is thinking. After all, your main business now is Tubo. You'll profit the most if you take over Tubo. But have you ever thought about the current situation of the Tang dynasty? Li Shimin didn't even think about it. There's a shortage of food. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder. Yes. There's a shortage of food. Think about it. Now, there's a shortage of food everywhere in the Tang dynasty, let alone in the army. The army is basically stationed at the border of the barren land. Now, Chang'an city has just solved the problem of food and clothing. Do you think the barren land at the border will be better? Li Shimin couldn't help but understand. Why would Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and the others, who had always been warlike, retreat at this time? It turned out that they lacked food. However, Li Shimin still couldn't figure it out. He asked, if we miss this opportunity, won't it be difficult for Tubo to fight again? After all, I heard that Tubo is here to pledge allegiance. What is this? Zhang Feng didn't even think about it. After all, there wasn't much in the future except for television. The more he saw, the more he understood. Although Zhang Feng didn't remember much about this kind of military novels, he could still vaguely remember some things about it. Zhang Feng thought for a moment and said, actually, this thing is very simple. If you really want to take it down, you can do it at any time. Li Shimin pursed his lips and looked at Zhang Feng rolling up his sleeves and putting his feet on the stool. It was obvious that this guy was about to start showing off. However, Li Shimin also wanted to know what this kid was capable of. Li Shimin took the opportunity to ask, then tell me, if this thing is over, how should we deal with it? Zhang Feng heard this and patted Li Shimin's shoulder. Lao Li. You don't understand this, right? Let me explain it to you. First of all, it's definitely not possible now. I said it last time, and I'll say it again this time. When that piece of junk comes back, you'll have to mend it. Also, this piece of junk might not follow you wholeheartedly. It's like a dog that can't be fed well. What do you want it for? Then how do we deal with it? According to your method, won't it be even more difficult after this famine? Li Shimin asked in surprise. Yes. 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 Zhang Feng smiled slyly. If I say you don't understand this stuff, then you really don't. If you say you don't understand, then why are you still talking here? Isn't it good to do your business properly? Li Shimin's mouth twitched. Isn't it because I don't understand that I have to ask? Otherwise, if there's a big change, won't my business be the first to be affected? When that time comes, I'll be easily affected, and you'll also get less money, right? Also, you need money everywhere now. Li Shimen's words poked Zhang Feng's sore spot. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. Look at you, why are you talking about this stuff out of the blue? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said, let's not talk about this first. As long as I'm here, you'll be like the turtle in the pot, eating a weight, and you'll be safe. Li Shimen suspected that Zhang Feng was scolding him again, but he still couldn't find any evidence. At this time, Zhang Feng continued, actually, to put it bluntly, it's just that the Tang dynasty isn't strong enough. Look, from the current situation around the Tang dynasty, you can see this point. The Goguryeo in the north, the Shui in the east, the Japanese pirates, the Turks, and so on are all hidden dangers. Now, there's also India. But these are all small problems, and the most important thing is still that dashi. Dashi? Li Shimen was dumbfounded. What does this have to do with dashi? Zhang Feng stared and said with a faint smile, it doesn't have anything to do with it, but this is only temporary. After the meridians of the western regions are opened, the reputation of the Tang dynasty will spread far and wide. This dashi, which is on par with the Tang dynasty, will come to touch the Tang dynasty. Chapter 647. And there is a natural barrier between the Tang dynasty and dashi. Li Shimen narrowed his eyes. A map of the territory of the Tang dynasty instantly appeared in his mind. He said, you mean Tubo? Yes. That's why I said it's not the right time to make a move. At this time, once we take Tubo, it will be easier to attack the city than to defend it. You know the current situation. If we recuperate while rescuing them, and then spread out the spies we have in Tubo to form an intelligence network, Li Shimen was shocked. Based on the intelligence reports, the 3,000 or so people that had been sent out before had grown into tens of thousands. Furthermore, these people were all loyal to the spies. These 3,000 people were all distant relatives of the various high dukes. In terms of loyalty, there was generally no problem. But now, Zhang Feng was going to make a move on these spies? Finally, Li Shimen finally understood why Zhang Feng had planted so many spies so early and didn't intend to take Tubo in the end. It turned out that this was the reason. Li Shimen suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, did you think of so many things from the beginning? Then you deliberately spread these 3,000 spies out, let them develop freely, settle down in Tubo, get married, and develop your subordinates? Zhang Feng's face was a little red. Well, more or less. Seeing this, Li Shimen. He couldn't help but be stunned. How did you do it? How long has it been since the outbreak of the drought and we went to Tubo for help? And so many things have happened during this time. How can you calculate so accurately? And you can accurately predict that the emperor will really send out spies? Zhang Feng pointed to his head. Li Shimen was speechless for a while. Even if you were beaten to death, you would still ask, Feng Zi, although what you said makes sense, there's still something I don't understand. Although this matter seems very reasonable, this is an outsider after all. What exactly is he thinking? None of us know. Wrong. Zhang Feng interrupted Li Shimen and said, although the old saying is correct, those who are not of our race will have different intentions, don't forget one thing, the principle that whoever has milk is the mother. Right now, people are dying of starvation everywhere in Tubo. I don't believe that when the emperor stockpiled grain, he didn't tell them that the first thing to do in Tubo was stockpiling grain. After all, in this era, whoever controls food has the right to live. For example, I have food in Pyrolite Mountain, but I don't want to pay for it. What should I do? I'll take food and work instead. That's why there are thousands of people marching forward together. What is this? This was based on the philosophy of survival. What gave them hope was that after the construction was completed, their children would be able to see their descendants studying in this academy. What was this? This is hope. If the same principle is used in Tubo now, what do you think they will do? Li Shimen did know that food was precious now. Even in the Tang dynasty, he knew that there were people who used their children or an acre of land in exchange for a bucket of rice. The same principle had happened countless times in the Tang dynasty and even before that. Many people were familiar with it, let alone those from the house of High Duke. How could they not know this? That was impossible. Li Shimin couldn't help but find out that even if they didn't send a single soldier, as long as these 3,000 people seized this opportunity, then in a few years, more than half of Tubo's actual control would be in the hands of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin exclaimed in shock that it was impossible. Fengzi, how did you do it? Now that I've combined everything that you've said and everything that happened before, I finally understood this matter. You. How did you do it? If that's the case, then wouldn't your majesty not need to expend a single soldier? In just a few years, Tibet will naturally become the land of my great Tang? Zhang Feng smiled contemptuously. With your brain, you only know how to do small business. Do you know why I let your son come to the academy? Although Li Shimin was despised, he also admitted that Zhang Feng's plan was vicious. This was the most vicious plan to exterminate a family. Although he knew that Zhang Feng wanted to exterminate his family, Li Shimin couldn't help but tremble after thinking it through. Whoever dared to be targeted by this guy was simply, Li Shimin started to sympathize with Tubo. However, Li Shimin still asked curiously, Fengzi, what you're saying now seems to be somewhat different from the national policy you mentioned before. It seems to be a bit like the shadow of the Zhuge Testament. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise and said, Oh, I couldn't tell. When did Lao Li start to study military books? Li Shimin realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He laughed and said, Didn't you say that you were going to teach them about heavy cavalry? I had nothing to do, so I read military books. Zhang Feng nodded and then shook his head. That's right, this is indeed a military book. However, what you said is not complete. This is the foundation of White Deer College. Lao Tzu not only wants to teach 9 scholars, but Lao Tzu also wants to cultivate 9 generals. This is the treasure of my college, Military Studies. Chapter 648. What kind of person could think of such a thing? As for what Zhang Feng said about the treasure of the academy, the 9 imperial scholars, and the 9 generals, he automatically ignored it. This kid just liked to show off. But he was not sure. After all, what Zhang Feng said just now was too terrifying. Although he admitted that Zhang Feng was talented, how much could Qing Chumo and the others learn? It would be good if they could learn a little. However, he was still deeply attracted by the magical military science. After all, this thing, if he thought carefully, seemed to be able to be combined with Zhang Feng until now, such as the strategy to deal with the Turkic Tubo and the other countries, as well as the plan to devise strategies. Although it seemed to be national policy, it was very similar to this so-called military science. After that, he talked about the 8 waters, fine salt, and other legendary things. In fact, in the end, it was all about careful observation in life that could be done. However, not a single person was able to see through it. This was a little scary. However, what Li Shimin was most interested in right now was to personally take a look at this so-called military science book. If there was a book, then no matter how much it would cost, he would get it. What was this thing that was locked in the small cabinet? This was the heirloom of the Li family. Li Shimin could not help but pour a bowl of wine for Zhang Feng and hand it to Zhang Feng. This scene made Zhang Feng very suspicious. What? Come, Fengzi, let's drink. Although Zhang Feng was suspicious, he still drank a bowl of wine with Li Shimin. When Zhang Feng was almost finished, Li Shimin rubbed his hands and asked, Fengzi, what is this military science you said? Can you tell me? How could Zhang Feng not know what Li Shimin was holding back? Seeing this, he folded his hands and asked, What? Are you going to change careers and join the army? You're already so old. Even though we're partners in the academy, I still won't accept you. If news of this were to spread out, saying that I, Zhang Feng, accepted a good brother, a good elder brother, to come to the White Deer Academy to learn, wouldn't my backbone be broken? Well, no, I just want to hear it. Isn't it because I have nothing to do after drinking? Let's just take it as a toast. Moreover, giving pointers to the world and drinking together, what a wonderful thing this is. Zhang Feng heard this and felt that it made a little sense. He smacked his lips and pointed to the kitchen. You want to hear it? There is a pot of braised meat on the stove. Go get it, I am brewing it. Before Zhang Feng finished speaking, Li Shimin got up and rushed into the kitchen. If others were to see this scene, they would be scared out of their wits. The emperor was actually in a small tavern, and in a small tavern in Chang'an city at that, being ordered around by a shopkeeper. Anyone who saw this would definitely think that they were dreaming. However, this was not important to Li Shimin. After all, in this small tavern, he only treated himself as Zhang Feng's elder brother, a good brother. Furthermore, if anyone were to find out about Zhang Feng's godly skills, not to mention getting him to serve a pot of food, even if he had to empty a chamber pot, there would still be people willing to do so. What was this? What Zhang Feng was going to talk about was a type of military knowledge that had never been mentioned in military books. Not long later, Li Shimin brought out the fine salt bowl and placed it on the table. He even placed a large amount of beer and white wine on the table. Then, he sat at the seat closest to Zhang Feng and looked at Zhang Feng. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Feng's foot was on the stool, he would have wanted to sit beside Zhang Feng. At this moment, Zhang Feng ate a piece of pork intestine and said unhurriedly, "Actually, I have a different set of ideas about military knowledge here. Furthermore, for something to appear in my White Deer College, I can guarantee that this is definitely something that has never been seen before in history. It's like this, wait, I'll call someone in to record it." When Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was about to start nagging again, he hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng. He rushed to the front of the small tavern and shouted, "Gizi! Come quickly!" Little Gizi, who was hiding in the dark, trembled. He hurriedly tidied himself up and appeared in the small tavern like a normal person. Quickly record every word that Brother Zhang Feng says. If you dare to miss a single word, go back and break one of your legs. Little Gizi's face turned pale. He hurriedly called in 3 little eunuchs to help. Then, while Zhang Feng was bragging and talking about this matter, one of them hurriedly recorded the emperor's words while the other 2 recorded Zhang Feng's words. Even so, the 3 of them were drenched in sweat. F***ck, this beast. Can't you speak more slowly? Zhang Feng rambled on for a long time. Li Shimin was also annoyed. However, he didn't dare to interrupt. He could only continuously pour wine into Zhang Feng's mouth. After a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng finally spoke eloquently about modern military knowledge and a set of ideas about military training. When Zhang Feng finished speaking, Li Shimin was completely dumbfounded. In his mind, there was only one sentence that kept repeating over and over again. Heavens! Soldiers can be trained like this? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the things we learned before are all dog's hit? Chapter 649. 2 hours later. After telling the story, Zhang Feng was finally knocked to the ground by Li Shimin's beer. Looking at Zhang Feng, who was sleeping and snoring, Xiao Tianyu waved his hand. Li Shimin waved his hand in shock. In an instant, 2 maids disguised as maids appeared at the door. They hurriedly helped Zhang Feng to the backyard to wash up. If Zhang Feng was sober, he would never dare to fall asleep. No matter how drunk he was, he had to hold on. After all, how could the maids who could follow Li Shimin and serve Li Shimin be ugly? Moreover, 2 of them were serving him in the bath. This was simply, however, this was not important. Li Shimin looked at the information recorded on the thick sheets of paper in his hand and his hands could not help trembling. Good, Gizi, you did well. You 2 did well too. Come and reward these 2 eunuchs. As Li Shimin spoke, the Jinwu guards hurriedly appeared and broke the necks of the 2 eunuchs who were kneeling on the ground to express their gratitude. Little Gizi seemed to have been aware of this, or he seemed to be used to it. After all, what was this about? This was a big secret. If someone with ulterior motives had the information in Li Shimin's hands, then, the Tang dynasty would be in danger. Li Shimin absolutely did not want to see this happen. Little Gizi knew. After dealing with the 2 eunuchs, Li Shimin turned to look at Zhang Feng, who was being washed by two maids in a big pot with a burning fire, and said lightly, "Today, you two stay and serve him well." After that, Li Shimin hurriedly left. After all, he always felt that holding such a thing in his hand was as heavy as Mount Tai. When he walked out of the tavern, Li Shimin let out a deep breath. He plunged into the palanquin that had arrived in a hurry and left. Little Gizi stared deeply at Zhang Feng with a complicated expression. "Brat, you're really lucky to be able to get the emperor's favor." Xiao Gizi was Li Shimin's personal servant. He naturally knew how important Zhang Feng was to Li Shimin. Moreover, in Xiao Gizi's opinion, the emperor was always alone, especially after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate. The emperor became even more lonely. He was even a little depressed. After that, the emperor went through the Wei River Alliance, which was the last straw that broke Li Shimin's back. However, these were all things before Zhang Feng appeared. After Zhang Feng's appearance, not to mention the emperor, the current Chang'an city, and even the entire Tang dynasty, became vigorous and different. For example, the previous Tang dynasty was like an old man covered in scars. After Zhang Feng's appearance, the whole thing changed. Although Xiao Gizi couldn't say anything, he always felt that everything in the world was in the emperor's hands. Xiao Gizi gently closed the door of Zhang Feng's tavern, told a Jinwu guard to guard Zhang Feng all night, and hurriedly followed Li Shimin's palanquin. In the palanquin, Li Shimin looked at the things in his hands again and again, as if he wanted to engrave every word Zhang Feng said in his mind. He was born in the army. For the first 12 years, he was the Prince of Qin, the young masterly that everyone envied. Since the Taiyuan rebellion, he had become the Prince of Qin that everyone feared. It could be said that he spent the first 10 years of his life studying all kinds of ancient books. Then, for the next 10 years, he spent his days on horseback killing people or studying military books. It was only after the Black Tortoise Gate that he truly became an emperor. However, he still had the temperament of a soldier in his bones. He knew all the training methods in the army like the back of his hand. But what did he see today? He actually saw a military training concept that he had never seen before. Cold resistance, diving ability, running with weights, rapid marching, lying on wooden stakes, and so on. What were these? Although it seemed to be useless in a military camp, in his impression, didn't soldiers train and fight on the drill ground? However, in Zhang Feng's military training book, he faintly felt that fighting was secondary. The most important thing was the arrangement of the formation, the overall combat ability of the team, and the individual ability. Although these seemed a little strange, after Li Shimin thought about it carefully, he was shocked to find that if he used 100 soldiers to train according to this method, they would not be able to do much. At that time, they would not need any formations. They would only need to use the formations that they had trained to cooperate with, and they would be able to charge and kill 1,000 top-notch veterans. The result would be a complete victory for these 100 people. Li Shimin couldn't help but be aghast. There weren't many soldiers who had fought. If he counted all the soldiers in his mind, there would be at most 300,000 soldiers. Moreover, they were spread all over the north, Yuzhou, Longyu, and other places. If all the people in the military camps learned this thing, then he would. Li Shimin didn't dare to think about it. He was shocked to discover that if those 100,000 soldiers were trained according to Zhang Feng's training method, they would only need 3 months of hard work. 300,000 soldiers could be used as 800,000 or even 1 million soldiers. Moreover, what was more terrifying was that Zhang Feng hadn't mentioned his impenetrable shield and his invincible spear. If he added these, then... Chapter 650. Old Hey, can you King hurry up? You're dawdling like a girl. The next morning. In Qin Yaojin's residence, Yuqi Gong's loud voice reverberated in the huge duke's residence, causing all the servants to tremble in fear. In the courtyard, Yuqi Gong, Qin Xiong and Qin Shubao, who had changed into casual attire, were waiting anxiously like a black tower. Ever since they found out about Zhang Feng's incident 2 days ago, their hearts had already flown to Zhang Feng's little tavern. However, because of Tubo's incident, they did not dare to be careless. They could only suppress the restlessness in their hearts and wait. However, this wait was unbearable. During this period, they had also inquired about Zhang Feng. When they found out that the miraculous porridge with bone-strengthening powder and chicken, duck, and pig's gizzard was made by Zhang Feng, how could they sit still? Behind them, there were tens of thousands of brothers who were starving. How could such a good thing be given to the damned commoners and let the soldiers starve? That was why after the morning court meeting ended, the two of them couldn't wait to carry Cheng Yaojin all the way back to the Duke's public house. The moment they entered, they took off their official robes and pointed at two Cheng Yaojin who were about the same size as them and helped them change into their robes. After dressing up like this, Yuqi Gong, who was already ferocious and had a face full of curly beard, really looked like a nouveau riche. It was just that he looked like a bandit who made a fortune. Qin Xiong was slightly better. After all, he was born handsome. Although he was old and wore a military uniform all year round, when he put on the brocade robes, he instantly looked like a businessman. Amidst Yuqi Gong's angry shouts and curses, Cheng Yaojin dawdled out of the room. He patted the brand new jade belt on his big belly and reluctantly stretched. "Let's go. You're so impatient. I've already said that this kid is still sleeping. You don't believe me? Let's go eat the northwest wind." Just like that, the three of them were too lazy to even ride horses. After all, those things were too ostentatious. Just like that, Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Gong continued on their way, cursing and swearing. The shocked crowd was forced to retreat, thinking that bandits had entered the city. Although it was still early in the morning market of Chang'an city was still bustling with activity. However, there were many people selling, and as for the people buying, there were basically not many people. The Guangzhong people had a bad habit. He didn't know where it came from. Early in the morning, he would carry a teapot or a birdcage and wander around the streets. When he met an acquaintance, he would brag about it and then walk away. Although their stomachs were growling from hunger, they still couldn't get rid of their bad habit of wandering around. When Yuqi Gong's extraordinary height appeared on the street, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, when they looked at Yuqi Gong's curly beard, which still had traces of grease on it, coupled with his ferocious appearance, the entire street instantly fell silent. The three of them didn't seem to be surprised. Each of them was holding a large handful of roasted chicken legs, and several bamboo beer cans were hanging from their shoulders with hemp ropes. While eating, they bragged about what had happened beyond the Great Wall. When the three of them walked to the small tavern, they touched their stomachs and their faces were very red. Cheng Yaojin pointed at Zhang Feng's closed door and said, "See, I told you that this kid doesn't get up until noon. Even if he gets up, it's because he has to urinate. You didn't believe me? Let's go, let's find a jar of fermented glutinous rice to moisten our throats. There was a damn dumpling stall here before." When Yuqi Gong heard that there was dumpling, he touched his huge belly and looked around. "Where is it? Lao Tzu hasn't eaten dumplings in Chang'an for a long time." Cheng Yaojin broke a branch to pick his teeth and said, "He went to Xingshan Academy with this kid. I heard that he's learning something about mathematics from the kid from the Du family." Yuqi Gong stared. How is that possible? Did all the people in Tonghui Fong go there? Along the way, only this Tonghui Fong was special. What was different? It was just that on the road, there wasn't even a damn barbecue stall, not to mention people strolling around. Now Yuqi Gong finally understood what was going on here. It turned out that they had all gone up the mountain to eat some kind of porridge. The three of them had just drunk a lot of beer and squatted on the road for a while. Instantly, their expressions became unnatural. They looked around, trying to find a place to pee, but there was no place. In the end, under Cheng Yaojin's horrified gaze, this silly guy directly kicked Zhang Feng's door to pieces. And in the midst of this loud noise, the Jinwu guards who had stayed behind to protect Zhang Feng hurriedly jumped out. But when they saw that it was Yuqi Gong, they were so scared that their legs trembled. They hurriedly bowed and gestured for him to leave. Then, they hurriedly ran away. Zhang Feng, who was sleeping soundly, thought that there was an earthquake when he heard this loud noise. He was stunned and hurriedly ran out. But in front of him, he saw a black wall rushing towards him. "Kid, where's the outhouse?" When Yuchi Gong saw a disheveled teenager running out as soon as he entered the door, he only thought that he was a waiter. He picked up Zhang Feng like he was picking up a chick and asked. Zhang Feng was stunned. Pointing at the backyard behind him, Yuchi Gong let go, and Zhang Feng instantly fell on his butt. At this time, while Zhang Feng's face was full of question marks, Qing Yaojin walked in with an awkward expression. Zhang Feng pointed at the person behind him and asked, "Old Chen, who's this silly guy?" Chapter 651. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He was sleeping in his own house. Not only was the door smashed, but he was also lifted up and asked about the bathroom. "Damn you. Is that all? It's so early in the morning. Can't you solve the problem outside the door? Why are you so anxious? F***ck your second uncle." Qing Yaojin was known for his thick skin, but at this time, he couldn't help but blush. "Well, Fengzi, this. Well, you can call him Old You. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Old Qin." How could Zhang Feng care about this now? His mind was full of that silly girl. He couldn't help but feel angry now. He casually greeted the two of them, then hurriedly went into the bedroom, ready to put on the clothes of the Great Confucian and come out to show off. Qin Xiong was also a little dumbfounded. Seeing Zhang Feng enter the bedroom, he pointed at Zhang Feng and asked, "The person you are talking about, is he?" Qing Yaojin was speechless. He looked at Qin Xiong and said, "What do you think?" This time, Qin Xiong was also speechless. "Let's not talk about this for the time being. Let's talk about Zhang Feng." After being drunk by Old Li yesterday, he didn't know what was going on. Just now, he heard a loud noise and walked out of the door in a daze. Then, he met such an idiot. Now, he didn't feel sleepy at all. When he returned to the bedroom again, he was completely stunned. He saw two beautiful women standing in front of his bed. Although the two of them were wearing servant girls' dresses, they still couldn't hide their graceful figures and their charming faces. Although the Tang dynasty advocated the beauty of plump bodies, it was all because they didn't have enough to eat before. Therefore, in order to show the wealth of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin said that plump bodies were beautiful and let the world see the wealth of the Tang dynasty. It was all because of this year's locust plague that they started to take shape. But now, because of Zhang Feng's appearance, Li Shimin seemed to have forgotten about the beauty of plump breasts. After all, who would like a fatty? There was no one. Looking at these two women, although they couldn't compare with Jingshu or Zhang Yuyao, they were still rare beauties. But why would these two women appear in his room? What was going on? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. When the two women saw Zhang Feng looking at them in a daze, they couldn't help but lower their cheeks and perform the palace etiquette. Servant Little Yao and Yao Hong greet Prince Zhang. About that, I want to ask, where am I? What have I done before? Zhang Feng was dumbfounded and completely at a loss. The two women wanted to laugh, but they also understood the importance of this person in the emperor's heart. One of them was called Tao Hong. Her face was very round, and he didn't know whether her cheeks were painted with rouge or were naturally red. Anyone who looked at her would want to pinch her cheeks. At this time, Tao Hong said, "Prince Zhang was drunk yesterday, so I and Master asked us to stay and serve Prince Zhang." Damn it. Zhang Feng naturally understood what it meant to serve. He hurriedly lifted the quilt subconsciously and saw that the bed sheet was still gray as before. Only then did he breathe a deep sigh of relief, but he also sighed a little. Didn't they say that if the people of the Tang dynasty were served by maids, it meant, Mother F***ker, all these history books and novels are F***king liars. Under the strange eyes of the two women, Zhang Feng sat on the bed and said embarrassedly, "Well, do you want to stay? Or go back?" "Of course, we want to go back." Tao Hong pursed her lips, held back her laughter, and said, "Of course, if young master wants us to stay and serve you, my master will also agree." There was such a good thing. Brother, Zhang Feng was originally very excited, but when he thought of Chintinu and the other idiots, although he really wanted the two women to stay, he forced himself to pretend to be a gentleman and said reluctantly, "I don't need you for the time being. If I need you, I will ask Lao Li for you too." When Tao Hong and Little Yao heard this, a touch of disappointment flashed in their eyes, but they recovered in a flash. After all, to be able to stand out among so many maids in the palace, they naturally had some ability to serve Li Shimin. The two women bowed again and were ready to leave, but Zhang Feng stopped them. "Well, I don't know how to wear this robe. Can you help me put it on?" "Okay, Prince Zhang." When the two women heard this, they covered their mouths and chuckled, then picked up the neatly folded robe. However, when the two women shook the robe, their faces changed dramatically. They had naturally seen the robe of the great scholar. At this time, seeing it again, and it was in Zhang Feng's place, the two women couldn't help but be deeply shocked. However, the two women didn't say anything. They just let Zhang Feng do a good job, combed Zhang Feng's long hair, and changed his clothes. Zhang Feng just sat there and let the two women serve him. Except for the cloth in his crotch, they changed everything for him. At this time, Zhang Feng also realized that his original cloth in his crotch was gone, and the one he was wearing now was the one he was going to throw away before. Could it be? Zhang Feng suddenly thought of something and pointed to his chest. "What happened to my clothes?" Replying to Prince Zhang, "You were drunk yesterday, and my master asked us to help you take a bath." Although Zhang Feng's skin was extremely thick, he couldn't help but blush when he heard it. Originally, he wanted to experience the feeling of a rich family. He didn't expect that this was really embarrassing. Chapter 652. Zhang Feng acted as if he was fleeing from a disaster. After the two women changed their clothes, he hurriedly walked out of the bedroom. The two women were very polite and didn't say anything. When they came out, they saw Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Gong, who had just solved a big problem, and couldn't help but be stunned. However, the two women also saw that it was a big matter, so they only bowed and then hurriedly left. At that moment, Yuqi Gong was a little confused. He then took a closer look at Zhang Feng. It would have been better if he did not look, but when he did, he was instantly shocked. This kid was actually wearing the clothes of a great scholar? Yuqi Gong had naturally seen the two women before. They were Li Shimin's personal palace maids. What did it mean that they had come out of Zhang Feng's bedroom? He saw that Zhang Feng was ignoring him and standing straight at the door, looking outside with his hands behind his back. Yuqi Gong asked suspiciously, "Old Black, who is this kid?" Qing Yaojin glanced at Yuqi Gong and snorted as a reply. This made Yuqi Gong feel as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. Although Zhang Feng was looking outside, his ears were perked up as he carefully listened to the conversation between the two. When he heard that Old Black was actually so awesome, he could not help but praise him in his heart. This iron tower of a fool should be taught a lesson like this. Damn it, why would someone kick someone's door in the morning? Why would he lift the owner up as soon as he entered? What was this? This was a slap in the face. How would Lao Tzu survive on this street from now on? Did he not care about his reputation? After the three of them took turns to open the floodgates to let the water out, Yuqi Gong saw that Zhang Feng was still ignoring them and could not help but panic. After all, not to mention the magical military book, the magical porridge was the best way to solve the military's food shortage. He had eaten that thing before, and it was indeed very magical. Not only did it have the fragrance of meat, but his old legs did not flare up while he was eating the porridge. What was this? This was a treasure. Furthermore, he had heard that Zhang Feng had even brought the divine Dr. Sun Simiao to Pyrolite Mountain to perfect the kanji. Yuqi Gong couldn't help but have some thoughts. But even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't dare associate that person with the kid in front of him. She didn't look like one at all. However, at this moment, Qing Yaojin ignored him and Qin Shubao sat there with a respectful expression without saying a word. This made Yuqi Gong's hair stand on end. Yuqi Gong was a man made of steel and had seen all sorts of situations. Since he would be cut down no matter what he did, Yuqi Gong stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. "Little brother, I apologize for offending you just now. I really needed to go to the toilet." If the patrolling soldiers found me peeing on the street, they would confiscate my tools. That's why I acted this way after I found out that Big Old Black and your shopkeeper are brothers. If I've offended you in any way, please forgive me. I will take full responsibility for this matter. And to offend you, I have a piece of ancient jade here that I'm willing to give to you. I'll send someone to give you 1,000 strings of cash as an apology. How about that? But I haven't asked who your master is. Whose disciple are you? He couldn't figure out the kid's identity, so he had no choice. When Zhang Feng heard that, he didn't want to fall out with old Chen, so he turned around and cupped his fists. He pointed at the door and said, "It's nothing, but my neck and butt are hurting right now." When Yuchi Gong heard that, how could he not know that the kid was taking advantage of the situation to extort him? He had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, "Old man originally suffered from old cold legs. An old friend of mine obtained a batch from Goguryeo." Hey! What are you talking about? Although 100-year-old ginseng is very precious, you don't need a whole cart. But since you're old Chen's friend, I won't stand on ceremony. How much is this door worth? I'll exchange it myself. Come. Have a seat. Yuchi Gong wanted to slap himself. Why didn't you say so earlier? Great, now it was a whole cart. No matter how rich his family was, a cart of 100-year-old ginseng would cost at least 10,000 strings of cash. But what could he do now? Moreover, the kid couldn't figure out his identity and was even wearing the clothes of a great scholar, yet old He didn't find it strange. He couldn't figure out Zhang Feng's identity, so he could only force a smile and cupped his fists. I haven't asked for your name yet, young man. Zhang Feng waved his hand and took out 3 jugs of 65-proof white wine from the wine cabinet. He then took out a jug of 15-proof sake and handed it to the 3 of them. Finally, he placed the 15-proof sake in front of him and cupped his fists. I apologize for my lack of care. I'm Zhang Feng, and I'll be the shopkeeper of this tavern. Yuchi Gong was dumbfounded. Qin Shubao was dumbfounded. So, this kid was Zhang Feng? Was he also the shopkeeper of this tavern? Or was he a great scholar? Qin Shubao seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and cupped his fists. I've heard a lot about Prince Chang'an. Chang'an University is not only well known in Chang'an City, but also in the remote areas of Jiannan Province. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to be able to meet me today. Chapter 653. Yuchi Gong went crazy. He finally connected all the dots in Qin Shubao's words. He had heard of the Chang'an Academy. After all, his 2 sons had been kidnapped by the Crown Prince. How could he not know? However, they only knew that it was opened by a young man named Zhang Feng, who was only 20 years old. With just 3 poems, he was jointly recommended by Yu Shinan, Chu Suiliang, and the other 3 great scholars to be a great scholar. But why didn't he associate it with this boy? Now that he had offended Zhang Feng, he suddenly felt that his 2 silly sons were going to be in trouble. Yuchi Gong hurriedly cupped his fists and looked Zhang Feng up and down. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "So you're the famous Zhang Feng. No discord, no concord. I was reckless today. Don't worry, in 3 days, a cart of Korean ginseng will be sent here. Take it as my apology. I've heard that Xingshan Academy is marvelous, but as you can see, I don't even know how to read a basket of words, but I've got a book called Han Fizi. Please kindly accept it." Zhang Feng's expression changed. Han Fizi. Since it was Han Fizi. And it was a rare book. In the future, Han Fizi could only be summarized from rumors and words of various dynasties. The real Han Fizi had long disappeared in the long river of history. Although he didn't know if this Han Fizi was Han Fizi's original work, it would be a good sign in the academy. What did the ancient academies compete with? They competed with the talents in high school and the number of books they collected. And what did they compete with in the collection of books? It was these rare books, the only books. This was especially true for rare and one-of-a-kind ancient books from before the Qin dynasty. After all, that was an era that people yearned for, and everything now basically evolved from those works. For example, Sun Tzu's Art of War and so on. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Thank you for your gift, old you. I'll remember this favor. If you need me in the future, just let me know." Yu Qigong couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this. Indeed, it proved the old saying that one could not catch the wolf without risking the child. Although he didn't understand Han Fizi, he wasn't stupid. He had already found someone to copy at least 10 copies. As for giving the only copy to Zhang Feng, on the one hand, it was for his son's sake. On the other hand, it was because of him. That was a book on the art of war. Zhang Feng was about to propose a toast, but when he saw the empty table and Xing Yao Jin in the tavern, he slapped his head and said, "I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please take a seat. I'll go and prepare the dishes." As he spoke, Zhang Feng hurriedly took off his robe and went into the kitchen. Wearing this thing was really a hindrance. He really didn't know why the people of this era cared so much about this robe. Within a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng hurriedly prepared some dishes to go with the wine. He also specially made 2 dishes from the crucian carps and crabs in the water tank in the backyard and served them to the table. As soon as Zhang Feng came to the table, the 3 people at the table had already poured themselves and drank. Seeing Zhang Feng come, Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong stood up and took the delicacies on the tray. Their gluttons had long been attracted by the fragrance of the kitchen. How could they sit still? They wolfed down the food. Zhang Feng raised the wine jar and said, "Old Yu, Old Qin, since you are friends with Old Chen, Fengzi, these 2 guys are Lao Li's right-hand men. If it weren't for the 2 of them in Long Yu, Lao Li wouldn't be so peaceful. Although they are his subordinates, it's better to say that they are Lao Li's brothers like us. Just treat them like us. Don't be so cliché. We're all uncouth men. There's no need to be so genteel." Zhang Feng understood when he heard this. He stopped being genteel and raised the wine jar. "I'll drink first. You guys can drink as much as you want." As he spoke, Zhang Feng raised the wine jar and was about to gulp it down. However, before the wine jar touched his mouth, a strong and pungent smell of alcohol rushed at Zhang Feng and made him frown. "Motherf asterisk cur, who gave me this liquor with a high alcohol content? If he drank this damn jar, wouldn't Lao Tzu go to see the king of hell?" But now, he had already acted cool. Moreover, among Xing Yao Jin and the other 2, Zhang Feng was so bold. How could they fall behind? Moreover, they had important matters to discuss with Zhang Feng today. The 3 of them also raised the wine jar and gulped it down. There was no other way. Zhang Feng looked around and smelled the alcohol. He couldn't tell who changed the wine, so he braced himself and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After a few mouthfuls, Zhang Feng was terrified. He sat down dizzily and only coughed. On the other hand, these 3 valiant generals continued to gulp it down as if it was plain water. "Good wine. Ha ha ha, Feng Zi's wine is really amazing. It's hard to believe that old He is hiding this thing like a treasure. Come, Feng Zi, let's continue. Since old He calls you Feng Zi, old man will call you that too." Yu Qigong drank happily. He had always drunk a lot. Moreover, there was a ban on alcohol in the military. He hadn't touched alcohol for almost a year. Now that he had, and it was such a good wine, how could he not drink to his heart's content? However, Zhang Feng's actions were all bark and no bite. Yu Qigong was displeased. He shook his beard and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. "Feng Zi, what's wrong? Are you looking down on me?" Zhang Feng looked at the fleas crawling up and down on Yu Qigong's curved beard in horror. He couldn't help but feel his scalp explode. In addition to Yu Qigong's slap, Zhang Feng felt as if his left shoulder had suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. Yu Qigong was also surprised. "Feng Zi, what's wrong with you? Did you collapse from exhaustion last night? Why is the body of someone who can come up with such amazing military knowledge so weak?" Chapter 654. Zhang Feng had already passed out at this time. Since he returned to Chang'an this time, he had been drunk every day. Zhang Feng wondered if he should not have come back. If it went on like this, his stomach would be perforated sooner or later. He coughed violently for a while. Zhang Feng hurriedly refused Yu Qigong's kindness and waved his hand repeatedly. "Brother, you're good at drinking. You guys continue. I've suffered on the mountain. I can't eat enough and sleep well every day. No matter how good my body is, it will be worn out. I'm not as good as you guys. Don't try to fool us. Last time my Tai Nyo came back, he said that you lived a good life on the mountain. Not only did you eat wine and meat every day, but you also cooked some roast chicken every day. You're not a good friend." Zhang Feng stared at Sheng Yaojin and his face darkened. But when he took a closer look, he found that Sheng Yaojin was completely fine after drinking a jar of wine. He was very different from before. He couldn't help but realize that the wine was exchanged by this grandson. And among the people at the table, only Sheng Yaojin knew that he had done this. But he had no evidence, so he could do nothing. Just like that, the dizzy Zhang Feng was forced to drink almost half a liter of wine by the three people. Seeing that Zhang Feng was talking too much, they couldn't help but stop. Instead, they asked Zhang Feng to eat. More than 2 hours later, Zhang Feng finally regained a little clarity. It couldn't be helped. Zhang Feng originally didn't have a high alcohol tolerance, but after drinking with these amazing people all day long, his alcohol tolerance slowly increased. Although it wasn't a huge amount, at least a liter of alcohol was nothing to him. However, today's situation was a bit abnormal. Even a fool could see it, let alone someone like Sheng Yaojin who couldn't hide things. He had something to ask of him. Otherwise, why would this person give him a cart of Korean ginseng at the beginning? That would be a real fool. And not only that, he also gave him Han Fizi. What was Han Fizi? This was a genuine treasure, but this guy actually gave it to him so easily? If he wasn't an idiot, then he was an idiot. However, even though he looked like an idiot, he was able to work under Lao Li and make Lao Li hand over the entire Long Yu business to him. What did that mean? Moreover, Zhang Feng always felt that old Qin, who looked gentle and quiet, was not someone to be trifled with. After all, there was a saying. A full pot doesn't make a sound, but half of it is shaking. Zhang Feng deliberately pretended to be drunk. Although this appearance was a little too much, it never failed. Zhang Feng's reputation as a good drinker had long been known. This was a natural signboard. This time, he successfully prevented Zhang Feng from being drunk. After resting on the table for a long time, Zhang Feng pretended to catch his breath and asked, Old Qin, you don't know. Feng Zi doesn't say anything else, but there's one thing that I want to talk to you about. Go out and ask around. Who in this 10-mile radius doesn't know my name, Zhang Feng? Yes, you're right. Yu Qigong rubbed his hands together and dealt with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng suppressed the chill in his heart and put his arm around Yu Qigong's shoulder. Old Yu, did you run into some trouble? I'm not that talented, but I'm still good at reading fortunes and guessing. If you have any problems, tell me. Yu Qigong's eyes lit up when he heard this. However, Sheng Yaojin couldn't help but look at Zhang Feng suspiciously. This didn't seem like this kid's style. Could it be that this kid got drunk yesterday, and today, he drank until he became muddle-headed? However, Sheng Yaojin didn't think too much about it and said, Feng Zi, you don't know. Ever since we established trade with Tubo, business in Longyu Dao has increased. However, I'm sure you know about the recent happenings at the border, right? Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and nodded. Lao Li mentioned this yesterday. I thought that Lao Li was just talking drunkenly. Could it be true? Of course it's true. Yu Qigong sighed and grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and patted it. It hurt so much that Zhang Feng winced. Only then did Yu Qigong let go of Zhang Feng and said, This matter started a month ago. A month ago, the border wasn't peaceful. Those who traded cows, sheep, and horses for food couldn't solve Tubo's problem. Later, our Tang dynasty lacked food, so Tubo didn't have a single grain of food, so Zhang Feng was puzzled. That's the government's business. What does it have to do with you? Yu Qigong glared at him. Do you think the government can be relied on? Everyone is in danger now. Old man asked around and found out that Qing Yaojin, who's stationed at Longyu, only eats one bowl of porridge every day. That's miserable, not to mention the soldiers. That's why we're wondering if we should get something to help him. Otherwise, if Tubo attacks us one day, then... Yu Qigong had already found out from Qing Yaojin's big mouth that Zhang Feng's military god was him. That's why he revealed this matter. His meaning was self-evident. Your idol is suffering right now. Do you want to give something to help him? As expected. Zhang Feng was also surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the army would lack food. Moreover, Qing Yaojin, who was guarding the west gate, only eats one bowl of porridge every day. Then his subordinates must be the same. If that's the case, what if the emperor sent troops to help Tubo quell the rebellion? What would they do? They would be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Zhang Feng couldn't help but understand the purpose of these two's visit. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. I understand your intentions now. My great Tang truly lacks examples of patriotic soldiers like you. Since the two of you have spoken, this humble one might not have any other items, but I do have the recipe for a porridge that can resist hunger and strengthen the body. I hope that the two of you can pass it to General Qing Yaojin. Yu Qigong and the other two couldn't help but look at each other. Damn, so this kid is a softie. Chapter 655. Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong, who had discovered Zhang Feng's weakness, looked at each other and gave him a thumbs up. You're so righteous, young friend. I've eaten your porridge in Chang'an city before. My legs don't hurt anymore after eating it. It's amazing. Old man, I didn't expect you to give me such a precious thing. It's a blessing for the Tang dynasty. He knew it very well. Once he obtained the formula for this thing, what kind of terrifying profits would he reap? Take the Chang'an local treasury for example. He had been there for a few days. Although the emperor only sold each bowl of porridge for 1 copper coin, he had made at least 10,000 strings of cash. How amazing was that? Once this thing appeared in the army, not only would it solve the problem of the soldiers' stomachs, it would also make the soldiers stronger and more energetic. Not to mention, if this thing was placed in Longyu Road and opened a kanji shop, it would also increase the army's income by a lot. After all, the soldiers would have starved to death if they relied on their salaries. Every day's training required a huge amount of food. Not only that, but herbs, doctors, equipment maintenance, and so on also required money. Now that this thing was added to the army, the big problem would be solved. Qin Xiong was also excited. He got up and slapped him. Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and helped them up. Brothers, are you looking down on me? No matter how amazing this thing is, it's just a piece of paper to me. If you need it, and it's for the sake of the country and the people, I wouldn't dare to keep it for myself. Then wouldn't the reputation of my White Deer Academy be destroyed if the world were to find out about it? After that, Zhang Feng pretended to be surprised and said, Don't mention this again. If anyone says anything, they're not my brothers anymore. Ha ha ha. Good. That's a real man, a real man. Good. Come, let's drink. Let's drink for this, Jing Fengzi. Yu Qigong took the lead. The three of them each picked a jar of wine from the wine cabinet and gulped it down. Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. They were all drinking low-alcohol wine. F***CK. Now, Zhang Feng finally understood. They had all changed their wine to low-alcohol ones? Zhang Feng wanted to cry. He felt like he had been fooled. In his heart, he swore that in the future, he would replace all the packaging of this wine with glass bottles. Then, he would let all of you have your pick. When the three saw that Zhang Feng was not moving his mouth, Gong glared at Zhang Feng and said, "What? Are you looking down on the three of us?" Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. "You flatter me, I can't hold my liquor. If I drink any more, I'll really fall over. If it were me, I would drink such a generous thing even if I were to be forced to death. Don't say any more. Drink. Even if you drink a bowl, it's fine too." Zhang Feng was speechless. He could only pretend to be drunk, pouring half a bowl, drinking half of it, and pouring the other half down his neck into his collar. Gong and the other two pretended not to see anything, and continued to drink by themselves. This kid was not honest. He had to drink too much. Otherwise, it would be bad if this kid pulled some dirty tricks. After half a bowl of wine went down his stomach, Zhang Feng only felt that the world was spinning. At that moment, Gong Kai once again put on a sorrowful expression and said, "Brother, to tell you the truth, we came here for another reason." Was he finally going to say his purpose? Zhang Feng pretended not to know anything. He grabbed Gong's shoulder dizzily but failed. He grabbed Gong's beard and asked, "Brother, tell me. As long as I can do it, everything is negotiable." Gong grimaced in pain. Finally, he managed to pry Zhang Feng's hand away and said, "Actually, we want to train a group of people in our industry. Do you understand what I mean?" "Thugs?" Zhang Feng asked. Gong coughed and said, "Well, something like that. But we don't have any good ideas. After all, the things in the military camp are forbidden to be taught to outsiders. So we were wondering if we could ask you for help. After all, according to Lao Li and the others, you are almost like a god. You can even make something as magical as porridge, so this should be a piece of cake for you." Zhang Feng knew that this guy was up to no good. Now, it turned out that he was thinking about his military studies. Forget it, isn't it just the same as the military training? Lao Tzu would give it to him. For the sake of the car full of ginseng and the movie Han Fizi, she decided to do it. Zhang Feng pretended to be hesitant for a long time and said, "In fact, this thing is the treasure of my academy. But since you are my brothers, I can't keep it to myself. But I have my difficulties too." Qing Yaojin didn't say anything. It didn't mean that he didn't know anything. On the contrary, he knew Zhang Feng very well. This time, there were more twists and turns than anything else. The moment Zhang Feng said this sentence, Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Qing Yaojin knew that Gong was going to be in trouble. Chapter 656. Of course, Gong and Qin Shubao didn't know what Zhang Feng was up to. They only thought that something had happened on the mountain. After all, it was a barren mountain. It had only been a month, so it was natural that there would be problems. Not to mention, this kid was so eager for quick success. Gong stroked his beard. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shudder when he saw the fleas on his beard. He swore in his heart that after these three left, he would definitely take a good medicinal bath. These fleas, this person was really something. There were so many fleas, but he was still alive and well. He hadn't been squeezed dry. Gong naturally didn't know what Zhang Feng was thinking. He stroked his beard and said, "Feng Zi, is there someone on the mountain causing trouble? If that's the case, I only need my 2 sons to go to your academy. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they'll all be thrown off the mountain. How about that?" Damn it, what kind of people were they? Beating people up for no reason? Zhang Feng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No one is causing trouble in the academy. But you know, to build an academy, money is needed everywhere. Old Chen and the others know my situation best. If it weren't for Lao Li's little help, the academy might have gone on strike." "I understand. You're short of money." Qing Yaojin's eyelids twitched. He glanced at Gong and Qin Xiong, then looked at Zhang Feng, who was pretending to be poor. The corner of his mouth twitched. "You're short of money?" He knew that he didn't pay a single cent for the construction of the academy. Instead, he made a lot of money. The emperor paid for the land, which was equivalent to giving it away for free. Previously, the emperor paid for the land, but in the end, he returned a lot of money. Didn't this money end up in his pocket? Moreover, the crown prince was basically supporting the construction of the academy. You paid for it? But Qing Yaojin didn't dare to say that. He also wanted to see how Yu Qigong and Qin Xiong would feel after knowing that they had been defeated. As expected, Qin Xiong cupped his fists and said with an expression of being stunned by Zhang Feng's words, "Little friend Zhang Feng is truly noble and a role model for my generation. It really makes me feel ashamed. If you lack food, then I really can't take it out. But if you're talking about silver, as long as you need it, it just so happens that the copper coins in my storehouse are about to go moldy. I'll find someone to send it to you on another day, immediately." Zhang Feng's eyelids twitched. Is the money in the treasury moldy? How much would that cost? He hurriedly cupped his hands and sighed with emotion. Elder brother Qin is still the best. Then, I'll thank you here. Wait. How could Yu Qigong sit still? However, before he spoke, he looked at Qing Yaojin. That meant, how would Qing Yaojin know that he would be caught in the crossfire if he just sat there and didn't speak? He could only say, Lao Tzu isn't like the rest of you. I estimate that 500 dan of food and fodder have already been transported to Shao Mountain. When Zhang Feng heard this, he grabbed Qing Yaojin's hand excitedly. Elder brother Chen. You're really the savior of my college. I represent White Deer College to thank you for the food. When my college is completed, there will definitely be a place for you on the Merit Monument. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he stroked his beard and laughed loudly as he stared at Yu Qigong. You're still the best. Good, good, good. When the food from the south arrives, I'll think of a way to get some for you. Yu Qigong was infuriated. He clenched his teeth and slammed the table. I don't have any food, but I heard that Feng Zi is looking for skilled craftsmen. I happen to have such talents under me. If you need them, I'll get them for you tomorrow. Is 5,000 enough? Zhang Feng was stunned. 5,000 people? Do you think I'm a charity hall here? Raise 5,000 people for you? Although he didn't know what these people under old Yu did, these 5,000 mouths needed to eat. After calculating, Zhang Feng still gritted his teeth and said, although, seeing Zhang Feng's ugly expression, Yu Qigong gritted his teeth again and said, along with them up the mountain were old man's 10,000 coins and some silk brocade. When he heard this, Zhang Feng immediately squeezed out a smile. Oh my, elder brother, you're still the most practical. All right. Just based on your words, even if you want me to sacrifice my life, I won't hesitate. Yu Qigong felt the pinch. Moreover, the 5,000 people under him were all skilled in construction. When there was a war, it was fine because they were all treasures. Whether it was blacksmiths or carpenters, they were all experts. There were even top craftsmen. However, when there was no war, they had to spend a lot of money and food to raise them. Normally, it wasn't much. Every mouthful of food was a matter of money. However, there was no other way now. Yu Qigong was already eating porridge every day. Where would he have the money to raise people? However, after being provoked by Qing Yaojin, he instantly thought of this idea. It just so happened that Zhang Feng was short on manpower and he couldn't afford to raise them. Didn't they happily reach an agreement? After they drank another bowl of wine, Zhang Feng asked, "Oh right, may I know why you brothers are here this time?" Chapter 657. Zhang Feng had really forgotten. Yu Qigong was a little speechless. He nudged Qin Xiong with his elbow, and Qin Xiong said, "Brother, you know that we're in Longyu, and the border isn't peaceful right now, so we want to train a group of guards to guard against thieves." They're the thugs you mentioned. Zhang Feng suddenly understood. If that's the case, with such a big business, the local area, Feng Zi, you really don't remember? Yu Qigong suspected that this kid was pretending to be drunk. He had clearly said it just now, and now he was asking again. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to scam them again? He was afraid. Now, other than the mansion in Chang'an and those businesses, he had given everything he could to this kid. He was afraid. If it happened again, he could only use the mansion to repay the debt. Qing also felt that it was a little too much. He hurriedly explained what he had just said. Zhang Feng still gave him face. Only then did he come to a realization. He pretended to be angry and said, "You should have said so earlier. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say something so important earlier? That place not only has your businesses, but I also have shares in all of your businesses. If those thieves rob it, won't that cut off my path to wealth?" Gong and the other two were completely speechless. They only had one thought at this time. They wanted to beat someone up. This grandson was 2F** king annoying. So after talking for so long, they were now the ones to be blamed? Zhang Feng didn't want to be long-winded anymore. Now that his head was dizzy, he just wanted to quickly deal with this matter and go to sleep. Otherwise, when he was dizzy, he would be tricked by these three. That would be terrible. Well, as I've said before, this is the treasure of my academy. It's also a secret that I won't pass on. However, since you've all been so generous, it would be inhumane of me to hide it from you. However, I have a test question here. If you can answer it correctly, then this military book will be presented to you with both hands. No, 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 and that training method of yours. I want that too. Qin Xiong hurriedly added. Zhang Feng patted his head and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qin to help me get the brush and ink. I'm drunk. This training method is actually very simple. You just need to build a training ground according to what I've drawn. Horizontal bars, parallel bars, this swamp altar, sandbags, and this. How was Zhang Feng drunk at this moment? While writing and drawing on the paper, he explained to them, such as the fishnet-like net wall, the wooden horse, the minefield that required them to crawl, and so on. The more they looked and listened, the more their eyes burned with passion. What is this? In the past, their barracks, regardless of whether it was good or bad, were all thrown into the training ground and trained to kill. But who would have noticed that soldiers could train like this? Let's not talk about the soldiers first. Let's talk about the weightlifting squats first. While Zhang Feng was talking, Qing quietly ran to the backyard and found a sack of food. He held it high above his head, but after only 10 rounds, he felt like he was running from the palace to Chang'an city and then running back. It was as strenuous as running from the palace to the outskirts of Chang'an city and then running back. His legs were as sore as if he had climbed a mountain for a whole day. Qing couldn't help but be shocked. He pulled the three of them to the backyard and pointed at the sack. "Feng Zi, let's not talk about other things first. Lao Tzu's physical strength is not bad. He can lift 180 kilograms without panting or blushing. But why can't I do 3 of the squats you talked about with this sack of food?" Zhang Feng heard this and glared. "Do you still need to ask? Tell me, how old are you? You haven't even flexed your muscles yet, and you're suddenly undergoing such high-intensity training. You should thank the heavens that you didn't tear your ligaments." Faced with Zhang Feng's attack, Qing didn't care. In any case, this brat dared to insult others. He even dared to insult the emperor, so he didn't care. But this thing was very important, so he didn't dare to be careless. After all, this thing was really damn useful. In the long run, if he squatted 5 times a day, he would only need to do 5 times. In a month, his broad axe would be able to add another 50 kilograms. Moreover, it would be as easy as playing with a small wooden stick. If he let his subordinates do such a miraculous thing, then everyone would be able to watch a broad axe charge forward. That would be damn exciting. Zhang Feng slowly pointed to a green brick at the corner of the wall and said, "At the very beginning, you guys can rely on your good physical strength, so you can definitely do it. However, those servants of yours who drink porridge all day definitely can't do it like you guys. This will only cause them to die without a doubt. Don't you guys understand the principle of more haste, less speed?" Gong and the other two shook their heads, causing Zhang Feng's face to darken. "Hey, this needs to be done step by step. For example, at the beginning, you guys can tie this brick to your ankles and then jump on the spot like this. As he spoke, Zhang Feng jumped on the spot to demonstrate for the three people to see. However, he didn't tie the brick to his ankles. Then, he continued, after 10 days, you can add half a brick to each leg and jump on the spot. You only need to do it 3 times a day, each time for half a quarter of an hour. After that, you can also run with weights. After that, when you can carry 30 kilograms of weight and tie 5 kilograms of bricks to your ankles and still be able to move freely, then congratulations, your hired thugs have finished their apprenticeship. Chapter 658. At this time, you will need this toy. Old Chen, do you believe that if you do as I say, a month later, even if you squat for 2 hours with this toy in your hand, your face won't turn red and you won't be out of breath? At that time, even if there are only 100 of you, you will be able to defeat 10,000 Tufan soldiers. Hiss. The three of them were shocked when they heard this. If not for the fact that Qing Yaojin had held up the bag of grain just now, the three of them would definitely have thought that this kid was bragging. However, after hearing Zhang Feng's detailed explanation, the three of them could not help but gasp. As long as they were not fools, they would be able to figure it out. However, Yuchi Gong could not figure it out. Fengzi, what does this have to do with the battlefield? Don't we need to charge and kill on the battlefield? Why do you only pay attention to this? Don't you need the conventional charging and killing formation? Zhang Feng looked at Yuchi Gong as if he was looking at a fool and said, who said that? Do you think that what I drew on the notebook for you was just for fun? Let me tell you, this is actually the elementary military science, also known as military training. If a person can completely master this thing, then he will be qualified to train in individual combat and formation. If that's the case, Zhang Feng thought for a while and said, you only need to go to the military camp and hire a trainer. Now, you can hire a trainer with just 1 stone of grain. Don't they know those things? At this time, you can ask them to teach you. After 3 years, when Shintinu and the others come out, I will ask them to train you. In less than a month, all of your fighters will be able to become commandants. The three of them were completely envious when they heard this. It turned out that there was still the most important part that he had not taught them. No way. They had to get their sons to come to the academy. Otherwise, in 3 years, that big fool Qing Yaojin would be so arrogant. Yuchi Gong could not help but ask, Fengzi, there is one more thing that we are here for this time. Look, I am an uncouth man, but the 2 boys at home are too handsome. They are always causing trouble in Chang'an city. That's why I was wondering if I should send them to you. Come on. I'd like to see how handsome you're talking about. Zhang Feng patted his chest and said, we are all brothers. Since we are brothers, let's not talk about these things. As long as they come, I guarantee that in 3 years, I will teach them all my skills. That's a promise. Old Qin, I also have a... Come. Zhang Feng directly interrupted Qin Xiong and patted his chest. After that, Zhang Feng personally demonstrated the benefits of combining military training with physical training and organized everything into a written document. Only then did the three of them hold it in their arms like it was a treasure. However, in the end, none of them felt at ease. Yuchi Gong and Qing Yaojin glared at Qin Xiong. How could Qin Xiong not know? He borrowed the pen and ink in Zhang Feng's hand and hurriedly copied 2 copies. Only then did Yuchi Gong and the other 2 give up. Zhang Feng also took the opportunity to quickly make a bowl of vinegar soup and drank it. With a shiver, he also sobered up a lot. At this time, when he saw the 3 of them holding the sack up and down, Zhang Feng was speechless. However, it was not good to say anything. Anyway, if they wanted to play with this thing, then let them play with it. The preparation itself was a set of fitness equipment in the future. However, in this era, there was no other way to use it. They could only use the simplest. If it was possible, Zhang Feng would definitely copy the original set of military training in the future. However, it was not now. Even if he wanted to do it, he would do it in the academy. After the 3 of them played with it for a while, seeing that Zhang Feng seemed to have sobered up, Qin Xiong breathed heavily and stretched his body. Fengzi, this thing is really so magical. Usually, even if you walk for a whole day or ride for a whole day, your face won't be red and you won't be out of breath. However, this sack is at least 100 pounds. Why is it that after a few plays, my whole body feels uncomfortable as if it has been hammered? You guys are too weak. The few of them were speechless. However, according to Zhang Feng's standards, they were really too weak. However, at this time, they were even more passionate about the military training that Zhang Feng was talking about. Qing Yaojin could not sit still anymore. He wanted to slap Zhang Feng, but was nimbly dodged by the annoying guy. He touched his nose and said, Fengzi, just tell us, what is this military training thing? Today, after hearing what you said, I feel uncomfortable, as if a cat is scratching my heart. Okay, if you guys want to know, I will ask you the simplest thing. If you guys tell me, not only will I teach you all about military training, but I will also teach you the second half of the training manual that is considered confidential. How about it? The three of them heard this and hurried over. Is what you said true? Zhang Feng patted his chest and looked at the three of them with disdain. How can it be false? Okay, then ask. Now, each of you has 3,000 people, and I have 5,000 pounds of grain. How can you distribute the 50,000 pounds of grain equally? Chapter 659. This time, the three of them were stunned. That was something that belonged to the quartermaster. How would they know? However, when they thought of Zhang Feng's amazing military knowledge, they could not help but scratch their heads and think hard. After a while, Qin Xiong asked tentatively, Fengzi, you said that we each have 3,000 people, and you have 5,000 dan of grain. If it were me, I would combine these 9,000 people into one, and then according to the number of people, give everyone 1 gene of grain and slowly distribute it. Is that okay? Zhang Feng pursed his lips. That's too slow. Moreover, I'm talking about 3 groups. For example, Wei, Shu, and Wu of the 3 kingdoms. Do you think you can integrate the 3 of them? When Qin Xiong heard this, he could not help but frown. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Look, Fengzi, I've thought of something. 5,000 dan of grain is enough. If I were the quartermaster, I would give the grain to each force 1,000 dan. Zhang Feng nodded and motioned for Yu Qigong to continue. However, Yu Qigong was stuck again. He could not divide the remaining 2,000 dan. No matter how he divided it, there would be one less person's share. There was no way to divide it. Qing Yaojin slapped Yu Qigong on the head and said excitedly, I understand. Fengzi, if it's the 3 kingdoms, the Wei army will definitely be the strongest. 3,000 dan, and the remaining 2,000 dan will be divided equally between Shu and Wu? Wrong. They were all wrong. Zhang Feng looked at the 3 of them with a sinister smile. In the end, he smiled helplessly and said, think about it carefully. When the time comes, come to me when you've thought it through. However, I'm warning you, if I find out that you found someone else to do this, I won't give you the military book. Zhang Feng's words extinguished the excitement in their eyes. The 3 of them had originally planned to solve this problem as soon as they left this place. This damned little bastard was truly a thief. He had directly blocked off their escape route. The 3 of them could only dejectedly leave. As they walked, they pondered about this matter. From time to time, they would quarrel on the street and even fight. Zhang Feng did not care about all of this. Because at this moment, an important person had arrived. Jingshu. Jingshu had actually arrived a long time ago. However, she didn't enter the room. Instead, she stood quietly by the door and waited. However, the fragrance that wafted out of her body from time to time had long since alerted the 4 of them. Only then did Yu Qigong and the other 2 hurriedly leave. How could these people not know that a long separation is better than a new love? Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu, who quietly took off her guzheng and put it on the table. Then she sat opposite him and took off her veil. He said, Miss Jingshu, long time no see. You've lost weight. Drink less. Zhang Feng choked instantly. He could only laugh foolishly and say, you saw it too. There's nothing I can do. These guys wanted to get me drunk the moment they came. I can't beat them. Jingshu chuckled and said, how was it on the mountain? I heard from the people at Chang'an University that you went to look for a carpenter. Zhang Feng nodded. When Jingshu got the confirmation, her originally cold face couldn't help but become more melancholy at this time. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly explained, well, I didn't mean anything else. I looked for a carpenter for something else. Isn't this pork too musty? I just wanted to solve this problem for him. After all, the Tang dynasty is short of food now. Prince Zhang, you don't need to explain. Jingshu said lightly, this little girl knows that Prince Zhang is very busy. But when I learned that you have returned to Chang'an, I wanted to come and see you. Since we've met, this little girl will take her leave. Zhang Feng was stunned. He could feel that Jingshu had a lot to say and the worry in her eyes. However, he also understood that now was not the time to talk about this. After all, he had neither fame nor career. As a good young man in the 21st century, how could he dare to marry a beauty before he made a career? The most important thing was, this damn polygamy in the Tang dynasty made him somewhat unable to care about it. Although at the beginning, Zhang Feng had wanted to have a woman on both sides. Which man didn't want to? But when he really saw Jingshu and Zhang Yuyao, he panicked. His usual wisdom seemed to be stuck. What's more, now he knew that the two women were like sisters, which made Zhang Feng even more difficult to deal with. Looking at Jingshu's back, he could only sigh. Alas! I can only take one step at a time. At this time, hearing this sigh, Old He's daughter, Xiao Xiao, who was standing at the door, made a face at Zhang Feng, then raised her small fist and followed Jingshu away. Did it need to be said? Zhang Feng was not a fool. Zhang Feng was a little scared. But in the end, he quickly wrote 2 poems and put them in 2 envelopes. Then, he hurried to catch up with Jingshu and said, I've been too busy these days. On the mountain, I know what happened on the mountain. Zhang Feng interrupted Jingshu and solemnly handed the 2 letters in his hand to Jingshu and said, Miss Jingshu, please pass on Yao's letter on my behalf. Every night when I dream at midnight, I will look at the lights in Chang'an city and hear the sound of insects in my ears. It's like the sound of your zither. Jingshu's face turned red because of Zhang Feng's sudden words of love, especially on the street. Fortunately, her veil was covered at this time, but Jingshu still hurried away. Only then did Xiao Xiao give Zhang Feng a thumbs up and skipped away. Chapter 660. Ever since she entered Chang'an University, Jingshu was particularly focused on the rumors about Zhang Feng. Jingshu wouldn't let go of even the slightest rumor about Zhang Feng. In the beginning, Jingshu believed that Zhang Feng had really fulfilled her promise and deciphered the Hygge 18 beats. She didn't have much contact with Zhang Feng, but she knew most of the people around Zhang Feng. Therefore, this aroused Jingshu's curiosity. Moreover, Zhang Feng was handsome and didn't have a wife. Where could she find such a Mr. Right? In addition, Zhang Feng's talent was enough to leave those debauches in the dust. Zhang Feng was the Mr. Right that Jingshu had never dreamed of. After all, being born in Yen Lai Lu was a blemish. However, although Zhang Feng was a little evasive, he didn't refuse. This obviously meant that he acquiesced. In addition, the outside world had already spread the news about the relationship between the two. On one hand, it was because she wanted to marry Zhang Feng. On the other hand, it was because of Zhang Feng's talent. During this period, since Zhang Feng went up Shao Mountain, the legend of Zhang Feng resounded throughout Chang'an city. It was even said that the miracle-working Dr. Sun Simiao was attracted by Zhang Feng to go up Shao Mountain and hadn't come down until now. A few days ago, there was a rumor that the contemporary great scholar Yu Shinan, after going up Shao Mountain, directly declared that he would close himself and go up Shao Mountain. This made Jingshu even more attracted to Zhang Feng, as if she had lost her soul. Every day, she would fall into longing for him. If she hadn't met Zhang Yuyao when the imperial edict was read last time, she probably wouldn't have been able to bear the pain of longing and went up Shao Mountain. However, it was also because she met Zhang Yuyao, two people with poor lives, that she had a trace of comfort. Zhang Yuyao didn't dislike Jingshu's birth and even learned ancient music from Jingshu. The two even became sisters. For Jingshu, such a wonderful thing was a blessing from the heavens. Although she was a singer of Yan Lai Lu and a frequent guest of the imperial family, she also had another identity. She was the disciple of Empress Chang'an. Empress Chang'an had once wanted her to marry the crown prince. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had appeared at this time. Jingshu was very resistant to becoming the crown prince's concubine. Before she entered Yan Lai Lu, she was the daughter of a minister of the previous dynasty and naturally knew the depths of the imperial palace. For her, the imperial palace was just a nightmare. Fortunately, in the end, the emperor stepped in and tacitly agreed to her relationship with Zhang Feng. He even had the intention to matchmake them. What was this? This was a true blessing from the heavens. Little wife, we're here. While Jingshu was lost in her thoughts, a small voice sounded beside her. At this time, Jingshu raised her head and discovered that they had already arrived at Zhang Manor. At this time, the sedan bearer had already come to report. The servants at the door were already used to Jingshu's arrival and hurriedly opened the door. Jingshu leisurely entered Zhang Manor under an oil paper umbrella. As soon as she entered, Zhang Shan had already received the news and personally waited at the door with Yuyao. This morning, old man heard the noise of a magpie at the door. So it was Jingshu who came to visit. Jingshu bowed to Zhang Shan and Madame Zhang, then said, Uncle Zhang is joking. This little girl doesn't dare to take responsibility. However, this little girl has indeed brought a piece of good news today. Is it that brat Zhang Feng's? As they spoke, they entered the drawing room. Jingshu also secretly handed a letter to Zhang Yuyao. When Zhang Yuyao saw the handwriting on the letter, her face instantly flushed red. She could recognize Zhang Feng's handwriting. After all, only Zhang Feng could write such ugly handwriting. The moment they entered the drawing room, Zhang Shan noticed that something was wrong with Zhang Yuyao, but he didn't say anything. He only asked a simple question about Zhang Feng inviting a craftsman up the mountain before leaving with a hearty laugh. Only the two women were left behind. It was only then that Zhang Yuyao pulled Jingshu into the boudoir. Little sister Jingshu, quickly tell me how Prince Zhang is doing. He's lost weight and has experienced the vicissitudes of life. However, this is all from drinking wine. Jingshu was still concise and comprehensive. As she spoke, she also took out the letter that Zhang Feng wrote to her and placed it on Zhang Yuyao's dressing table. At this time, the two women carefully opened the envelope and opened the yellow straw paper. There was nothing else on the paper, only a short poem. Zhang Yuyao softly read the poem that Zhang Feng wrote to her. When the lotus leaves are born, they are born with regret. When the lotus leaves wither, they are born with regret. When the lotus leaves wither, they are born with regret. When the lotus leaves wither, they are born with regret. When Zhang Yuyao finished reading, she was already looking at Jingshu with tears in her eyes. Jingshu also recited slowly, meeting is difficult, parting is also difficult. The east wind is weak, 100 flowers wither, the spring silkworm's silk ends only when it dies, the candle torch turns to ashes, tears begin to dry, the morning mirror but the clouds change, the night song should feel the cold moonlight, there is no road to Mount Peng this time, the green bird is eager to explore. The two women were both talented women. Naturally, they could also see Zhang Feng's feelings from Zhang Feng's poem. However, they were also deeply shocked by the yearning in Zhang Feng's poem. After a long time, Zhang Yuyao pulled Jingshu's hand and said, Little sister Jingshu, although you usually don't talk much, I can see your feelings. Prince Zhang didn't refuse, nor did he agree. I heard that he said before that he would first start a career and then start a family. Jingshu looked at the scenery outside the window and smiled faintly. It's enough to know his feelings. As long as he is well, even if I have to wait for a lifetime, it's enough. With such a husband, what more can I ask for? Zhang Yuyao also turned her tears into a smile. Yes, we will wait. Isn't it just 3 years? We will wait for him. Chapter 661. The news of Yu Qigong and the others coming to Zhang Feng's place had already reached Li Shimon's ears when the two girls returned to the palace. Li Shimon didn't find it strange that the two of them were going to Zhang Feng's place. Thinking about it, he understood that if the three of them didn't even know who went up Shao Mountain, then his career as a great general was over. The three of them also knew that they couldn't hide the fact that they came to Zhang Feng's tavern. Moreover, this matter was too big for them to hide. Moreover, they really didn't know how to deal with Zhang Feng's rotten idea. They could only helplessly ask the emperor. After all, even if they knew the answer, they had to pretend that they didn't. Because if the emperor said it was right, then it was right. Otherwise, it would be the end of their lives. As soon as the three of them entered Taiji Palace, they knew that the emperor had been waiting for them. As soon as they entered the imperial study, the three of them bowed in unison. Old General Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong, and Qin Xiong greet the emperor. Li Shimin put down the brush in his hand and picked up a piece of calligraphy to admire. Then, he compared it with Zhang Feng's crooked poem on the wall. The smile on his face instantly disappeared by more than half. He put down the piece of calligraphy gloomily and asked, I heard that you went to Zhang Feng's place today? Reporting to the emperor, we did go to Zhang Feng's place. Li Shimin smiled. After indicating for the three of them to sit down, he asked, Tell me, what is this brat bragging about again? Yu Qigong and the others heard this, but Cheng Yaojin didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Yu Qigong. Yu Qigong then looked at Qin Xiong, this grandson, who was playing with his fingers and shaking his head. He could only say in a muffled voice, the day before yesterday, I heard from Elder Feng that he went to Shao Mountain with old Mr. Yushernan. Isn't this old general always heard of brother Zhang Feng's reputation, but didn't see him? That's why I wanted to visit him. To be able to meet him today, this Prince Zhang is truly a rare talent. Li Shimin smiled when he heard that. What did he say? Replying to your majesty, this is the military training book that little brother Zhang Feng gave to us. Please take a look, your majesty. Qin Xiong did not dare to hide it. He hurriedly handed the original copy that Zhang Feng wrote to Li Shimin. Little Gizi hurriedly took it and handed it to Li Shimin. Li Shimin flipped through the book, and his gaze finally settled on the picture. He waved his hand, and little Gizi hurriedly took out an exquisite red sandalwood box from the bookshelf. He took out an identical piece of paper and unfolded it in front of Li Shimin. Li Shimin compared the two pictures, then laughed and said, This kid really is. Come, take a look. What's the difference between these two blueprints? Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but be surprised. Did the emperor also go to the tavern? And he even obtained this? The three of them hurriedly stepped forward. They almost gouged out their eyeballs and threw them on the blueprints to compare. They could not help but sigh inwardly when they took a look. Oh my God, this grandson of mine is really dishonest. He had given all the blueprints to the emperor, so why were they not as comprehensive as the emperor's blueprints in their hands? He had even listed out the training method and the detailed method of manufacturing the blueprints. However, when they looked at their blueprints, they instantly felt that they had been fooled by this kid again. Although their blueprints were different from Li Shimin's, they lacked annotations, notes on manufacturing, size, and so on. That made Yu Qigong want to bang his head against the wall. Damn it. Lao Tzu spent so much effort, and this kid only showed me this? However, he also knew how precious the blueprints were, and what Zhang Feng did. If he gave them something even better than the emperor's, wouldn't the emperor lose face? Moreover, if the blueprints were to be spread out in too much detail, it would only make the person who obtained the blueprints an even more dangerous enemy. Obviously, Zhang Feng had also thought of this. After all, in Zhang Feng's eyes, how could someone who worked for Lao Li be unscathed? What if Lao Li went to look for him? When they thought about it, they really understood. Li Shimin could not help but admire Zhang Feng. If someone else were to do this, they would not be able to do it better than Zhang Feng. What do you think? What do you think of this thing? When the three of them heard this, they hurriedly took a step back and said, "Your Majesty, this subject and the others have tried squatting at Zhang Feng's little tavern. This thing is really amazing. At the beginning, I only felt like all the energy in my body had been sucked out. I only squatted 10 times with a 100-pound sack, and I felt like I couldn't do it anymore. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on my head. However, after returning to the palace, this old subject felt as light as a swallow. This is really strange. This old subject feels the same. Me too." Li Shimin could not help but be surprised. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Gizi hurried out. A moment later, a golden-armored Jinwu guard hurriedly appeared in the imperial study. As soon as he appeared, the imperial study was instantly filled with the unpleasant smell of sweat. Even the Jinwu guard's fists were dripping with sweat. Li Shimin asked, "You've practiced for half a day. How do you feel about this thing?" "Your Majesty, this is a divine skill from heaven. This general has practiced for half a day, but it is as tiring as if I have trained for 10 days. However, my body feels as comfortable as if it has been reborn." Chapter 662. Hearing this, Li Shimin and the other three were all shocked. Li Shimin waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers, then he personally went to the back of the imperial study. From a secret compartment, he took out the military book that Zhang Feng gave him, and then walked out. He asked, "Did Zhang Feng give you the military book?" Hearing this, the three of them smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, this bad guy is very bad. He didn't give us anything. Instead, he gave us a difficult question. He said that as long as we can answer it and we are not allowed to ask outsiders, he will give us everything he knows." Li Shimin was amused. This guy didn't want to give them anything. This lazy guy must know that they can't answer it with their IQ and will come to ask me. That's why he came up with this delaying tactic. Awesome. It was really ingenious. Li Shimin waved his hand and sat down opposite the three. He asked, "Tell me. I'm also very curious." Yuchi Gong said, "Your Majesty, the question is like this. There are 3 armies, each with 3,000 people. These 3 armies are like the Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms of the 3 kingdoms period. At this time, everyone is in urgent need of food. However, there are only 5,000 dan of food. How can they divide the food equally?" Li Shimin was confused. What kind of question is this? The 3 armies added up to 9,000 people. If these 9,000 people were divided according to the 3 kingdoms, they couldn't be put together. Then it would be difficult to divide them. Li Shimin couldn't help but ask, "How did you answer?" The 3 of them gave their respective answers. Li Shimin couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really sneaky. The 3 were stunned by Li Shimin's sudden laughter and asked, "Your Majesty, you..." Li Shimin shook his head and said, "I'm telling you that this question is wrong. You've been generals all your lives. Don't you know this? You've been fooled by this guy. Tell me honestly, did you offend Feng Zi? You know what this kid is capable of. Don't you know that you've been betrayed by Zhang Feng?" As he spoke, Li Shimin's expression instantly turned cold. Only then did the 3 of them break out in cold sweat. This was Zhang Feng, so it was fine. But if it was someone else, like the Tubo or the Turks who were negotiating with them, what would they do? Qing Yaojin and Qin Xiong couldn't help but stare at Yuchi Gong. There was even a hint of danger in their eyes. Li Shimin glanced at Yuchi Gong and asked, "Minister Qin, why don't you tell us what Yuchi has done this time?" Replying, "Your Majesty, Yuchi," Qin Xiong hurriedly kicked Yuchi Gong out of Zhang Feng's door. Then he told Li Shimin about how Zhang Feng had been lifted up. Li Shimin laughed so hard that he clutched his stomach and tears came out. Yuchi Gong's originally dark face had now turned purple. He glared at Qin Xiong in anger and shame, as if he wanted to fight when he got out of here. After laughing for a long time, Li Shimin finally stopped laughing and said, "No wonder Zhang Feng played you. If it was someone else, I can tell you clearly that you won't be able to come back today. Don't look at how skinny this kid is, he has 100 ways to make you unable to come back. Only then did Li Shimin say, Yuchi, when can you change your temperament a little bit? How much have you been tricked by Feng Zi today? Yuchi didn't dare to lie. He told the whole story. Yuchi Gong's back couldn't help but be drenched in sweat. He definitely couldn't become an enemy of this grandson in the future. He was simply impossible to guard against. When Li Shimin heard this, he sighed and said, how about this? Go back to the Ministry of Revenue. I will pay for these things. However, the military knowledge you want is with me. As he spoke, Li Shimin patted the booklet in his hand. When they saw the crooked words, they thought to themselves, as expected. Li Shimin said again, what Zhang Feng gave you is your good luck. However, don't do this in the future. This is the last time I will talk about this. If Zhang Feng is willing, he will naturally say it. Old He knows Zhang Feng's temper the best. If he doesn't want to say it, even I can't do anything about it. Moreover, you have all seen how terrifying he is at White Deer College. Therefore, you should understand what to do, right? Li Shimin once again regained the prestige of an emperor. The three hurriedly stood up and said in unison, we will remember. All right, let's leave it at that. I will ponder over this military knowledge later and give you a copy. Don't think about Zhang Feng anymore. Otherwise, even if you sell your house, it won't be enough for Zhang Feng to scam you. You should know that I spent a lot of money to build a holiday home for the retired emperor, but it has already flown into Zhang Feng's pocket, not to mention the three of you. With your intelligence, you should just obediently do what you need to do. When Yuchi Gong heard this, he couldn't help but buzz. A sudden clap of thunder sounded in his head. The holiday home that the emperor had gifted to the retired emperor and that the retired emperor hadn't stayed in for even a day had become Zhang Feng's? Chapter 663. The three of them bid farewell to the emperor, then strolled around the imperial palace while heading to the Ministry of Works. There was no other way. Yuchi Gong wanted to recover his losses, otherwise, he would definitely beat his wife to death when he returned this time. At this time, Yuchi Gong glared at Sheng Yao Jin with a face full of anger. Old Black, you're not honest. You clearly knew about this matter, why didn't you say so earlier? You just sat there and watched Lao Tzu make a fool of himself? Sheng Yao Jin heard this and spread out his hands. You're blaming me wrongly. I already told you not to be anxious and to come to my residence first, but you didn't listen. Feng Zi's matter is very special. And you also know how can this matter be said on the street. You didn't let me say it, why are you blaming me now? Do you still want some face? Yuchi Gong heard this. He was also angry. Can't you King say it directly? That's your duke's residence, can't you King say it in one breath? Must you watch Lao Tzu make a fool of himself? Fine. I can't be bothered with you. I have to go back and study this military training manual. If you have the ability, go find Feng Zi. Find Feng Zi and get back at him. While speaking, Qing Yao Jin clasped his hands and was about to leave. At this moment, a faint voice came from behind them, causing their expressions to change drastically. What are you three brats doing here? Hearing this, the three of them hurriedly turned around, not daring to raise their heads, and hurriedly bowed. This old official greets the retired emperor. While speaking, Li Yuan, who was sitting on a sliding pole, slowly appeared in the sight of the three. Once the locusts were gone. First of all, the flowers and trees in the imperial palace seemed to have been reborn, blooming with vitality. Although it was not the beginning of autumn, all the flowers and plants had basically recovered their original lush and verdant. There was no trace of the miserable appearance during the locust plague. And the few of them looked behind Li Yuan, only to see a few disheveled women sitting in the pavilion in the middle of the lake not far away, playing poker. The three of them hurriedly lowered their heads and did not look sideways. Li Yuan waved his hand, letting the several palace maids put down their rods. Looking at the three people, he asked, I can hear your loud voices from far away, disturbing Zhen to the point that I don't even have the mood to play cards. What's wrong with you? Did the emperor reprimand you? However, I heard from your conversation that you seem to have suffered a setback. Furthermore, I vaguely heard Feng Zi's name. How could he have been bullied by that brat Zhang Feng? Hearing this, the three of them lowered their bodies even more. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he stomped hard on Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong felt the pain and said, "Your Majesty, we just came back from the pub." The moment Li Yuan heard about the small tavern, his dark eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly indicated to the three of them, "Let's go. Let's go to the pavilion in the middle of the lake and chat slowly." What could the three people say? They could only follow Li Yuan to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. They saw that on the pavilion in the middle of the lake, they did not know where Li Yuan got his hands on an extremely luxurious decorated flower boat. On the boat, there were continuous sounds. With a wave of Li Yuan's hand, no matter if it was the woman in the pavilion in the middle of the lake or that flower boat, they all instantly disappeared from their sight. Even Li Yuan's palace maids who accompanied him were chased away by him. At this moment, Li Yuan asked, "Tell me, what has that brat been doing recently?" Some time ago, the emperor even gave him a special imperial edict. How is that Shao Mountain? How long has it been? Has he asked Jin this time? This, Qing Yaojin and the others were dumbfounded. How the hell would they know if Zhang Feng missed you? However, it was very obvious that he was asking Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin honestly told Li Yuan everything that Zhang Feng had done during this period of time, including the godly Dr. Sun Simiao's visit to Shao Mountain, as well as Yu Shernan's visit to Shao Mountain. He told Li Yuan everything in detail. From time to time, Li Yuan would moan and groan like a child. This scoundrel, he took Zhen's holiday residence. Has he ever stayed there? Zhen really misses Zhen's holiday residence. When Yuchi Gong heard this, he almost sprained his old waist. Motherf *Ker, this brat is really audacious. He even dared to mess with retired emperor's holiday residence. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything. He only heard Qing Yaojin say honestly, replying retired emperor, whether the gate of the holiday residence faces east or west, this brat doesn't even know. However, Miss Jingshu often went over to arrange things. It seems like she wants to use the holiday residence as a wedding room. When Li Yuan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. If Zhen had held back at that time, this holiday residence would still be Zhen's. If Zhang Feng had never stayed there, then he could act shamelessly and this holiday residence would still be his. However, this Jingshu was not easy to deal with. When he thought of this, Li Yuan gnashed his teeth fiercely. This brat is really fast. This Jingshu is Zhen's. Forget it, is that scoundrel in the tavern? Zhen has been looking for him for half a month, wanting to find him to play poker. This brat definitely knows that he is not Zhen's opponent, so he hid and even threw the holiday residence to his woman to take care of. This really infuriates old man to death. The three of them were like fools, smiling obsequiously. What did they dare to say? Although retired emperor was now somewhat muddle-headed, how could he be a muddle-headed person to be able to conquer the Tang dynasty? Chapter 664. The three people did not dare to say. They did not even dare to let out a fart. After Li Yuan finished complaining, he took a sip of tea and asked, "Just now, I heard the three of you quarreling from afar. What are you quarreling about? What has it got to do with Zhang Feng? Did this kid come back? Causing trouble as soon as he came back. He really needs to be taught a lesson." When Yuchi Gong heard that, he could not help but roar in his heart. What the retired emperor said is right. This kid is a little bastard. Just now, this official was played by him like a monkey in the small tavern. When Li Yuan heard that, he could not help but be amused. Pointing at Qing Yaojin, he asked, "What's going on here?" Qing Yaojin said in a muffled voice, "He was sold by Zhang Feng and even counted the money for Feng Zi." Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Come, come, come. This matter is interesting. Interesting. Tell me, what's going on? Li Yuan waved his hand and laughed loudly while holding his stomach. Only then did Qing Yaojin tell this matter again. Gong wanted to directly jump into the lake and drown himself. It was too king embarrassing. After Li Yuan finished listening, tears came out of his eyes. You deserve it. Who told you to kick someone's door in the morning? If this happened to me, I would definitely exterminate his family. And you, kid, are too fierce, right? As soon as you enter, you strangle people's necks when you see them? Gong's face turned green. He could only say in a muffled voice, "Isn't this because I drank too much beer and the roasted chicken wings were too fragrant?" I couldn't hold it in. I squatted at the door and instantly couldn't hold it in. Li Yuan forcefully held back his laughter and said, "There are places everywhere. Why do you have to go in and pee? Could it be that your corner is not good?" When Gong heard that, he said in a muffled voice, "But the retired emperor once decreed that in order to keep Chang'an city clean and tidy, no urination or defecation is allowed. Otherwise, your tools will be confiscated." Li Yuan was stunned. Did we say that? Hearing that, the three hurriedly nodded. Li Yuan stroked his beard and said indifferently, "You guys remembered wrongly. This is definitely not what I said." When the three of them heard this, they were also convinced. Li Yuan also changed the topic, "But you, brat, are really a tiger. Do you know that the barbecue you eat and the beer you drink are all made by that brat? Not only that, the fine salt you are eating now is also made by that brat. Now, you should feel lucky. If this brat poisoned you to death today, Zhen and the emperor will not say a single good word for you. Do you believe it?" Gong's expression instantly changed. Looking at Qing Yaojin, she grabbed his hairpin and asked, "Is what retired emperor said true?" Qing Yaojin slapped his hand away, rolled his eyes, and snorted, "Lao Tzu already told you, but you didn't listen." Buzz. Gong's vision instantly turned black, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This this joke is too big. Retired emperor really didn't say anything wrong. If Zhang Feng wanted to kill him today, the emperor really wouldn't give him an explanation. Thinking about that fine salt, not to mention military studies, just this fine salt, beer, and barbecue, no one would speak for him. Okay, Zhen won't scare you guys anymore. Tell me, why did you guys go to Fengzi? Retired emperor, we found out that Fengzi has some military studies in his hands, so we went to ask for advice. Who would have thought that this grandson is not honest? Gong still wanted to complain, but Li Yuan rolled his eyes and automatically filtered his words, military studies. What is this thing? Isn't it just military books and military strategies? What's so good about this thing to learn? Retired emperor, this thing. Gong was unhappy and talked about what happened after. Anyway, he was almost damaged now, and he urgently wanted to regain a bit of confidence from Li Yuan. He suffered such a big loss, but to be able to get this thing, there was also merit. Sure enough, when Li Shimin heard this, he stretched out his hand and said, "You said you made a copy?" Gong nodded. Let Zhen have a look. Li Yuan couldn't help but put away his joke. Although he sat in the depths of the palace all day, he knew everything that happened outside like the back of his hand. He was still very worried about this Tubo matter, but in this case, such a thing actually came out. Obviously, this was what the emperor got from Zhang Feng. Otherwise, this kid would definitely not be willing to say such a good thing. When Li Yuan saw this blueprint, as well as the things that were written densely with tiny words, he couldn't help but be shocked. What is the origin of this kid? If I didn't know his background, Jin would really think that he was a god from heaven. Have you guys tested this training method? How is the effect? Replying to the emperor, we have tried it, it's really amazing. When Li Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be unable to sit still. Looking at the three people, he asked, do you guys still remember the imperial edict that the emperor bestowed to Zhang Feng last time? Tell Jin again properly, Jin listens, and this academy's matter. Yes. When Qing Yaojin heard this, he told Li Yuan about the academy's teaching classification, as well as what he saw and heard on Shao Mountain last time. Li Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. He stood up in surprise and asked, you said that this academy not only has military studies, but also science, psychology, and that medicine? Replying to the retired emperor, yes. Prepare the carriage, go to the tavern. Chapter 665. Li Yuan really couldn't sit still. Along the way, he pulled Cheng Yaojin to sit in the palanquin. Cheng Yaojin felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, but he was still detailed and honest like a good baby. Whatever Li Yuan asked, he would answer. Just like that. The two of them sat in an ordinary palanquin, disguised as they went out of the palace, and then circled around a few times. Under the crooked tree in Tonghui Lane, Cheng Yaojin was kicked down by Li Yuan, who ordered him to guard Tonghui Lane and not let even a fly in. Only then did he impatiently urge the palanquin driver to come to the tavern. At this time, at the entrance of the tavern, Zhang Feng sat cross-legged under the crooked tree, looking at the wooden door that had just been replaced, which was very different from the original color of the house. He wondered if he should replace the whole house with iron. Even that door directly changed to look like a mace. How long had it been since he knew Lao Li? The door had been broken at least 3 times. If it was kicked down, then wouldn't everyone in Chang'an city want to come and kick his door? Then what would Zhang Feng become? And just as Zhang Feng was sketching in his mind whether to replace the iron door or rebuild a reinforced concrete house, Li Yuan's excited voice sounded at the door. "Boy, old man is here." This sudden voice gave Zhang Feng a big fright. But this voice, in the whole Chang'an city, only old man Li had it. It was arrogant, unruly, and unruly. Zhang Feng couldn't help but have a headache. He got up and looked at Li Yuan, who walked down the palanquin in a hurry, and said, "Old man Li, what are you dressed up like?" He suspected that old man Li ran out of a mental hospital. His hair was casually tied on his head, and there were even a few big red flowers on his head. The robe on his body was also askew. Li Yuan also didn't care about what Zhang Feng said. He waved his hand and pulled Zhang Feng into the tavern. He glanced at the door and said, "Brat, you should install a door." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. In an instant, countless kinds of doors as thick as city gates flashed through his mind. However, he also heard Li Yuan's teasing. After all, even if this thing was made, where would he put it? Zhang Feng invited the old man to sit down and pointed at the beer and white wine. Li Yuan chose the latter. The two of them sat down. Li Yuan did not care about his image as he drank his wine and looked at Zhang Feng, clicking his tongue non-stop. Zhang Feng felt goosebumps all over his body. "Old man, is your tongue okay?" How could Li Yuan not know that Zhang Feng was mocking him? "You brat, you've been insulting the old man since we met. Do you really think that the old man is senile?" Zhang Feng pursed his lips. Li Yuan continued, "Last time, you tricked the old man and won the old man's resort. You tell me what to do." Zhang Feng was stunned. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a land deed in the cellar. He said, "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I'll go take a look some other day." "All right, you brat, don't say anything else. The resort is yours. However, this thing, it's really not easy for you to take." Li Yuan's arrival, Zhang Feng really didn't expect it. However, he could more or less think of something. However, when he came up and said this, Zhang Feng was really a little dumbfounded. "Uncle, you're going a little overboard here. I won this with my own ability. If you didn't mention this, I really would have forgotten. When the time comes, I might still give it to that brat Li Gan. However, since you said this, then I really won't give it to him." Li Yuan really didn't plan to take it back. He was just angry. He pulled up his sleeves and took out a deck of poker cards from the trash. He said, Come. Let's play again. Old man doesn't believe that I can't beat you this time." How could Zhang Feng dare to play again with Li Yuan? He heard from Chantinia that this master basically turned the house upside down. He looked for people to play poker every day. Although this skill was not considered a master, with Zhang Feng's current ability, if he wanted to win, he would have to rely on his own ability. However, the academy's matters were a mess now. How could he have the time to do this? Seeing that there was still more than a month left, the academy was about to be completed. The books and teaching materials were still not settled. How could Zhang Feng not be anxious? He thought that Li Yuan came because of the military studies matter. He was originally prepared to show off. However, looking at it now, he didn't come because of that matter. However, Zhang Feng couldn't help but wonder. It seemed that this old guy didn't know. However, that didn't make sense. Lao Li came back yesterday. Moreover, today's matter was so big. It was impossible that Lao Li didn't know. Moreover, he even dug a hole for Lao Li. There was no reason for Lao Li to not see it. However, the old master actually didn't know. Then there was something to be said. Li Yuan saw that Zhang Feng didn't want to play cards. He could only put away the cards and hold on to him tightly. However, he didn't let go of the courtyard. Kid, do you know how much money that courtyard spent? Last time, my skills weren't as good as others. However, this matter, old man really has to argue with you. Stop. Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted for him to stop. Old master, you should also know about my matters, right? I'm here on the emperor's orders. If you blindly meddle and the emperor blames, I won't be able to shoulder it. Li Yuan didn't even need to think. This kid was fooling people. Even if Li Shimin dared to say that, now that he, Lao Tzu, was here, even if Li Shimin and Li Shimin came, what could he do? Kid, don't think that you can fool the old man with this. Do you think that the old man is really muddle-headed? Come. Let's talk about the matter of this courtyard today. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Isn't it just a courtyard? Do you need to go so far? However, Zhang Feng's eyes turned. He sighed and said, Ayaya, forget it. I thought that the old master was really loyal. So it's still like this. However, TSK. Isn't it just a courtyard? In a moment, this kid will return the deed to you. When Li Yuan saw that this kid actually returned the courtyard to him, he couldn't help but become anxious. Today, he really didn't come to the courtyard. He shot a glance at Zhang Feng. How could he not know that this kid was also testing him? Li Yuan said indifferently, that's enough. Don't think that the old man doesn't know. That courtyard, your woman has already prepared it for you. Your mouth says it's good, but what did you do behind the scenes? Chapter 666. Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. Ever since he won this villa at the gambling table last time, he had completely forgotten about this matter. If it weren't for the old man mentioning it today, he might not even remember that there was such a thing. But where did Jingshu get this news? Why did she go to tidy up the house? However, Zhang Feng instantly understood that this must have been spread by Chintinu, that big mouth. When he saw a woman, he didn't even know how to walk. As long as Jingshu slightly thought about it, none of them would be able to fight. No wonder the old man would be so angry. But this wasn't right. Even if Jingshu went to tidy it up again, the villa had never been lived in before. This wasn't a big deal, right? Why didn't he want the villa now that it was returned to him? No. There was a ghost. There was a big ghost inside. Sure enough, Li Yuan's words instantly made Zhang Feng understand. Kid, I heard that your house on Shao Mountain was built differently from the houses at the foot of the mountain and all the houses in the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng nodded. He didn't understand what the old man was selling in his gourd, but Zhang Feng also had his own plans. He patted his chest and said, that's needless to say. This is our Zhang Feng's product. How can it be compared with these ordinary adobe houses? Moreover, this academy is something that I poured my heart and soul into. Shouldn't I tidy it up properly? Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng and said smugly, do you know that this brick wall can only be used by those rich and powerful people with meritorious deeds? I know. But aren't we viscounts now? In any case, we're also people with status. We can also use this brick, right? Besides, this is the academy. There's no rule that says that the academy can't use bricks, right? During the Tang dynasty, there were rules governing the use of bricks. Ordinary people would either build mud houses or use stone strips to build their houses. However, bricks were strictly controlled. After all, they were not only used to build houses, but also the main material for building city walls. Those who were not powerful and meritorious were not qualified to use them. If bricks were used rashly, then the slave would be demoted to the border area and would never be able to enter the city. As for the rich merchants, they would be demoted to slaves. Similarly, he would never be able to rise again. However, the academy was different. Originally, there were not many people who built academies in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, the academy did not explicitly state that bricks could not be used, so Zhang Feng took advantage of this loophole. Even if he was caught, he wasn't afraid. On the one hand, he was building an academy. If anyone dared to say anything, then please take out the relevant documents and say that the Tang dynasty's law stated that the building of an academy could not be done by turning stones. If anyone dared to take out something, then he would definitely become the target of the world's literati. On the other hand, he was a viscount at this time, the Viscount of Lingshan. The bricks he was using now were not the common black bricks in the Tang dynasty, and they were not as big as the bricks in the present. His red bricks were the ones in the future. This kind of brick did not belong to the category of bricks used by the government. Therefore, Zhang Feng wasn't afraid that the government would find trouble with him. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Zhang Feng, Li Yuan had to give up. Li Yuan snorted twice and then gave up. Boy, you have foresight. If the higher-ups investigate this thing, something will happen sooner or later. Fortunately, the old man still has some connections in the court. If you ask the old man, maybe the old man, okay. Old man, you'd better put it away. Could it be that the person you know is more powerful than Zhang Sun Wuji, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice? Li Yuan glared. In the end, there was nothing he could do. He could only snort twice again and say, Ayaya, you boy, you don't know how to respect the old and love the young at all. I don't know how you are a teacher. How do you want to educate your students? If all the students you teach in the future are like you, how can it be? If there is no one watching over you, boy, won't you turn the sky upside down? After Li Yuan finished speaking, he patted his forehead and said, I remember now. That you Chang'an was also tricked by you to go up the mountain. That godly Dr. Sun Simiao also went up the mountain. The old man also heard that Yu Chang'an has already announced that he will stop writing. Moreover, he seems to be looking for Chu Suiliang and the others. This is all thanks to you, boy, right? Zhang Feng was talked about by Li Yuan in such a way that he couldn't figure out what Li Yuan was going to do in an instant. He looked at Li Yuan suspiciously and asked, Old man, what do you want to say? Li Yuan didn't say anything. He only took out a brocade-covered item from his embroidered robe and patted it in his hand, saying, The old man has a volume of Shangshu here. Boy, you should know its weight, right? Hearing this, Zhang Feng's eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells. Shangshu. This was one of the 5 classics of Confucianism. Back in the Western Jin dynasty, wasn't this thing lost? If this was true, then, how could it be in the old man's hands? Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel his heart heat up. With a bang, he stood up. And Li Yuan seemed to have long known the fatal attraction of this thing to scholars. Instead, he covered the bamboo slip with his embroidered robe. Looking at the slowly approaching Zhang Feng, he said, Boy, what do you want to do? Don't come over. Zhang Feng rubbed his hands and said, The old man is really loyal. This boy here really lacks this kind of good thing. If you are willing to part with it, we can talk about anything. Chapter 667. The Shangshu in the annotations to the 13 classics that was commonly used in later generations was the difference between Jinwen Shangshu and Guwen Shangshu. In fact, this thing was very easy to understand. The book Shangshu had long been lost in the West Jin dynasty. Later, in archaeology, and from the words of the previous dynasties, it was compiled. Therefore, only the Shangshu after the West Jin dynasty was actually a fake Shangshu, also called Jinwen Shangshu. The Shangshu before the West Jin dynasty was the real Guwen Shangshu. Zhang Feng was in college before. He was fooled by others that the girl in the ancient literature department was particularly good, so he stupidly took this course. But after he went, he was dumbfounded. There were only 3 people in this class. And the 2 of them were rough men, plus a dinosaur girl. How many King mud horses did he have in his heart? But it was too late to run away. After all, as long as he took the course, he would need to count credits when he graduated. In addition, the female professor finally saw a normal human being who was willing to take this elective course. She couldn't help but treat Zhang Feng as a treasure and take care of him. However, at that time, Zhang Feng only felt that this course was so good that he wanted to die. But now, he really had to thank the female professor. If she hadn't forcibly instilled the knowledge of ancient literature at that time, not to mention other things, he wouldn't have been able to learn the 100 family names, the 3-character classic, and so on, and the 18 hygge beats that he specially studied in order to pretend to be cool and flirt with the girl in the music department next door. Although he also signed up for the music elective course. But now it seemed. He was so excited that he wanted to find an artist to draw a portrait of the professor and offer 3 incense sticks every day. However, in order not to shock the world, Zhang Feng could only give up. After all, in this era, if someone knew that your teacher was a woman, then you were done for. Therefore, when Zhang Feng saw this Shangshu that hadn't been revealed yet, he was so excited. He dared to conclude that this thing must be the Guwen Shangshu. Zhang Feng didn't ask where Li Yuan came from. Just by looking at the embroidered auspicious cloud pattern on the silk, he could see that this thing was extraordinary. If it was the Jinwen Shangshu, that kind of thing from Landa Street, did it need to be so precious? It could only be said that there was something wrong with the old man. At this moment, just as Zhang Feng's hand was about to touch Li Yuan's embroidered robe, Li Yuan smiled. He had found this item among the treasures of a great Confucian scholar of the Sui dynasty after destroying the Sui dynasty. He also knew the value of this item, but it was not a good idea to keep it hidden in the library. The reason why he wanted to take it out today was to see if this brat knew anything about it. More importantly, he wanted to take revenge for what he had done to him. After all, after being pretentious by Zhang Feng several times, Li Yuan flew into a rage. Seeing Zhang Feng's appearance now, Li Yuan's entire body instantly felt incomparably comfortable. Boy, you should know how precious this thing is. However, this thing can't be easily imparted to others. You should understand this principle. Moreover, when the old man obtained this thing, he almost used up more than half of his family property. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have paid any attention to the Guanlong 8 great families. Zhang Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. At this moment, the preciousness of Shangshu was even more apparent. It was too exaggerated. Although he could hear that Li Yuan was exaggerating a little, how could he not pay any attention to the Guanlong group? You're bragging, aren't you? They could make Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty hover between life and death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any Li Tang. You're telling me that if you didn't buy this thing, you wouldn't pay any attention to the Guanlong group? You're bragging too much. Do you think you're the Li family of Longnan of the 5 surnames and 7 watches? However, Zhang Feng didn't dare to say it directly. He could only lower his head and say, "Old man, you're awesome. Such a good thing, it must be the Guwen Shangshu, right? Ha ha ha, at least you know what's good for you." Hearing this, Li Yuan laughed out loud and said while stroking his beard. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched as he watched Li Yuan unhurriedly untie the silk bag. In the next moment, a roll of slightly reddish-brown and slightly dark bamboo slips slowly leaked out. Although the silk threads connecting the bamboo slips had been replaced with new ones, based on the color of the bamboo slips, this thing was definitely the Guwen Shangshu. This was a real treasure. If he could get it, then the reputation of White Deer College would instantly soar by a large margin. However, until now, Li Yuan still hadn't said what he wanted. Instead, he talked about how he obtained this thing with great difficulty. This let Zhang Feng know that the difficulty of obtaining this thing was undoubtedly greater. Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh. He resisted and didn't allow himself to look at the bamboo slips that were jingling because of Li Yuan. He said, although I know the preciousness of this thing, there's an old saying. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. So, forget it, forget it. To be able to see it today is also a great fortune in life. Li Yuan was stunned. He looked in astonishment at Zhang Feng, who changed his face faster than flipping a book. He asked, Kid, this is the authentic Guan Shangshu. Don't tell me you don't want it? Chapter 668. I want it. But you made it sound so awesome. You clearly want to use the pig slaughtering knife to kill people. Do you think Lao Tzu is a fool? Is it those sour literati who see the book as if they see the soul? What do you want? If you say it, we'll be good. Why do you have to beat around the bush? Lao Tzu doesn't care. Although this thing is good, once it exceeds Zhang Feng's tolerance, even if it's a gold mountain, Zhang Feng will turn around and leave. Want a hammer? Don't you want your life? Li Yuan also instantly felt that he had played too much. He once again saw how difficult this kid was to deal with. However, he was not discouraged. After all, this thing had aroused this kid's interest. He was not afraid that he would not take the bait. However, his purpose was definitely not this small tavern. He sighed and said, You've been carrying it around in the yard all day. You've become useless. I heard that your Shao Mountain is doing well now. Do you want to go with old man for a walk? If old man is happy, what's wrong with giving this thing to you? Zhang Feng was a little suspicious. However, he finally understood the old master's intention from this sentence. Did he want to go to Shao Mountain? Fine. This is what you said. Old master, I'm very straightforward. Don't play with me. If I don't play with you, why should I play with you? Li Yuan said with a smile. Later, Li Yuan called people and basically emptied Zhang Feng's wine. He also urged Zhang Feng to get a lot of delicious food. Then, the group of people set off leisurely. Along the way, Zhang Feng's group attracted a lot of attention. It was basically like moving house. They brought everything, from the small chamber pot to the big road bed board. Zhang Feng could not help but be suspicious. Is this old master planning to settle down on Shao Mountain? Zhang Feng did not know how to ride a horse. In the end, he had no choice but to arrange a sedan chair. Only then did the group of people leave Chang'an city and leisurely head toward Shao Mountain. Along the way, Zhang Feng was thinking about the book, Shangshu, and what the old man was going to do next. However, no matter how much he thought about it, Zhang Feng still couldn't figure out what the old man was going to do. However, Zhang Feng discovered more and more that he could not see through Li Yuan. He was harder to deal with than Lao Li. At the very least, he could tell something from Li Shimon's words and deeds. However, this old man simply didn't play his cards according to common sense. This was what gave Zhang Feng a headache. In the end, Zhang Feng didn't think about it anymore. Once he went up Shao Mountain, it would be better to get rid of the old man as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be cheated badly. Wasn't it just a villa? How much could it be worth? At most, it would be worth 1,000 taels of gold, right? But why didn't he let it go? Zhang Feng didn't know the scale of this villa, nor had he seen it. Otherwise, if he saw the villa, which occupied an area not much smaller than Shao Mountain Academy, Zhang Feng would shut up. He would definitely wake up laughing in his dreams. However, these were all in the future. At this time, with the bumps of the sedan chair and the noises, the sedan chair finally stopped at the market at the foot of Shao Mountain. Getting off the sedan chair. Looking at the scene at the foot of Shao Mountain, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Old man remembers that this place was originally a barren land. Boy, is this really Shao Mountain? Zhang Feng looked around proudly and said, Old man, what do you think of this place? Li Yuan pointed to the market here and asked, "These people here, did they all come here when Shao Mountain was established?" Shao Mountain. When Zi was conquering the world, Li Yuan had been stationed here, so he still had a little influence here. This was actually a barren mountain. But how long had this boy been here? The plain at the foot of the mountain had been slowly flattened out. There were banks, food stalls, and even thatched sheds. Moreover, there was an inn written on a piece of tree bark. Although most of the buildings here were now built with thatched sheds and tree shacks, Li Yuan could faintly feel that in time, this place would become the second Chang'an city. No. It was already the case. After all the way here, there were only a few people who could afford to buy in Chang'an city. What about here? Brothels and banks were complete. And the people here seemed to be much richer than the people in Chang'an city. Bargaining could be seen everywhere. Even here, Li Yuan saw that many merchants were transporting wood and stone. Looking at their posture, they wanted to do a big job. This was all made by this boy. Zhang Feng shrugged and said, "Old man, there is something you don't know, right? Actually, business is like a piece of meat. When the meat is placed here, there will naturally be people who will smell the meat and come. Slowly, not only will there be meat and people who eat it, there will also be a large number of things that will be born from the operation. Business is a gathering of people, not a decision that can be made by one person. I just dug up Shao Mountain here and stepped out a road here. Naturally, people will follow this road and slowly turn it into a spacious road that can reach directly to Chang'an." Li Yuan always felt that Zhang Feng's words were very roundabout and scholarly, but his intuition told him that what Zhang Feng said was really so reasonable. He could not help but ask in surprise, "Is this what your academy wants to teach?" Chapter 669. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said, "This is a kind of knowledge. My teacher once said it, a great person once said it. The sample meaning of these words is like this. Actually, there is no road in this world. When more people walk, there will naturally be a road. Great person. There is no road in this world. When more people walk, there will naturally be a road." Li Yuan was silent. His expression was somewhat frightening. After Zhang Feng finished talking about this matter, the two of them walked along the small path and climbed the mountain. Along the way, Li Yuan was pondering over Zhang Feng's words. Until when they could no longer climb, Li Yuan's accompanying bodyguard hurriedly brought over Zhang Feng's reclining chair. Even Zhang Feng's tiger skin that had been missing for a long time, under Zhang Feng's shocked and angry gaze, slowly placed it under Li Yuan's buttocks. After resting for a while, Li Yuan looked at the whitewashed white houses halfway up the mountain, or houses that were being built with red bricks. He asked in surprise, "Feng Zi, what is going on with the houses here? Why does it look like every house is almost exactly the same? And this layout, old man can't quite understand. It seems like there are 2 floors. Could this row of houses be a single family? But why does it look like there are countless families?" At first, no one could see the reason for Zhang Feng's houses. However, only when the foundation of this house was completed and the walls were slowly being built, could one see that this house was very different from all the houses of this era. Because these houses were all conjoined houses of the later era. That is to say, 2 rooms for a family. Although they looked somewhat short and small, not as large as the houses of this era, in terms of function and the overall structure of the house, they flung the houses of this era by several streets. At the very least, Zhang Feng was not bragging. At this time, with these people under him now, if they were to go out and build a house, they would not need 5 days to complete the main frame of a house. If it was an adobe house, it would be strange if you could finish it without a month or so. On the other hand, the red bricks burned quickly. It was not as thick as the green bricks of this era. Therefore, in Li Yuan's view, this house seemed to collapse with a push. Facing Li Yuan's inquiry, Zhang Feng just smiled. "Old man, there's something you don't know. Excluding the craftsmen and workers, there are more than 1,000 students on the White Deer Academy's mountain. Although I allowed them to participate in the construction of my house, it's not like anyone can build a house just because they want to. After all, if someone is opportunistic and casually builds a shack for me with a few tree branches, then wouldn't my test become a mere decoration? But I don't have enough manpower right now. Moreover, we don't have enough funds, so I came up with this brilliant idea. Although this house doesn't look sturdy and the walls are so thin, I can guarantee that this thing will become a house that everyone in the Tang dynasty wants to live in. Li Yuan's interest could not help but be aroused. Then I'd like to see what's so different about your house. Although your house seems to be built faster than that adobe house from what I've seen, the bricks aren't cooked yet. Can they withstand a punch from a strong man? Zhang Feng smiled. Pointing at a Jinwu guard behind Li Yuan, he said, "Why don't you let your guard go and push it for me to see?" "Old man, let's make a bet." "Stop." As soon as Li Yuan heard Zhang Feng mention a bet, he felt uncomfortable all over. Now that he heard Zhang Feng mention the bet again, how could he not have goosebumps all over his body? Waving his hand, he let the Jinwu guard test the wall. Under the Jinwu guard's side impact, although the wall was like a bare bamboo pole, swaying non-stop in the wind, it still did not fall. And those craftsmen only looked at the Jinwu guard and continued to work, too lazy to care. It seemed that this kind of thing happened every day. This time, Li Yuan was somewhat unable to sit still. Hinting the Jinwu guard to pick up a few bricks to test, Li Yuan became even more stupefied. His sharp eyes could not help but see that someone actually added lime powder into a pile of silt-like things, causing Li Yuan to become stupefied again. Feng Zi, could it be that the thing that can make the walls so sturdy is this silt? Zhang Feng glanced at the cement. He did not feel like explaining anything to Li Yuan. He only said faintly, "This is a kind of adhesive that I invented. Once it completely absorbs these bricks and dries up, if a strong man like you bumps into it again, then the only thing that will be broken will be his arm." Hearing this, Li Yuan could not help but be shocked. A moment later, Li Yuan got up, squinted his eyes, and then pointed at the faintly visible waterfall. He said, "Feng Zi, old man does not want my villa anymore, but old man has a condition. Somewhere, make a slightly bigger house for old man. It must be better than theirs." Zhang Feng glanced at the brick waterfall. "Isn't it just a villa?" "Deal. But, this Shangshu must be given to me as a deposit? After all, the cost of building this villa will definitely be dozens of times more than the houses these people live in. When the time comes to build it, you will know that your Shangshu was not spent in vain." Chapter 670. Actually, there was a reason why Zhang Feng agreed to Li Yuan's request. After all, building a villa for Yu Shinan and the other masters was the same as building another one. Anyway, they were all together. When the time came, it would still be a connected villa. This would save a lot of trouble. If he really only built one for the old master, then he had to wait. After all, he really didn't have the time and spare money now. As the two walked, they discussed the matter of the villa. With that said, Li Yuan's eyes became more and more heated. After learning that Yu Shinan and the others would be Li Yuan's neighbors in the future, Li Yuan was very excited. After all, if he were to be alone in this academy, he would definitely be driven crazy. However, no matter what Zhang Feng said, Li Yuan just smiled and bypassed the matter of Shangshu, which made Zhang Feng so angry that his face turned red and his neck thick. But he still couldn't do anything to Li Yuan. In this way, one old and one young, quarreled all the way up Shao Mountain, leaving only the stunned craftsmen and students on the ground. At this time, Hao Chu-jun and the others who originally wanted to come up and say hello saw this situation. It was not until a long time after Zhang Feng and the others had left that they reacted. "What's this situation? Who's this old man?" Li Fu looked at the long line of furniture moving and couldn't help but be stunned. This house was all made of mahogany. Although many things were packed in that big wooden box, from the carved patterns on the wooden box and the mahogany material, it could be seen that the old man's background was definitely not simple. This doesn't look like a great scholar. If it's a great scholar, why would he quarrel with the dean like this? But it seems that he wants to live on the mountain for a long time. There's no harm in visiting more in the future. Guozhengyi picked up a pile of cement and stood behind the crowd and said, "Okay, he's already up the mountain. After all, this has nothing to do with us. It's better to finish the course properly. Hao Chu-jun heard this and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How long have we been here? Why do I always feel that Dean Zhangfeng is ordering us around like long-term workers? Li Fu heard this and couldn't help but put on a straight face and said, "What do you mean? Are you questioning the dean? There's an ancient saying. All right. Don't talk to me like that. Do you guys want credits or not? Now, the academy is still a wasteland. How can it have the time to teach you? Don't tell me it's on this barren mountain." Just as the few of them were muttering, Dugo appeared out of nowhere and berated everyone. He then took a look at Zhang Feng and the Grand Emperor's figures and hurriedly ran up the mountain. This was a big matter. The retired emperor seemed to want to stay here for a long time. How could this be? With retired emperor's temperament, he would definitely ruin the atmosphere here. He had to tell this matter to Li Qingxian and the others as soon as possible so that they could think of a way to trick the retired emperor down the mountain. Otherwise, no one would have a good life in the future. When Dugo climbed up the mountain, Zhang Feng had already brought Li Yuan into the wooden house that Zhang Feng was temporarily staying in. Seeing this situation, Dugo asked old He and the others where Li Qingxian and the others went. Only then did he hurriedly run to the chicken farm. From afar, he saw Li Qingxian and Qing Chumo sitting on a rock by the river, directing a large group of children on the mountain. They were leaning on shelled eggs. Dugo couldn't care about anything else. He hurriedly pulled Li Qingxian and the others to the side and said, "The retired emperor went up the mountain." What? When the few of them heard this, they couldn't help but ask in unison as if they were constipated, "When did this happen?" "Just now, with Feng Zi." When the few of them heard this, they couldn't help but feel like their heads were about to explode. The retired emperor was good at everything except that he was now obsessed with poker cards. When he saw someone, even if he squatted on the floor, he could squat for an entire day to play with that person. He wouldn't stop until that person was left with only a piece of cloth. At this time, Li Yuan was in the palace. That matter was even more difficult to avoid than the god of plagues. There was no other way. Everyone lost miserably. Besides, they were all young people. Could an old man like you get involved? Thinking like this, the few of them instantly lost their calm. They hurriedly brought a beggar's chicken and ran to Zhang Feng's small house. There was no other way. If the retired emperor stayed here, no one would be able to be at peace. Not far away, Ma Zhou, who was following old eunuch Gao to feed pigs, and the old eunuch saw the crown prince and the others roasting meat excitedly just now. The old eunuch's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He had long wanted to go over and freeload a chicken. Ever since he ate it twice last time, this thing always lingered in his mind. Not to mention, previously in the palace, it was the food that the emperor and empress pulled down. It basically went into their stomachs. They were used to eating good food. Although this porridge was very good, they couldn't eat porridge all day, right? Moreover, they were eating porridge on the side while watching others nibble on the chicken. Who could stand this stimulation? However, at this time, when old Gao saw the few of them leaving in a hurry, he couldn't help but push Ma Zhou and said, "Boy, do you want to eat chicken?" Chapter 671. Li Yuan's ostentatious display. It had already spread like wildfire on the mountain. Especially now, it had just reached Yushur hour, which was also the time Zhang Feng set for eating. Although the people of Chang'an liked to wake up early in the morning to eat, and then say that they were going for a stroll, or to find something to do, to earn money, and so on, and only at night would they eat here. But Zhang Feng's place was completely different. Eating at Yushur hour was right. But everyone only had half a bowl of porridge, plus a millet steamed bun mixed with unknown things. At noon, everyone had a big bowl of porridge, plus a black millet steamed bun. There was a difference between the porridge in the morning and at noon. In the morning, there was no meat added, and everyone could not chew out a trace of meat in the thick porridge. But at noon, it was different. This porridge was as thick as the dry rice they ate on a daily basis. The most important thing was that there was meat in the porridge. If they were lucky, if they could stir out a few meat bones, that night when they were hungry, they could use the broken pot to cook it, add some tender roots dug out from the soil, and make do with a meal. Or they could burn the chicken bones and pig bones in the fire and grind them into powder. These were all good things. But the meal at night was different. The porridge was still the same porridge, but everyone had to take 2 bowls. A bowl of porridge, a bowl of chicken mixed with wild vegetables, and unknown things, meat soup, there was pork, goose meat, eggs, and so on. It could be said that this meal at Usher hour was very much anticipated by everyone. It was also at this time every day, all the people on Usher Mountain, no matter how tired they were, would raise their bowls high, as if they were celebrating the new year, and grin foolishly. But today was different. Li Yuan's high-profile appearance ceremony was everyone lining up to get food, or squatting on the ground to eat the food, which they talked about with great relish. You didn't see that scene today. You could smell the fragrance of wine from afar, this wine aroma, it's like the imperial wine of the palace. The people of Tongwifang, who were squatting together and separated from these people, looked at those people who were talking animatedly as if they were looking at fools, and said, "Only you can. Do you know that the wine that the old man took is also our dean's?" Hearing this, in an instant, those people and craftsmen could not stay calm. What? What did you say? This wine was made by the dean? Impossible. When Lao Tzu was rich before, he was also a person who drank wine. He even drank that 1 copper, a bamboo barrel of beer. That thing, that taste, is simply better than that wine. This wine is really brewed by the dean? Doesn't that mean that our dean is from heaven? By the way, you guys seem to be from the same street as the dean. Can you tell me about the dean? Tongwifang's people, as they heard this, they were eating, and eat to eat, while we're talking about our dean. That's an incredible figure. Do you all know Chang'an University? Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads like chickens pecking rice, slurping the porridge along the eaves of the bowls, and staring at the people of Tongwifang. The person who spoke put down the bowl that was bigger than his face, wiped his mouth and said, "Actually, this dean, I heard long ago that when he was born, guess what?" "What?" "Have you ever seen a child not cry after the midwife gave birth? But our dean is different. The moment he was born, he looked up to the sky and laughed." Hiss. Hearing this, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. Everyone asked curiously, "Then isn't the dean really a god? Who doesn't cry when they are born?" This is really different. No wonder he was conferred the title of Viscount by the Emperor at such a young age, and he has such ability. He is different from us from the moment he was born. That's right. This is what the temporary chancellor of Chang'an University, the old scholar, said personally. And you have not seen it, every time the dean does a good deed, his head is shining with golden light. Everyone was shocked. No wonder the dean never wore a hat, so it was because wearing a hat affected his supernatural powers? In that case, ayaya, aren't we doing something for the immortals? The people of Tongwifang snorted, their meaning was self-evident. Don't you eat? Even eating can't stop your mouths, can it? Old He and the others, who had just finished distributing the food, were listening while distributing the food. At first, they did not think much of it, but the more they talked, the more they were going overboard. If they let these people continue to gossip, what would happen? After Old He shouted, he did not care about these people anymore. Instead, he took out a big pot of braised red pig trotters from the temporary kitchen and kicked Zhu Zhu, who was holding a bowl to drink the braised water, and said, "Damn it, eat, 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 eat. If you follow those stubborn people all day, you will eat to death sooner or later. Hurry up and send the food to Feng Zi." Oh, oh, oh. Only then did Guzi stare at the bowl that belonged to him, carried the bowl of porridge, and followed Old He into the small wooden house. Chapter 672. The atmosphere in the small wooden house was somewhat strange. At this time, Zhang Feng had a cold face, his back facing Li Yuan and Li Qingxian as he ate the beggar's chicken. Li Yuan sniffed from time to time. That aroma instantly made Li Yuan's stomach growl again. What was even more infuriating was that those little bastards were eating while smacking their lips. Not only that, but they were also drinking to their heart's content. They didn't even look at him. This made Li Yuan explode with anger. Qian, Tai Nyo, and you little bastards, get over here and kneel down for old man. Li Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. Hearing this, Li Qingxian and the others' faces instantly changed greatly. Here, Lao Tzu is the dean. If you go over, fine, tomorrow, get the hell down the mountain for Lao Tzu. This time, these few second-generation masters were in a difficult situation. They clearly knew that these two grandpas were angry, but they still bumped into them. This was great. No matter how today's matter was resolved, with Li Yuan's habit of holding grudges, in the future, no matter if he stayed on the mountain or went down the mountain, when the time came, these few people wouldn't have a good time. But what could they do? This was all Feng Zi's business. You two immortals fighting, what did it have to do with us? And just at this time, as luck would have it, the appearance of old He and the stupefied Guzi instantly made Li Qingxian and the others feel as if they had met a big savior. Wow! It smells so good. This is the braised pig trotters you tinkered with? Come, Grandpa, you also want to eat some? You can smell the fragrance of this thing. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to *CK his mother. Under the fragrance of the braised pig trotters, Ching Chimo was the first to be unable to resist surrendering. He grabbed a pig trotter, hugged it, and gnawed on it. On the stubble on his mouth, fat dripped down from the corners of his mouth, causing Li Yuan's eyes to turn red. He personally picked up a pig trotter for Li Yuan and said, "This old man, please have a taste." This was made by our Fengzi after staying up late a few days ago. He said that there would be an important guest these few days. Fortunately, I heard a large group of magpies chirping here early this morning. Look, just as it was braised, you came. When Uncle He was at the door, he glanced around and saw two people fighting. From the matter of the servants and servants Li Yuan brought up the mountain, as well as those fellows he had never seen in his entire life, how could he not know that this master was a person who could not be provoked? But now, Feng Zi was actually fighting with him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Under Uncle He's excuse, Li Yuan still could not resist the temptation of delicious food in the end. After looking at the bright red pig trotters, Li Yuan snorted twice. For the sake of this pig trotter, kid, old man will let you off for now. Let's argue after the meal. Humph, I thought you weren't going to eat anymore. Zhang Feng also snorted. Then, as if in a fit of pique, he glared at Li Yuan. The two just stared at each other and ate in a fit of pique, causing everyone to be dumbstruck. There was something strange. There was something very strange about this. But at this time, these two did not say anything. What could they do? Originally, they were still waiting to eat a good meal. Now, it was great. They were here to eat between the cracks. However, the few of them were even more curious about what was going on with Feng Zi. Just as everyone had their own thoughts, a large pot of pig trotters was basically wiped out. Fortunately, in the end, Zhang Feng hurriedly blocked the few of them and left some for Sun Simiao, Old Gao, and the others. He also sent a jar of fine wine that he brought from the shop to each of them. Only then did he stop. Li Yuan looked at Zhang Feng's expression that was like an angry little wife and was also speechless. After waving his hand and driving away the few bastards, he picked his teeth and took out the shangshu from his bosom and threw it to Zhang Feng. In an instant, the moment Zhang Feng hugged the shangshu, his smile was as brilliant as a flower. Yo! Old man, you should be a little gentler. This thing is precious. If by any chance it bumps into something, it will make one's heart ache. Li Yuan rolled his eyes. You still know that this thing is precious? Such a precious thing, can't old man feel some heartache? You little bastard, you actually want to be angry with me. You are simply, if it was in the past, old man would have slapped you. Zhang Feng chuckled and was not embarrassed. Instead, he said, this is your fault. You know that this kid has a one-track mind. You still want to lower yourself to my level? Isn't this what it is? Come, come, come. I will toast you with a cup of wine. Will this matter be over? Li Yuan glanced at Zhang Feng and then said lightly, don't. This cup of wine of yours is too precious. I can't afford to drink it. Seeing that Li Yuan did not appreciate it, Zhang Feng knew that the matter was serious. Sure enough, at this time, Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and said, there is no need for empty words. Old man is not interested. However, what is your academy like? Tell the old man in detail. The old man is now very interested in your academy. What do you mean? Very interested in my academy? What do you mean? Could it be that you have taken a fancy to my academy? Zhang Feng was a little dumbfounded. Li Yuan saw Zhang Feng's defensive face and said speechlessly, there is no other meaning. I just want to see what your academy is like. Do you think that the old man wants to snatch your academy? Chapter 673. Zhang Feng felt relieved after hearing this. But at this time, he was still a little worried. This thing was a bit difficult to take. Just now, in a fit of pique, he was actually testing the old man, but he didn't expect that the old man would actually compromise. From the foot of the mountain to the top, he had been inquiring about the academy. This matter made Zhang Feng couldn't help but mutter. If it was really that simple, then it would be good. But now, it seemed that things were far from as simple as he thought. The more this old man compromised, the more uneasy he felt. From the high-profile move of so many things when he went up the mountain today, he could see that it was not right to say that he wanted to live on the mountain for a long time. After all, there was nothing on the mountain now, and they were still squeezed together. That stench, that foot stench that could almost send people away, and that thunder-like snoring, although separated by a room, still made Zhang Feng feel like dying. But even so, Zhang Feng still forced himself to go to the academy every day. At this time, this old man came up. Where did he want to live? There was no place to live. But at this time, Zhang Feng was just guessing. He could only follow the old man's request and tell the old man about the academy in detail. After that, Li Yuan stroked his beard and thought, and then said, Kid, today's book, take it as a gift for me to be the honorary vice president. What? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He asked again, Old man, what did you say? Li Yuan said with a smile, Why, is it wrong for the old man to be the honorary vice president? Not to mention others, Sun Simiao, Chu Suiliang, and Yu Shinan have to call me when they see me. Do you think you can suppress them? Zhang Feng was anxious. No, old man, what do you mean? You. Li Yuan nodded. Why not? If not, then return, Shangshu, I will go down the mountain now. Don't. Zhang Feng was anxious. At this time, he finally understood Li Yuan's intention. From the beginning, he was inquiring about this and that, to asking for the villa, and then when he went up the mountain, he displayed his playthings with great fanfare. Good Lord, it turned out that he was digging a big hole for him. Now, could Zhang Feng refuse? If she refused, what if the old man went back with great fanfare and walked down the mountain? Wouldn't that be terrible? What could Zhang Feng say? He could only give a thumbs up and say, Old master, you're awesome. You won. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. At the same time. Outside the wooden house, a few people stuck their butts out and listened through the crack of the door. They couldn't help but gasp. Oh my God. What is the old man doing? What was he thinking? He actually wants to be the honorary vice principal? This, Ching Chumo could not help but exclaim. At this time, everyone finally understood what the two of them were doing. So, the old man was using something that Zhang Feng could not bear to let go to force him to agree to let the old man be the vice principal. However, they were not fools. At this time, although everything was fine in the academy, it was only a matter of time before it aroused the dissatisfaction of the Shandong aristocrats. Another thing was the Imperial College. This was an important place for the Shandong aristocrats in Chang'an city. Before this White Deer College, it was still fine. It did not arouse the covetous eyes of the people and they only took it as a joke. However, now that the miracle doctor went up the mountain and Yu Shinan had retired from writing, the news of Yu Shinan going up Shao Mountain would spread sooner or later. When that time came, the old man went up the mountain in a high-profile manner and took the initiative to accept the honorary vice principal. This meant that the old man was shouldering all the responsibility. Although the old man was no longer involved in the imperial court, he still had a lot of connections, especially those aristocrats. Although they did not fall for the old man's tricks, once the old man made a decision. In that case, they would still consider it carefully. After all, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. How many valiant generals were loyal to retired emperor back then? They were all illustrious and illustrious existences. Moreover, they were not subject to the imperial court's control. If they angered Li Yuan, then could they withstand Li Yuan's fury? At the thought of this, the few of them were deeply shocked. Hurriedly leaving the small wooden hut, they arrived at a place in the valley of Shao Mountain. After lighting a bonfire, Li Qingxian said, "I suspect that today's matter was Father's idea. Otherwise, Father Emperor would definitely know about such a big matter as retired Emperor leaving the palace. That means that the White Deer College incident has aroused the attention of the Shandong aristocrats after all. Then, what do you plan to do?" Zhang Sun asked. After a moment of silence, Li Qingxian said faintly, "This is not something we can worry about. We just have to take care of our own matters. However, now it's up to Feng Zi. If the academy can be opened before this matter completely explodes, then this matter can be easily solved." Qing Chimo was stunned. "Speak human language, I don't understand." Li Qingxian looked at Qing Chimo and said, "At this time, we are on the side of the people. For the time being, we have the help of the great scholar Yu Shinan and others. Although we are using my name to the outside world, paper can't hide the truth. They will know that the real owner of this academy. Therefore, Feng Zi is the key. I am very sure that when the time comes to open the gates, those great scholars of Shandong will definitely come together. Then, it will really explode." Chapter 674. Ku, Ku, Ku. Pain. Great pain. In the middle of the night, Zhang Feng's stomach was churning. He couldn't help curling up like a shrimp. Damn it, maybe they used raw water to boil the pig trotters, this motherf asterisk cur. Zhang Feng had diarrhea 5 times in one night. At this time, he only felt uncomfortable as if his whole body was about to collapse. Finally, after a violent contraction of his lower abdomen, Zhang Feng suddenly got up in a hurry, and then stumbled out of the door in a hurry. Before coming to the outhouse, he directly finished his business on the spot. Yes, he couldn't hold it anymore. After squatting for about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng only felt that his intestines were about to come out. Then he habitually touched his waist and suddenly remembered that he was in the Tang dynasty, and the toilet paper he carried with him was used up. Chintinu. Da-bing, da-bing. Zhang Feng had to call someone, but he didn't. Instead, Uncle He hurried over and almost kicked Zhang Feng's head. Uncle He looked at Zhang Feng in surprise and asked, "Fengzi, what's wrong with you?" "Diarrhea." "Uncle He, you came at the right time. Do you have any paper?" "Paper? No." "What do you want paper for?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "To wipe my ass." Uncle He was stunned. "So, you usually use toilet paper to wipe your face?" Zhang Feng was also stunned. "What else can I do?" "Let's not talk about it now. Hurry up and get me some paper." Uncle He sighed and secretly called him a prodigal. Then, he groped on a tree next to him and handed Zhang Feng a thick stack of leaves, saying, "I don't have any paper. That thing is precious. If you don't mind, you can make do with the leaves." In the end, Zhang Feng had no choice but to make do with it. Only then did he enter the small wooden house with Old Ho's help. Their movements finally alerted Zhang Sun and the others. When they went out and saw Zhang Feng's pale face, they were scared out of their wits. Feng Zi, what's wrong with you? Diarrhea. After learning that Zhang Feng was suffering from diarrhea, they rubbed their sleepy eyes and left. When Old He heard Zhang Feng's voice and rushed over, Old He's wife also heard Zhang Feng's voice. At this time, she had already brought over a big bowl of ginger soup. However, there was a layer of black substance floating on the ginger soup. Upon closer inspection, it was actually charcoal powder. Come, Feng Zi. Drink this and you'll feel better at night. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find Dr. Sun to take a look at you. As she spoke, Old He's wife took out a packet of white powder wrapped in Old Spring Festival couplets from her sleeve. Zhang Feng saw that this was lime powder from his kiln factory. Under his horrified gaze, Old He's wife poured a little lime powder into the bowl. Then, the bowl seemed to be boiling. She held the bowl of water and handed it to Zhang Feng. It seemed that she was going to feed him. Zhang Feng hurriedly stopped her and said, No, I'll have to trouble sister-in-law to bring me a bowl of salt water and a piece of charcoal. When Old He heard that, he said with some displeasure, Feng Zi, these are commonly used things. You'll be able to sleep well after a bowl. Drink it. As he spoke, Old He took the bowl and brought it to Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng had no choice. It seemed that if he didn't drink it, he wouldn't be able to have a good night. At this time, Li Qingxian and the others put on their clothes and walked out of the door. They looked at the ginger soup and said, Drink it. This thing is a good medicine. If you don't drink that, I have something good here. Do you want to try it? As he spoke, Li Qingxian took out a small porcelain bottle and tossed it in his hand. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. But Old He's next words still made him drink this bowl of poisonous soup. Regardless of anything else, although it was a little shocking when these things were mixed together, the effect was still very good. At the very least, Zhang Feng's rumbling stomach warmed up after a bowl, and he no longer felt so uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhang Feng was fine, Old He pulled Li Qingxian out of the door and said, Young Master Li, Feng Zi just asked for toilet paper. You know my situation. I can't afford it, so I'll have to trouble young Master Li to quickly buy some for Feng Zi tomorrow. Li Qingxian asked in surprise, why does he need toilet paper when he has diarrhea in the middle of the night? To wipe his butt. Old He didn't know that this thing was commonly used by people in the upper class, so he said it naturally. But when Li Qingxian heard it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. What did you say? Feng Zi wants toilet paper to wipe his butt? Old He was also stunned. Young Master Li, don't you know? What did Li Qingxian know? Even his father, the emperor of the dynasty, only gave him coarse cloth. Good lord, this kid used toilet paper? Toilet paper was not cheap in the Tang dynasty. A caddy of toilet paper cost at least 100 copper coins. How could ordinary people afford it? Moreover, this thing was thick and heavy. Only medicine shops would use a little of it, as well as during weddings and funerals. Also, during festivals, window flowers and couplets would be used a little. This was already considered extravagant. Good lord, this kid actually used toilet paper to wipe his butt? Your butt is very expensive. Chapter 675. After dealing with Old He for a while. Only then did Li Qingxian walk into the wooden house with a solemn expression. He looked at Zhang Feng who was curled up on the recliner and asked, Feng Zi, I just heard from Old He that you're going to wipe your ass with toilet paper? This time, it was a big deal. In an instant, Ching Chumo and the others who were joking with Zhang Feng were shocked. Damn, Feng Zi, you're so awesome. Come, let's see if your eyes are made of gold. Get lost. Zhang Feng slapped Ching Chumo's hand away and said, What else can I use if not paper? But I forgot to buy some when I went up the mountain this time. I usually use rice paper. Toilet paper is too easy to tear. Hearing this, Li Qingxian looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief and exclaimed, You still use rice paper? Feng Zi, you absolutely cannot mention this matter to anyone else. Otherwise, your academy will cease to exist. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was stunned. Looking at them with a solemn expression, he asked, "Isn't it just a toilet paper to wipe your ass? Do you have to go so far? Go so far? You actually said that? Come, let me calculate for you. This toilet paper costs 500 coins, and no one needs to buy a fixed amount every year. This rice paper is even more different. It costs 1,000 strings of coins. Even the current emperor only uses a little when he writes the imperial edict. You actually use such a precious thing to wipe your ass?" Li Qingxian was crazy. He must think that Zhang Feng was really crazy. If those scholars were to find out that Zhang Feng actually treated the rice paper that they were reluctant to use like this, how would they fly into a rage? But Zhang Feng was also stunned. He was anxious. "Isn't it just a piece of paper? Do you have to go so far? You still say that the academy is closed? Okay. Tomorrow Lao Tzu will make you paper of a higher grade than rice paper. Isn't it just a piece of paper? As for 1,000 strings of coins? Believe it or not, if I'm willing, I can get you 300 caddies in one day. Do you believe it or not?" Old man doesn't believe it. At this moment, Li Yuan's voice faintly sounded from outside the door. Although it was already the Chou hour at this time, these guys' voices were too loud. In addition, the environment had just changed, and there were many mosquitoes. How could Li Yuan sleep? At this time, with such a ruckus, Li Yuan heard everything. When he heard that Zhang Feng actually wanted to make paper, and it was the kind of paper that was better than rice paper, he finally couldn't sit still, even he didn't dare to say this sentence. After all, rice paper was something the world was proud of. It was also the secret method of the Tang dynasty. But in Zhang Feng's hands, it was reduced to a tool to wipe his ass. How could this not make Li Yuan angry? However, he was also looking forward to it. When Zhang Feng saw the old man come out, he couldn't help but have a headache. "Old man, it's the middle of the night. Why don't you sleep and come out? With your voices so loud, do you think old man can sleep?" Zhang Feng was speechless. "However, were you bragging just now, or are you really planning to make paper?" Zhang Feng pointed to his pale face and said with a wry smile, "Look at my face. Do you think I'm joking?" When Li Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but put away the joking expression on his face and said seriously, "Then what are you going to do?" Zhang Feng was not stupid. He glanced at Li Yuan and said, "It's a secret. It can't be spread." When Li Yuan heard this, he was so angry that he almost wanted to beat him, but he still resisted and asked, "Then tell me, this paper, how long will it take you to make it? And how much do you plan to sell it for?" At this time, after a bowl of dark cuisine, Zhang Feng finally raised his spirits and said, "If we don't count the preparation time, the first time, it will take 2 days. The second time will do. It only needs 1 day. You can guarantee 300 caddies every day?" Li Yuan suddenly stood up and asked. Zhang Feng was stunned. This is the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, it will be more than 500 caddies. This is not considered expanding the scale. Otherwise, a few thousand caddies a day is not a problem. Hiss. When Li Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Now, everyone was using their book collection to compete with their master's profound knowledge, and what they were competing with was nothing else but their book collection. And books were expensive. What was expensive about them? It was expensive in this paper. A book, just a casual binding, would need to consume 3 taels of rice paper. 1 tael of rice paper was 1,000 coins. This book was 3,000 strings of coins. The reason why paper was so expensive was not because of anything else, but because this manufacturing process was too troublesome. If a paper mill could produce 100 caddies a month, that was already a high yield. But what did Li Yuan just hear? He actually heard it. 300 caddies a day. And this was the worst-case scenario. If it was good, a few thousand caddies a day. What did this mean? This was a windfall. Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, "How do you plan to sell this paper?" How could Zhang Feng not know that this matter was serious at this time? He inadvertently fiddled with another thing that could make him rich overnight. How would he know that paper in the Tang dynasty would be so scarce? If that was the case, then what was he doing earlier? If he had made paper earlier, then wouldn't he have made a fortune? Chapter 676. Zhang Feng's stomach finally turned for the better after Sun Simiao helped him with a smile on his face. 2 days later. Zhang Feng spent most of the time in bed. That feeling. It was simply unbearable. The price Zhang Feng paid was 10 jars of white wine and 3 braised pig trotters a day. These were not important, the key was the wine. It was inconvenient for him to move now, and coupled with the shortage of food, he could not get any food to make wine. When he thought of the 10 jars of wine, Zhang Feng's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. But there was no other way. Zhang Feng secretly called old He and Zhu Zi's father to come to the bed and said with a sobbing tone, "Old He, Zhu Zi's father, now I can only rely on the two of you. You also saw those people, they are all King ungrateful wolves." When the two heard this, they turned pale with fright and hurriedly asked, "Feng Zi, what happened to you? If the problem is big, we will carry you down the mountain and let the godly doctor take a look at you. If it doesn't work, we will find a Taoist priest to exorcise you. You must not scare us." Old He and Zhu Zi's father were so anxious that they almost cried. They thought that Zhang Feng was making arrangements for his death. Zhang Feng also understood the meaning of the two, but he did not say much. He just took a breath and said with a pale face, "I have a letter here, I will have to trouble the two of you to pass it to this old man. This matter is too big, please do not tell those ungrateful people." The two of them wiped their tears and sobbed, "Feng Zi, don't worry. Although we can't pluck the stars for you, you don't have to worry about this small matter of delivering a letter. Why don't we break into the imperial palace right now and bring the imperial physician up to the mountain for you?" While speaking, the two picked up the spatula and kitchen knife in their hands and were about to run down the mountain. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly pulled them back. "I'm fine. It's just diarrhea, isn't it? Just do as I say. Also, while they're not paying attention, I've hidden 10 bags of food in the courtyard behind the tavern. Give them to the old elementary scholar. Remember, don't tell anyone about this." After the two confirmed that Zhang Feng was not going to die, they sniffled and hurriedly ran away. There was no other way. Zhang Feng was also the best at using this kind of fake but not real method. Otherwise, the people of this era were too straightforward. Plus, the people of Guangzhou did not like to lie. Zhang Feng could only secretly shout in his heart that he had sinned while secretly ordering people to brew wine. There was no other way, he could not leave this thing alone. There were wolves all around him, he had to find a safe way. After thinking for 3 days, he could only lock his gaze on the old elementary scholar. In addition, he pretended that he was about to die to fool the two of them. Now, even if the heavenly emperor wanted to pry something out of their mouths, it would be useless. Zhang Feng laughed mischievously. He crossed his legs, hugged his head, and closed his eyes once again. And this act of Zhang Feng's instantly stirred up big trouble. First of all, when the two walked out of Zhang Feng's house and saw the people everywhere and the embryonic form of White Deer College, how could the two hold back? They sat down beside the old neighbors of Tonghui Lane and started bawling. Everyone was stunned. When they thought about how the two of them were fine when they entered Zhang Feng's room, and how they suddenly started crying, they almost scared the hell out of everyone. The old village chief used his walking stick to hit the two of them on the back and shouted, "Feng Zi, what's wrong? Why don't you two tell me?" Everyone's hearts couldn't help but thump when they saw the two of them. After sniffling twice, old He was about to say something, but the old village chief waved his hand and glared at the people beside him. He shouted, "Do you have nothing to do? Do you not want to eat anymore? This is a family matter in Tonghui Lane. Why are you interfering? Get the hell out of here." When everyone heard this, they were even more certain that something had happened. But at this time, under the command of the old village chief, everyone carried the two people who were crying until their arms and legs were weak into the temporary kitchen. Everyone surrounded the two people in a circle, and then there were a few strong men who specially raised their sticks, angrily staring at anyone who dared to take a step forward. This included Dugo, who was rubbing his head and walking forward. At this moment, in the middle of the crowd, Old He said, "Just now, Fengzi asked us to go in." Then, the two of them spoke one after another and finally explained everything clearly. Instantly, the old women and young women in Tonghui Lane started crying. The old village chief shouted angrily, "Are you crying at a funeral? All of you were shut up by Lao Tzu. If anyone dares to spread this news, Lao Tzu will break their legs if they dare to King enter Tonghui Lane in the future. You saw it too. This is all because of this group of Kers who came to harm Fengzi. What a good kid. If it wasn't for him, would Tonghui Lane have such good days today? He's such a good kid. Ayaya, from today onwards, I will take care of Fengzi's daily needs. Don't spread this news. Let those ingrates know that no one in Tonghui Lane is easy to mess with. If anyone dares to ask Fengzi for anything, Lao Tzu will bite off a piece of their flesh. Fengzi should be fine for now. Wait for this old man to personally go and ask the godly doctor. In front of the godly doctor, I will take a closer look. Otherwise, this old man will feel uneasy. Chapter 677. In fact, although every city square had a supervisor, this position actually meant that the supervisor and the village chief were both in the same position. In the beginning, they called him the old village chief. If it was necessary, they would not call him supervisor. The old village chief's words were like an imperial edict to the people of Tonghui Square. Moreover, Fengzi's situation was unclear. However, Old He and Old Man Xiu would never lie. Now, everyone thought that Fengzi's stomach suddenly hurt in the middle of the night 3 days ago. Everyone could not help but think that Fengzi was about to die. Now, everyone looked at Dugo and the others with a different expression. In the past, when they saw it, it was because of Fengzi's face and the prestige of the 4 demon kings that everyone treated it as a big deal. But now? Fengzi was about to die because of them. How could they still treat her well? Even the students were the same. If not for them, would Fengzi come to the Cultivation Academy on the mountain? This was because she was tired out. At this moment, Dugo was stunned. Originally, he was looking for Old He and Old Man Xiu to reconcile the accounts. However, when he saw Old He and Old Man Xiu sobbing and looking at Fengzi's room from time to time, he was completely stunned. Old He, you guys, get lost. If you dare to call Lao Tzu that again, do you believe that Lao Tzu will break your bones? Dugo could only say that he was scared silly. He watched as Old He and Old Man Xiu rushed down the mountain with murderous intent. He was even more stunned. However, when he turned around and saw the red-eyed and unfriendly neighbors of Tonghui Square at the entrance of the kitchen, Dugo could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Bad guy. Beat him up. At this moment, Steamed Bun came out from behind the crowd with a handful of stove ashes in his hand and threw them at Dugo. In the next moment, how could the crowd hold back? They rushed up and beat Dugo. Dugo was stunned. He was also furious. Who was he? He was the young duke. At this moment, he was beaten up for no reason. Even Steamed Bun, who was known for his cuteness, scratched his face and left a bloody mark. This made Dugo explode with anger. Limping and hopping, he didn't even care about his clothes, which he usually cared about the most. He lifted his robe and ran. Just you wait. You're going against the heavens. You actually dare to. Ouch. Who the hell threw the stone? F***CK. Beat him up. It's all his fault. If he hadn't been following behind Fengzi and chanting scriptures all day long, Fengzi wouldn't have ended up like this. Sob, 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 it's all your fault. I noticed you before. Once you came up the mountain, you were always so nosy. You followed Fengzi to eat and go to the toilet to annoy him. If it weren't for you, Fengzi wouldn't be like this. Beat him up. Dugo was completely confused. But at this moment, how could he dare to explain? With great difficulty, he squeezed out of the crowd and scrambled to the back of the mountain. At this moment, when the crowd at the mountain gate saw the people from Tong Hui Fong, they all shuddered and took a detour. He was afraid that these red-eyed fellows would grab him and beat him up for no reason. They knew that these people were from Tong Hui Fong and were well taken care of by the dean. If they were beaten up, they wouldn't even have a place to reason. Didn't they see that even young Master Du, who called the dean his brother, was beaten up? As for Du Go, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. His hair cap had long been thrown away and his hair was disheveled. His face was covered in soot and black mud. His face was bruised and one of his legs was crippled by some bastard. From afar, he saw Li Qingxian and the others lazing around on a rock. Du Go felt wronged and shouted, "Why are you still standing here?" Lao Tzu was beaten up by someone. Go help Lao Tzu. When Li Qingxian and the others heard this, they were stunned. But when they saw Du Go's current appearance, their eyeballs couldn't help but fall out. Li Qingxian rubbed his eyes and nudged Zhang Sun in disbelief. He asked, "Who is this? Why does his voice sound so much like De Bing?" Zhang Sun was also stunned. He scratched his head and said, "It seems like this guy is really De Bing. Look at his belt. It's the only one in Chang'an." When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the inlaid blue jade belt hanging on Du Go's waist. It was about to fall off. "De Bing, what are you doing? F***CK, who is so daring to beat you up? Is there still justice? Is there still law? We, the 4 great demon kings, dare to beat us? Who has eaten the guts of a leopard?" Du Go was also furious. As he rushed towards Du Go, Ching Chumo and the others rolled up their sleeves, wanting to avenge him. The 4 great demon kings didn't show their might. Did they really think that they were sick cats? How preposterous. But Du Go's next words made the 4 of them dumbfounded. Du Go didn't wait for them to remember him. He pointed in the direction of the mountain gate and shouted, "Those lowly commoners in Tong Hui Fong are crazy. Everyone's eyes are red and they want to beat someone up. Look, the wound on my face was scratched by steamed bun. It was also led by steamed bun. If you are brothers, then go and chop them up." Chapter 678. Li Qingxian was dumbfounded. Ching Chumo, who was rolling up his sleeves, almost stumbled and fell on his face. Strange. This matter was strange in every way. Logically speaking, the people in Tong Hui Fong were untouchable on this mountain. Because of Feng Zi, these people worked very hard. They even fought to do the dirty and tiring work on a daily basis. He was always polite and amiable to everyone. In their own words, they could not embarrass Feng Zi. But what was going on today? With great difficulty, the few of them helped Du Go to sit down on the large blue stone. Li Qingxian asked, "Tell me in detail, what exactly happened? If there is even the slightest bit of concealment, you know me." This was the first time Li Qingxian used his identity as the crown prince on the mountain. It was also the first time he used his identity in front of these people. At this moment, everyone could smell that something was wrong. When Du Go heard this, his face also became serious. He explained the matter from beginning to end. When he said this, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. If Du Go was not wrong, old He and Zhu Zi's father were 2 honest people. Ever since Feng Zi called them into the room, this problem had happened. And the moment they left the room, they started bawling. There were only 2 things that could cause these 2 men to be in so much pain. One was that their family members were no longer around, and the other was, Li Qingxian's face suddenly changed. He asked, "Which one of you saw Feng Zi this morning?" When Wei Shuyu heard this, she could not help but be shocked. "You mean, something happened to Feng Zi?" When Wei Shuyu said this, everyone's hearts could not help but thump. But at this moment, Zhang Sun stroked the fluffy beard on his chin and said, "It shouldn't be. In the morning, I saw him come out to pee. Apart from being a little weak, there was nothing wrong with this kid. He ate and drank as he should. However, this was before midnight. When everyone heard this, they could not help but turn pale with fright. Feng Zi had started to have diarrhea 3 days ago. It had been 3 days. Logically speaking, he should have recovered by now. But he did not get out of bed these 3 days. Could it be? The few of them could not help but look at each other in shock. Leaving Dugo behind, they ran towards the mountain gate. Combined with what Dugo had said, they suddenly thought of something bad. After all, now that the academy was so famous, it was inevitable that there would be people who coveted and hated Fengzi, including Guanlong, the 7 major clans, Shandong, and the Imperial College. When everyone thought about this matter, they couldn't help but panic. As they ran, Li Qingxian no longer bothered to conceal his identity. He waved his hand at the Jinwu guards who were disguised as servants and guards, and everyone rushed towards Zhang Feng's wooden house. If Zhang Feng turned out to be a vegetable, even if they weren't beheaded, the emperor would be furious. They couldn't bear this responsibility. In particular, although Feng Zi had a bad mouth, as a brother, there was no need to say anything. When they thought of this, Qing Chimo and the others couldn't help but emit a murderous aura. Li Qingxian was even more direct. He pointed at a guard and said, "Pass down the order. Lock down the entire Shao Mountain. No one is allowed to leave the mountain without orders. If anyone suspicious is found, they can be killed first and reported later." Understood. Also, find the old master immediately. Protect the old master well. Don't disturb the old master at all costs. Otherwise, you will be held accountable. Yes. The guard was shocked and hurriedly ran towards the mountain gate. As he ran, he whistled for an emergency assembly. In an instant, the entire Shao Mountain was in turmoil. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, the servants and guards brought by young Master Li Qingxian instantly revealed pairs of soul-stirring eyes and stared coldly at the crowd. No one knew where they got their knives from. They stared coldly at the crowd as if they were looking for something in the crowd. At this moment, the people who were building the student dormitory at the foot of the mountain were also hurriedly called up. Everyone gathered at the mountain gate, trembling in fear. What's going on? Everything was fine, why did it suddenly? Did something happen? I'm not sure. I heard that something happened to the dean. What? The whispers of the crowd instantly reached everyone's ears. It's over. I heard that the dean was killed by a traitor. Oh no, the dean was killed by a Turkic spy. The dean passed away on the spot and ascended. In an instant, such words spread across Shao Mountain like a spring breeze. At this moment, as he was explaining to Ma Zhou, Jing Tufu, as well as Jing Tufu and Jing Tufu's son about castration, someone suddenly ran towards the mountain entrance from afar. As he ran, he shouted, oh no, I heard that the dean was eaten by a wild beast." Hearing this, Jing Tufu and the others were stunned for a moment. After that, Jing Tufu flew into a rage. He picked up a butcher's knife and shouted angrily, "Which bastard dared to kill Feng Zi? Kid, tell me clearly. Otherwise, Lao Tzu's butcher's knife will not be careless." Chapter 679. In the entire Shao Mountain, the only one who didn't know about this matter was none other than Li Yuan, who was currently watching his villa being built bit by bit under the waterfall. At this moment, the people he brought up also displayed their talents. In a short 3 days, they took materials from the ground beside this waterfall and built a wooden house. It was even the kind with 2 floors. Moreover, they used bamboo to form a fence around the house. He looked like a scholar who lived in seclusion here. At this moment, Li Yuan was sitting on a Western region leather blanket. While looking at the boiling tea on the small stove on the table, he used a palm leaf fan to lightly fan himself. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the construction site in the distance. But gradually, Li Yuan also discovered that something was wrong. At the beginning, there seemed to be hundreds of people at the construction site. However, following the arrival of a group of guards, the people here slowly decreased by a lot. Until now, there was not a single person at the construction site. Instead, those guards were increasing in number. Although Li Yuan didn't recognize these guards, from their orderly movements and standing posture, he could tell that these were the golden guards of the palace. In the entire mountain, other than the ones he brought himself, only Li Qingxian could bring out these guards. Li Yuan frowned and lightly hooked his finger. Standing behind him, the old eunuch who was like an old monk in meditation hurriedly bowed. Did something happen over there? Why is there not a single one of these people? This old servant doesn't know. Go investigate. Li Yuan was somewhat angry. Originally, he wanted to personally witness the house that belonged to him being built bit by bit. This was also an interesting thing. However, now, this sudden increase in golden guards made him smell something unusual. Not long after, the old eunuch still found out and hurried over. Without waiting for him to enter, the old eunuch hurriedly said, old master, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. You sure know how to say old man. Zhang Feng, that brat, I heard something happened to that brat. He was assassinated by someone. Hearing this, Li Yuan's hand trembled. The tea stove on the table was instantly knocked over by him. What did you say? Li Yuan's voice was so cold that it scared people to death. It made everyone around him tremble and uniformly kneel on the ground. This old servant doesn't know. Bastard. Men, follow me to take a look. Pass down my order to the golden guards to seal off Shao Mountain. If anything happens to Feng Zi, all of you will be buried with him. Li Yuan was furious. After so many years, this was the first time he had met such an interesting kid. Moreover, this brat dared to throw a tantrum at him. He had long regarded Zhang Feng as his confidant, but he had just gone up the mountain and encountered such a thing, which made his heart suddenly ache. What is this? This was slapping his old face, Li Yuan. Once Li Yuan was enraged, it was bound to cause a world-shaking incident. However, at this time, he still didn't know Zhang Feng's specific situation. Therefore, Li Yuan could only treat him as an elder. He had several people carry the sliding pole and run wildly towards the mountain gate, where Zhang Feng's residence was located. However, when he arrived with his men, the place was already filled with a sea of people. Everyone in Tong Hui Lane was currently holding knives and shovels in their hands, glaring angrily at everyone. Just like that, they guarded Zhang Feng's door and refused to budge an inch. Meanwhile, Li Qingxian and the rest were also confronting this old village chief. Old thing, are you going to budge or not? If you don't budge, do you believe that Lao Tzu will slaughter you? Qing Chimo shouted in anger. He wanted to grab the old village chief, but before his hand could grab the old village chief, Jing Tufu's huge butcher's knife had already chopped down on his hand. According to this momentum, as long as Qing Chimo's hand grabbed the old village chief, his hand would also be gone. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Qing Chimo hurriedly retracted his hand and glared at Jing Tufu. Jing Tufu's black tower-like body slowly moved in front of the old village chief. Behind him was his son. Although he was not taller than him, his bulging muscles still made Qing Chimo's eyelids twitch. Behind the two of them, Ma Zhou's hands were also trembling as he pointed at the few people. This made Qing Chimo instantly feel a chill in his crotch. He hurriedly took 3 steps back and glared angrily at Jing Tufu. He said, "Rebel, rebel. Are you all trying to rebel? Rebel? I've long heard that the 4 great demon kings are rude and unreasonable. It's true. Dear villagers, have you all seen this? These people are the stubborn people of Chang'an city. They are known as the 4 great demon kings of Chang'an. Although they were influenced by your dean and came to the academy, you all have seen that they have been angering the dean all day long. That's why the dean suffered such a great calamity. Tell me, are they speaking human language now? No. Beast. You are simply worse than beasts. The dean is such a good person. Why did he befriend such heartless and unscrupulous brothers like you? It's all thanks to the dean treating you so well. Now you're saying that we're rebelling? Good. Good. We, more than 5,000 people on Shao Mountain, how about rebelling for the dean today? Just when Li Qingxian and the others were unable to resist, Li Yuan's dignified and cold voice that made people tremble all over rang out behind the crowd. If you dare to rebel, come, kill all of you for the old man. Leave no one alive. Chapter 680. Li Yuan's voice was still rather intimidating. Under this cold shout, the clamor of the entire Shao Mountain was suppressed in an instant. Everyone turned around to look, only to see Li Yuan slowly walking down the pole, and those servants behind him had already flashed their shining white knives. Li Qingxian was shocked, urging everyone to open up a path, saying, "Everyone, calm down a bit. I know you are all Feng Zi's good neighbors, but right now no one knows Feng Zi's situation. He is your good neighbor, but he is also our good brother. You are anxious, but I am even more anxious. If something happens to Feng Zi, what are you all blocking here for? That will only delay the time to save Feng Zi, and also the time to track down the culprit. If you all continue to delay like this, perhaps that thief would have already escaped by now." When everyone heard this, they all turned to look at the old village chief. The old village chief also had some misgivings. But looking at those servants behind Li Yuan who were eyeing covetously, only then did he clench his teeth and point at Li Yuan. "I am not at ease with these bastards, you go in. Also, you go in together with Dr. Sun, no one else is allowed to enter. Jing Tufu, you come with me and follow them in." After finishing his instructions, Li Yuan glanced at Sun Simiao who was standing behind the crowd, pinching his fingers and frowning for a while. "Old Sun, the two of us make a trip. Before I come out, if anyone dares to leave, kill without mercy." Grandson obeys. Soon after, the four people slowly pushed open the door to Zhang Feng's room, and everyone's gaze uniformly looked towards that door. When the few people entered, the first thing they heard was a rhythmic snoring sound. Everyone was stunned. Li Yuan coldly glanced at the somewhat stupefied old village chief and Jing Tufu, only then did he flick his robe and lift Zhang Feng's mosquito net. He pursed his lips towards Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao hurriedly grabbed Zhang Feng's hand and checked his pulse. But after a few breaths, Sun Simiao's face was filled with a strange expression. Shaking off Zhang Feng's hand, a slap landed on Zhang Feng's white butt that was exposed outside the blanket. "Pa!" At this moment, the old village chief's soul was about to leave his body. Butcher Zheng almost lost his grip on the pig slaughtering knife in his hand. If he wasn't an idiot, he would be able to tell that this kid was dreaming. Zhang Feng was already in a sweet dream. At this time, he was suddenly touched by a pervert. He instantly woke up and sat up. When he saw the four angry people in front of him, Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. "Old master, godly doctor, old village chief, Jing Tufu, since when did you all have the bad habit of peeping on people sleeping? Shut up, old man." Old man is furious. Dr. Sun glared fiercely at Zhang Feng. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he stormed off. This time, Zhang Feng was even more dumbfounded. "Old master, what's going on? What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask me what's wrong? Why don't you ask this old thing what's wrong?" Li Yuan was furious. He glared at the old village chief and roared. He almost shouted at the people outside to chop the old village chief into pieces. Zhang Feng scratched his head full of question marks and asked, "Old village chief, what's going on?" The old village chief took a deep breath and glared at Zhang Feng. He asked, "Feng Zi, I ask you, tell me honestly, how many is this?" While speaking, the old village chief stretched out 3 fingers. Zhang Feng was speechless. "Isn't this 2? What's going on? Hurry up and tell me." When the old village chief heard this, he sat on the ground and cried, "You little bastard, do you know that you almost killed everyone in Tong Huifang?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. He hurriedly stood up and asked, "Old village chief, get up first. Tell me what's going on. What's going on? Let me ask you, what did you say to old he and the others just now? I watched them grow up and never lie. When they left your house, they wailed and cried, saying that you're about to die. Now give me an explanation, what's going on?" Zhang Feng was dumbfounded. However, after looking around, he looked at Jing Tufu. To be precise, he looked at the pig slaughtering knife that was trembling so much that it looked like it would fall at any moment. He asked, "Old Zheng, tell me, what's going on?" I don't know. I was learning about castration from old Gao. Suddenly, someone said that you were harmed by a villain. That's why I came here with the pig slaughtering knife. Humph. Kid, if you don't give me an explanation today, old man will beat you up as soon as you leave the house. If you're willing to beg me, old man might protect you from death. Li Yuan saw that Zhang Feng was fine, but he could not swallow the anger in his heart. He said fiercely. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes, which could be considered an answer to Li Yuan. After inquiring about the situation outside again, the old village chief asked with a face full of worry, "Kid, what did you do? The whole mountain knows that you've been harmed. If it wasn't for this old man rushing over, you might have been bleeding." The more Zhang Feng listened, the more his expression changed. In the end, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Chapter 681. Compared to the people inside the room, the people outside were even more worried. Seeing godly Dr. Sun Simiao walk out with a gloomy face, everyone immediately surrounded him. "Godly doctor, what's going on inside? How's Feng? What happened? Is it?" Facing everyone's questions, Sun Simiao didn't say a word. He only said coldly, "Get out of the way." Li Qingxian couldn't sit still anymore. Seeing Sun Simiao's attitude, he hurriedly went forward and asked, "Godly Dr. Sun, what's going on inside? How's Feng?" If it was someone else, Sun Simiao would be disdainful. However, facing the crown prince, he still spoke politely and coldly spat out 2 words. "It's fine." Then, he walked away angrily. When Li Qingxian heard that, he was completely dumbfounded. "It's fine?" What did that mean? How was it fine? Looking at his frosty face, it was obvious that something big had happened. Whether it was Li Qingxian, the people in Tonghui Square, or the onlookers, their hearts instantly turned cold. It's over. It's all over. The dean is gone. Even the crowd couldn't help but cry. Li Qingxian was extremely annoyed. He waved his hand and wanted to vent his anger. However, when he saw the crowd, he didn't want to anger them. He could only wave his hand and say, "Tai Nyo, guard outside. Don't let anyone in. You guys follow me in to take a look." As he spoke, Li Qingxian hurriedly brought Du Go, whose face was red and swollen, Zhang Sun, and Wei Shuyu into Zhang Feng's room. At this moment, the 4 of them had already imagined how Zhang Feng would look like. However, when they opened the door curtain, their eyeballs almost fell out. They saw Zhang Feng talking cheerfully with Li Yuan about something, while the old village chief and Jing Tufu stood at the side with a strange expression. Seeing this situation, as long as one's head wasn't clamped by the door, one would know that Zhang Feng was fine. Du Go exploded in anger. Looking at Zhang Feng on the bed, he didn't care about the retired emperor beside him and shouted angrily, "Zhang Feng, you little brat, die." As he spoke, he directly pounced on him. And this angry shout was heard by the people outside and inside the room. Zhang Feng was stunned. Li Yuan was also stunned. However, Li Yuan, who was a shrewd person, only looked at Zhang Feng with a smile. He stepped aside and let them toss about. Bang! A punch landed on Zhang Feng's face right in front of his eyes. In the next moment, Zhang Feng let out a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! Murder! Du de Bing! Does anyone care? Ouch! Yours? Fuck you! Get out! Idiot Wei, don't King pull my hair. Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Woo! Li Yuan smilingly waved his hand at Jing Tufu and the old village chief whose faces were filled with confusion. The 3 of them slowly left the room and let go of Qing Chumo who had charged in. Only then did they sigh. "Sir, just now it was me. I hope you won't lower yourself to the same level as us commoners." The moment the old village chief went out, he bowed to Li Yuan in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Li Yuan waved his hand and sighed, "This is all caused by this bastard. You guys also saw it. This brat is a tortoise, a scourge. Are you relieved now? Relax, relax." What could the old village chief say? He hurriedly bowed and sent Li Yuan away. Following Li Yuan's departure, there were also the Jinwu guards disguised as guards, as well as Gan Ziyuan and the others. Only at this moment did the old village chief sigh angrily and said, "Everyone disperse. You all heard that bastard's voice just now. You're living better than anyone else. Just now was a misunderstanding. Everyone go and work. When you're free, I'll let that brat give you an explanation." When everyone heard this, they repeatedly said that they didn't dare to accept it. Only then did they slowly leave. Listening to the waves of pig-like screams in the room, who would dare to let Zhang Feng give them an explanation? If this brat did something bad and vented his anger on them, then the ones who would suffer would be them. Although the people had dispersed. But this matter still became a joke at the Xingshan construction site. The matter of the dean being a tortoise also became Zhang Feng's label at this moment. It was just that at this moment, their dean was currently in a life and death contest in the room. The few of them only stopped panting after fighting for a quarter of an hour. To put it bluntly, they were pitying Zhang Feng. This brat had just walked out from the state of being jerked. At this moment, he was beaten up by the few of them. Now, he was paralyzed on the bed, like a soft noodle, constantly sticking out his tongue. Dugo and the others were not in a good state either. Although Zhang Feng could not beat them, his fingernails were long, and he scratched them in handfuls. Everyone's hair was disheveled now, and the streaks of blood on their faces were quite visually shocking. "Tell me, Lao Tzu is sleeping well, and he's still a patient. Who did Lao Tzu offend?" Zhang Feng cried. Dugo snorted twice, pointed at his own face, and roared, "Damn, you still feel wronged? It's all your fault, you bastard. Look at me being beaten up. Look at this, it's that girl's steamed bun who pinched it for me. Tell me, how should I compensate?" Chapter 682. Zhang Feng glared at Dugo's face. "Who knows what kind of shady business you did to get caught by steamed bun? You're the most reserved one here. Who knows, you might have gone to take liberties with that innocent woman and got caught by the village chief and the others. Now, you're complaining?" Dugo was about to vomit blood. His eyes turned red and he was about to pounce again. Zhang Feng hurriedly shouted for him to stop. He asked, "You can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the few of you. You always bully me when you have nothing to do. Do you see it now? Even our neighbors can't stand it anymore. Hit me again. Just wait for strange things to appear in your rice bowl from time to time." Dugo stopped moving when he heard that. He just sat on the edge of the bed and groaned. Li Qingxian tidied his clothes and asked, "What happened just now? What did you say to old he and the others? I still remember them. They don't seem like liars. You must be up to no good, right?" Zhang Feng glared. "When did Lao Tzu do anything bad? I'm still a patient, okay? I'm just making them." At this point, Zhang Feng stopped abruptly. He would rather die than say anything else. Li Qingxian and the others looked at each other and then clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Zhang Feng was so scared that he hurriedly said, "Well, we just want them to do something and give you a surprise when the time comes." Seeing Zhang Feng being so honest, they took the opportunity to ask, "What did you make them do?" "Go, scram, I don't know. I won't know even if I'm beaten to death." Zhang Feng was also annoyed. His wine was about to be finished by these people. The wine was still very useful. After all, if he wanted to pull those gods up the mountain, the wine was essential. Furthermore, that old man and divine Dr. Sun Simiao had an incredible tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Feng's heart ached as he watched the wine dwindle bit by bit every day. Seeing that they were unwilling to give up, Zhang Feng had no choice but to tell them the truth. When they heard that, they couldn't help but be stunned. Just because of this, you still need to hide it from us? Do you still treat us as brothers? Chang'an gritted his teeth and roared, if you want to brew wine, you should have said so. Although we don't have much food, we can steal a little from home. It should be enough for you to brew, right? Do you have to hide it from us? F***ck, this brat is blaming us for drinking his wine. Forget it, we'll pay back the money for the wine tomorrow. We're not brothers anymore. Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded by the roars of these people. I say, is what you're saying true? For those who have a good relationship, I'll give each of you 10,000 taels of gold. Their expressions froze. 10,000 taels? Why don't you just F***king rob someone? Ahem, I still have something to do. I'm going to patrol the mountains. Wei Shuyu coughed and hurried away. Then Chang'an searched his body and roared, F***ck, who took Lao Tzu's account book. Then, Li Qingxian also left. Only Du Go and Zhang Feng were left looking at each other. Forget it, I'm leaving too. When it was Du Go's turn, he had nothing to say. He could only obediently run out. Zhang Feng was speechless. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just 10,000 taels of gold? How could he be so stingy? F***ck Zhang Feng had no desire to sleep at this time. After being beaten up for no reason, if he was in the mood to sleep, it could only be said that he had a big heart. At this time. Fortunately, his stomach was also much better. He got up and looked at himself in the bronze mirror. Although there was something wrong with his face, at least he could see people. However, the matter on the mountain was solved, but at this time, something big had happened in Chang'an University. When Uncle He and Li Qingxian came to the old scholar with red and swollen eyes, the old scholar knew that something had happened. Something big had happened. He hurriedly sent someone to call Jingshu into the study and let Uncle He and Li Qingxian explain the matter in front of Jingshu. How could they explain it clearly? They just kept sighing and wiping their tears. By the way, Jingshu's face suddenly changed and her whole body trembled. Although she was wearing a veil, the tears at the corner of her eyes had already wet the veil. After the two finished talking, Jingshu suddenly stood up and quietly returned to her room. Then, she picked up a pair of scissors and walked out of the Chang'an Academy under the shocked eyes of all the stubborn students of Chang'an University. Li Gang naturally saw this scene. He kicked Yuchi Baolin and Li Qingxian's buttocks and shouted, "Follow the old man. If anyone dares to touch a hair of hers, the old man will tear down his house." Hearing this, the two hurriedly followed. Li Gang was worried and pointed at Fang Yai. Fang Yai also hurriedly followed. At this time, Li Gang hurriedly went into the old scholar's study and asked, "Brother Zihuai, what's going on?" The old scholar looked at Li Gang and pointed at Uncle He and Li Qingxian. "Fengzi, it seems that something has happened." Hearing this, Li Gang's face suddenly changed. He didn't care about anything else and waved his hand. "Let's go to Shao Mountain." Chapter 683. Zhang Mansion. Isan Pastry Shop. At this time, the sun was setting. Zhang Shan was humming a tune and fiddling with the beads on his abacus. He looked at the beggars at the door fighting for the crumbs of pastries handed out by the servant. He sighed and said, "Are there any pastries left? Give them some." The servant pouted unhappily and said, "Master, aren't you too much? These kids have been squatting here all day, waiting for you to give them a bite to eat. Besides, my family has been eyeing these pastries for a long time. If you are kind, give me a few pieces." Zhang Shan laughed and scolded, "You only know how to eat. Don't think I don't know that your whole family has gone to the son-in-law's academy to eat and drink. Do you still care about this? If you want, you can take some back tomorrow when there are fewer beggars here." The servant pouted. He snorted in his heart, a family of good people. It's not easy to find a son-in-law. Why is he also a good person? No, he is a fool. 20,000 dawn of grain is given to those poor beggars so easily. He had forgotten that at this time, if his whole family had not gone to Shao Mountain, they would have taken their bowls and begged for food. The servant took out a small dustpan from the back room. There were some pastries in it. When Zhang Shan was not paying attention, the servant put a piece into his embroidered robe. Then, he reluctantly threw the pastries in the dustpan to a group of beggars. At this time, a beggar looked at Zhang Shan and said, "Philanthropist Zhang, I just saw the young lady who often comes to see the young lady." Zhang Shan said, "Oh," without raising his head. The beggar said while eating the pastries, she was holding a pair of scissors. A large group of people followed behind her. The young lady was crying. Hearing this, Zhang Shan finally put down the brush and abacus in his hand and asked, "Is what you said true?" "Then you." Before he finished speaking, his eyes instantly swept over old He and Zhu Zi's father who were not far away from the shop. They were walking towards him listlessly. When Zhang Shan saw them, his heart skipped a beat. He rushed out of the shop and asked, "You too, did you come from Abandoned Mountain?" Seeing Zhang Shan, old He and old He's faces turned bitter. They told Zhang Shan about Zhang Feng's situation. Hearing this, Zhang Shan's face suddenly changed. He shouted at the snack shop, "Wazi, call people. Take the weapons and follow master to Shao Mountain." The servant named Wazi was shocked by Zhang Shan's angry shout. He had been doing odd jobs in the dessert shop for 3 years. Master Zhang was always smiling. When had he ever seen him so angry? In an instant, Wazi did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly entered the house from the back door. As soon as he entered, he shouted, "Everyone, come out." When the old butler heard this, he walked out of the accounting room and cursed, "You uncultured thing. Is this a place where you can bark?" Something happened to Master Butler. Master asked everyone in the family to bring their weapons to Shao Mountain. The butler was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly ran out of the house. When he saw Zhang Shan's expression, he instantly became anxious. "Someone come. Men in the family, as long as you can still walk, come out for old man. Take the weapons. Someone come. Are you all dead?" The old butler's loud shout instantly alarmed Madame Zhang and Yu Yao. The 2 women hurriedly sent a maid to ask. Something happened. Something happened to Shao Mountain. Master is now running away with 2 crying faces from the Shao Mountain son-in-law's academy. Hearing this, Zhang Yuyao almost fainted. "Shao Chui, quickly prepare the carriage. Go to Shao Mountain." For a moment. From Chang'an University to Tao Tong Huifang, and then to the depths of the palace, there were rumors everywhere. Li Shimin, who was discussing matters with Du Ruhui and the others, was suddenly interrupted by Shao Gizi who suddenly broke in. Shao Gizi did not have time to explain and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I just received news in Chang'an, and that something happened to Shao Mountain. It seems that Zhang Feng is dying. Now, the people who came down from the Abandoned Mountain." "What did you say?" "Say it one more time." When Li Shimin heard that, his expression suddenly changed greatly. Shao Gizi was shocked and hurriedly repeated, "Just now, the Crown Prince's junior tutor, Mr. Li Gang, sent news from Chang'an University that something happened to Zhang Feng. At this time, he has already gone to Shao Mountain." Li Shimin heard this and fell on the dragon throne. He asked in a trembling voice, "Then, has there been any news from the Crown Prince and the Jinwu guards?" Shao Gizi thought for a moment and said, "There hasn't been any news." Hearing this, Li Shimin's anxious heart could not help but relax a little. As long as there was no news from the Crown Prince and the Jinwu guards, it would be fine. He waved his hand and said, "Quickly send someone to ask what happened." "Yes." Report from Shao Mountain." At this time, a scout hurriedly entered the imperial study. Li Shimin and the others heard this and all stood up with a bang, looking at the person who came in with shock. The scout hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Shao Mountain, speak." Li Shimin waved his hand and said in a cold voice. The scout trembled all over. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, there is news from Shao Mountain." They are fine. Fine. Li Shimin and the others could not help but exclaim in unison. Are you sure? Several people asked in unison again. The scout's face that was covered in cold sweat trembled. He hurriedly said, "This is news from the retired emperor's personal eunuch." Chapter 684. Li Shimin was speechless. He asked, "What's the situation in Chang'an city?" Hearing this, Xiao Gizi said, "Your Majesty, Jing Shu took the scissors with tears of blood in her eyes and went to Shao Mountain like a puppet." Zhang Mansion also hurriedly took all the servants and followed closely with sticks. The people of Chang'an University were basically all dispatched. Now, basically everyone in Chang'an city knows about what happened in Shao Mountain. The remaining people of Tonghui Square, the veterans of Annal Square, and the people who have interacted with Zhang Feng all rushed out of the city at this time. Li Shimin asked again, "Send someone to check the Imperial College and those literati. These literati are not peaceful recently." While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and sent everyone away. Then he frowned and asked, "My dear ministers, what do you think of this matter?" Qing Chimo and the others pulled their beards and looked at each other, dumbfounded. "Your Majesty, this guy always does not play by the rules. This time, I don't know what this guy is doing." Zhang Sun Wuji thought for a while and finally sighed. Li Shimin heard this and said, "Alas, let's not talk about him first. The main thing is that nothing happened. But recently, Tianzhu has become restless. We still have to strengthen the deployment at the border. Also, around Shao Mountain, Lao He, go to the barracks outside the city and directly mobilize the barracks between Chang'an and Shao Mountain. If something happens, I will know immediately." At the same time, on Shao Mountain, Zhang Feng was listening to the interrogation of the three guilds at this time. If Steamed Bun had not brought a small stool for him, he might have been standing there at this time. In the small living room in front of him, Li Yuan, Sun Simiao, Lao Gao, and the old village chief were sitting on pins and needles. Li Qingxian, Qing Chimo, and the other bastards were drinking Zhang Feng's tea and criticizing him while chatting with each other. Zhang Feng was very depressed. However, he also knew that this matter seemed to be serious. After 3 bowls of tea, Li Yuan spat out a tea leaf on his lips. Only then did he glance indifferently at Zhang Feng and said, "Do you know your mistake?" Zhang Feng was speechless. Was he really treating him like a criminal? What did you do wrong? Seeing Zhang Feng stiffen his neck, Li Yuan was both annoyed and amused as he said, "You brat, do you know how big of a reaction this mess of yours will cause? Do you know that if Old Man had appeared a little later, Chintinia's arm would have been reimbursed by Jingtufu? How are you going to explain it to his father?" This, Zhang Feng was speechless. He felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly asked Qing Chimo in a low voice. Qing Chimo snorted twice, which meant that he admitted it. This time, Zhang Feng finally realized that the matter was serious, but he also felt wronged. He said, "This brat also feels wronged. Look at you guys, you want to eat every day when you open your mouth. Moreover, you guys don't eat what old he and the rest make, but insist on eating what I make. I've been having diarrhea recently. I've been having diarrhea until I'm about to be crippled, and you guys won't let me go? You even took the opportunity to extort 10 jars of wine from me? Cough cough, brat, when did Old Man extort you? If you continue to talk nonsense like this, Old Man will go down the mountain right now and tell the people at the foot of the mountain that you, Zhang Feng, are a person who deceives the world to gain fame. The consultation fee promised to Old Man, in the end. Alright, you're awesome. You're right." At that time, this brat was dizzy and said something wrong. Zhang Feng was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. As long as this brat said that, would he, Zhang Feng, still want his face? The fans that had just grown up with his own ability were completely smeared in an instant. That would be terrible. However, Zhang Feng was not terrified and said, "You guys have wronged me. You also know that since this brat went up to Shao Mountain, this wine is just a little bit. Old Man Li, you saw it. After all, it was your people who moved. Go and count, how many jars of wine are left in the wine cellar. In this day, more than a dozen jars will be consumed. Sooner or later, it will be finished, right? Then after drinking, this brat has no more wine. Won't you have to say that this brat is not good again? So even if my legs are weak, lying in bed, I can't eat or sleep. I'm thinking, how can I make wine for you guys? When Zhang Feng said this, Li Yuan's face could not help but stiffen slightly. However, he was a smart person after all. He coughed once and it was over. However, Sun Simiao was different. When Sun Simiao heard that Zhang Feng wanted to make wine, he could not help but sigh and said, since that's the case, you can come out and say it openly, right? Look at this matter. If you do this, the people on the mountain will think that old man Li and the rest bullied you. How can you let him live on the mountain in the future? After all, he's also the vice dean of White Deer College. Zhang Feng was speechless. Old man's son, you've wronged this brat. You also saw my situation at that time. My face was pale and I was weak. I had no choice. I didn't want to lie in bed and say it. I just said to pass this thing to the old scholar. How could I know that they misunderstood? Then can't you say it normally? Zhang Feng spread his hands. What else can I say? I can't possibly jump and say it, right? Wouldn't that make me crazy? Chapter 685. Just as they were arguing in the room, Wei Shuyu, who was patrolling, was dumbfounded. At this time, the sky had already darkened for a while. It was almost time for the evening. At this time, the people at the construction site had already hurried into their small shacks. Families were talking and laughing. There were even some people's shacks and tents. The sound of boiling water and the sound of children fighting over meat and bones could be heard from time to time. In this joyous and harmonious night, Wei Shuyu sounded the copper gong on the sentry post. Bang! 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 Following the sound of the copper gong, the golden guards stationed on the mountain all appeared at various important places at the mountain gate. Li Qingxian and the others in the small wooden house also hurriedly walked out upon hearing this. What's going on, big fool? Something happened at the foot of the mountain. Come up and see for yourselves. Wei Shuyu pointed at the foot of the mountain and said in a serious voice. Hearing this, they hurriedly climbed up the sentry post and looked down the mountain. On the winding road at the foot of the mountain, a group of about 100 people carrying torches was hurriedly rushing up the mountain. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Could it be that people from the city have come? At this time, this was the only situation. Otherwise, how could the people at the foot of the mountain not give out a warning? After all, after such a thing happened at the foot of the mountain this afternoon, there were basically patrols all day long. At this time, these people could actually go up the mountain. They were definitely from the palace. Could it be that Imperial Father had come? But after thinking about it, Li Qingxian also didn't think so. If Imperial Father had come, the lineup would definitely be much bigger than now. Moreover, if Imperial Father had come, he would definitely have notified beforehand. It couldn't be like this, Chongzi, quickly go down the mountain and see the situation. Then quickly go up the mountain and report the situation. Tainyo, go and inform the old master and the others. Just say that people have come from the foot of the mountain. They will naturally know. After Li Qingxian made some arrangements, he then quietly looked at the torches at the foot of the mountain, guessing who it was. Qing Chimo jumped down the sentry post. As soon as he entered the room, he glanced at Li Yuan and said, Grandfather Li, people have come from the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes flashed. If someone from the palace had come, then that child, Qingxian, would definitely have said that someone from his family had come. Then, who had come now? But no matter who it was, the news must have spread. Li Yuan glared at Zhang Feng and said, See, the mess is here now, right? Now, I'll give you some time to think about how to deal with those people. Old man can guarantee that your 2 wives will definitely come. Ha ha ha. While speaking, Li Yuan and Sun Simiao both laughed loudly, completely ignoring Zhang Feng, who had a dumbfounded expression. Zhang Feng was also anxious. He scampered outside and saw a few people looking down the mountain with their buttocks sticking out. He couldn't help but climb up the sentry post and stick his head out, sticking his butt out. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but think of this possibility. At the thought of the two crying girls going up the mountain, Zhang Feng's head started to hurt. That, Li Gan, you take care of it. My head suddenly hurts, I want to. Zhang Feng was just about to slip away, but how could Li Qingxian let him go? He and Du Go each held him down with one hand. Only then did they say with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You brat, you want to slip away after causing trouble? Just stay here obediently." Zhang Feng's face instantly turned bitter. He could only watch as the people at the foot of the mountain slowly approached the top. Not long after, Zhang Sun rushed back with a strange expression. He stared at Zhang Feng playfully and said, "Come down, my Lord Viscount. Your two wives are coming up with knives to denounce you." Hearing this, Zhang Feng's vision went black, and his head fell down. However, he hit the handrail on the side of the sentry post, making him even more dizzy. He simply sat down on the ground and sighed to the sky, "Motherf asterisk cur, what kind of people are these? They can't even do something well. I've met a bad person. However, no matter how much he struggled and yelled, it was useless. At this time, he had already rushed to the mountain gate. First, it was the old scholar, Zhang Shan, and old He. As soon as they entered the mountain gate, they grabbed Zhang Sun's collar and asked, "Brat, what did you do to Feng Zi? Where is Feng Zi?" Zhang Sun Chong was completely dumbfounded by this. However, without waiting for him to speak, his body suddenly trembled, and he felt a piercing cold. He could only stand obediently, not daring to move at all. At this time, Jing Shu didn't waste any words. She looked coldly at Zhang Sun, a pair of scissors pressed against his neck, and asked coldly, "Where is my husband?" Zhang Sun was about to faint. At this time, the people on the sentry post opened their eyes wide, and their jaws were about to drop. At this time, they were stunned and couldn't say a word. Seeing that he didn't speak, the swaying Zhang Yuyao grabbed Zhang Sun's neck, and asked in a shrill and trembling voice, "Young Master Sun, may I ask, where is my husband?" Zhang Sun was crazy. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and looked at the people around him who were raising their hammers high, as if they would fly away if he said yes. He said in a trembling voice, "Zhang Feng, your second uncle, why don't you fart?"